Chapter 1903 Combat Power Unleashed. Chapter 1903 Combat Power Unleashed. As the team watched the serpent doppelganger smash into the ground, they gaped in shock before turning to Sherfong and the glowing, blue longsword in his hand. Although the void serpent's doppelganger was not as strong as the main boss, it rivaled ordinary mythic monsters. Yet Sherfong had slammed it into the ground with brute force. The scene was on par with watching an ant topple a lion. It was hard to believe. Moreover, Sherfang's attack had dealt over minus 60,000 damage to the void serpent's doppelganger. Seeing this, the Tier 2 berserkers broke out in a cold sweat. Before his teammates could recover from their shock of seeing such a formidable performance, Sherfong brandished the abyssal blade and killing Ray against the doppelganger once again. Purgatory Pentaslash. Shadow Blade. Sword lights glittered around Sherfong, and the watching players were overwhelmed as they watched his rapid attacks. Damages of over minus 20,000 appeared above the doppelganger's head, one after another. In the blink of an eye, Sherfong had landed over a dozen attacks on the doppelganger. In terms of DPS, not even Fire Dance and her companions, members of the first tier, were no match for Sherfong. Everyone, focus your fire on the doppelganger. Sherfong shouted after launching a series of attacks. Be careful to dodge the void blades. All MTs except Cola. Protect the healers. Don't get greedy when attacking. And do not look into the doppelganger's magic eyes. Range DPS. Use your strongest moves on the doppelganger's eyes on my command. The serpent doppelganger was a part of the void serpent. If they killed the doppelganger, the real void serpent would take a corresponding amount of damage. However, if they did not kill the doppelganger within a set time, the doppelganger would automatically disappear and heal the void serpent for a considerable amount of HP. They needed to kill the doppelganger immediately, or the void serpent would chip away at the team until they were all dead. Meanwhile, the serpent doppelganger's power wasn't its strength, but its passive skill, Void Magic Eyes. Players would be briefly paralyzed if they looked directly into the doppelganger's eyes. In addition, the doppelganger could use the Tier 4 spell, Void Freeze, through its gaze. When cast, the spell would prevent all players within 150 yards of the doppelganger from using any skills and spells for 30 seconds. While players faced both the Void Serpent and its doppelganger, they'd team wipe if they couldn't use skills or spells for so long. Fortunately, there was a simple method of avoiding that outcome. They just had to destroy the doppelganger's eyes. All of these players were experts, and as Sherfong gave the command, the team redirected their attacks to the doppelganger. Every member of the team fully displayed the technique standards of guild experts. They easily avoided 2 or 3 void blades as they flew towards them while maintaining their attacks against the serpent doppelganger. If ordinary experts attempted to challenge this boss, they'd be at their limit just trying to dodge the void blades. They would have no energy for anything else. With Cola tanking the real void serpent and Sherfong, who had activated Heavenly Dragon's Breath, keeping the serpent doppelganger, which couldn't be aggroed, busy, the rest of the team was free to attack without worry. Whenever the doppelganger was about to cast Void Freeze, Sherfong instructed the team's ranged players to bombard the monster's eyes. Not only did the serpent doppelganger rapidly lose HP as a result, but the monster was also unable to deal any damage. So this is the Sword King's strength? Illusory words felt her admiration for Sherfong grow as she watched the man assault the monster, dodge void blades, and command the battle effortlessly. Despite such an intense fight against a mythic boss, Sherfong issued accurate and efficient commands for the team, effectively preventing one crisis after another. This ability was far more impressive than individual strength. When challenging a boss, there was a limit to how much an individual could achieve with their own strength. Only a cohesive team could effectively defeat boss monsters. Hence, leadership in a team was very important. With good leadership, a team could avoid unnecessary losses. This was also why the various large guilds and adventure teams valued players with leadership skills. While an adventure team's commander didn't need to be the strongest player on the team, they had to be able to command it. Not only was Shi Feng ridiculously powerful as an individual, but he was also capable of commanding a 1,000-man team so precisely. After about 2 minutes, the serpent doppelganger, which had 40 million HP, fell, transforming into a gray smoke before flowing back into the void serpent as the doppelganger died. The void sparent instantly lost 40,000 HP, while the team hadn't lost a single player. After dealing with the doppelganger, the various guild experts refocused on the void serpent. 75%, 60%, 50%. When the void serpent's HP fell to 50%, it only had 4 HP bars remaining. At the same time, magic arrays began to manifest around the fight, and after a short moment, they merged to form a massive blue magic array. Suddenly, translucent creatures began to pull themselves out of the blue array, and in seconds, hundreds and thousands of them joined the battlefield. The weakest of these monsters was a level 55 lord, while the stronger creatures were level 60 great lords. Everyone felt their scalps tingle when they saw the army of translucent creatures. It was as if the void serpent had opened a gate to another world, and the world's monsters poured out of the gate. Everyone, activate your berserk skills and attack the boss with everything you've got. Shi Feng gave the blue magic array a serious look. This spell was one of the void serpent's team-wipe moves, Void's Descent. If players did not reduce the void serpent's HP to 30%, the boss would continue to channel Void's Descent and summon more void creatures to the battle. There was no limit to the number of void creatures this ability could summon, either. In the past, the first players to raid the void serpent had been very high-leveled, some of which had already reached Tier 3. They had been able to cope with the endless army of void creatures easily as a result. However, the majority of Shi Feng's team hadn't even reached level 60, much less reached Tier 3. If they didn't drop the mythic boss's HP quickly, they'd definitely team wipe. It was at this moment that the players understood that they couldn't afford to hold back against so many void creatures. These players immediately activated their berserk skills as instructed, their basic attributes skyrocketing. They then tried to maintain their attacks against the void serpent while fighting the waves of summoned creatures. Fortunately, the void serpent would not move or attack while it summoned its void creatures. Multiple void creatures assaulted every player on the team, and although they were all experts, the fight still crawled to a stalemate. Only Cola, Fire Dance, and the other humanoid monsters were able to cope with the summoned monsters. Shi Feng didn't hold back, either, as he activated Power of Darkness. He even used Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash, and every Abyssal Blade Phantom repelled a void creature. With 16 Abyssal Blade Phantoms defending him, none of the void creatures could get close. Without having to worry about the surrounding monsters, Shi Feng and his doppelganger were free to launch a frenzied assault against the void serpent, each attack dealing more than minus 50,000 damage. Following suit, Zhao Yueru and Alluring Summer cast one large-scale destruction spell after another, targeting the world boss. 48%, 47%, 46%. Although the void serpent's HP continued to fall, the team began to suffer casualties as it faced the endless torrent of void creatures. Normally, players employed Zerg tactics when raiding bosses, but this boss had turned the tables. The team experienced how frightening a boss's Zerg tactics could be, and every one of its void creatures was either a lord or great lord. 50 players had died in less than a minute after the void serpent had begun to summon void creatures. Vice, guild leader, at this rate will team wipe. Let's hurry and retreat, Dawnmaster, who held off 2 great lords and 3 lords, hurriedly suggested. Although they held on, that would change as more void creatures joined the battle. Sure enough, a world boss is too much for current players. Illusory words frowned as less than 800 members of the team remained standing. Crimson Emperor had already suffered over 30 casualties, and most of the survivors' HP constantly danced in and out of the danger zone. The team's healers simply couldn't keep up. Everyone retreat. When they heard Illusory words command, Crimson Emperor's experts breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately formed a defensive circle and carved a path out of the battlefield. Once they had distanced themselves from the world boss, they used instantaneous movement magic scrolls, fleeing from the cavern. Now, only Zero Wings and Unyielding Souls members remained to face the Void Serpent. Meanwhile, the boss still had 39% of its HP remaining. Seeing this, Long Soul and Hunting Blade grew nervous, thoughts of urging Unyielding Heart to give the command to retreat surfacing. However, when Unyielding Heart saw that Sherfong hold fast, he, too, chose to persist. Team members continued to fall. 650 people, 600 people, 500 people. Break. When less than 400 players alive on the team, Sherfong and his doppelganger used flame burst simultaneously. One after another, damages exceeding -400,000 appeared above the Void Serpent's head. By the time Sherfong and his doppelganger finished their attacks, the Void Serpent's HP fell to 30%. As it did, the mythic monster stopped channeling its spell. The blue magic array vanished, and the summoned void creatures disintegrated into ash. Foolish mortals, you will know despair. The Void Serpent lowered its head to look at the players before it, anger apparent in its gaze. The Void Serpent then spread its jaws and sucked in the void creature's ashes. The translucent Void Serpent then slowly transformed into a creature of flesh and blood, expanding and growing larger. Sharp bones jetted out along its spine, and after a short moment, the Void Serpent transformed into a gigantic, pitch-black beast, exuding turbid gas that filled the cavern. Roar! With a roar, the cavern began to tremble, shaking debris from the ceiling. This boss can grow even stronger. Long Soul felt true despair as he stared at the mountain-sized Void Serpent. Even Unyielding Heart felt discouraged. Now that the team had used up their berserk skills, how could they continue to fight the strengthened Void Serpent? It's finally in its complete state. Sherfong felt an intense pressure from the Void Serpent. It seems that we don't need to hold back anymore. Kola, unleash your combat power. When Kola heard Sherfang's order, all of his worry about the world boss vanished. Now, only excitement and joy drove him. Leave it to me, guild leader. Kola grinned at the Void Serpent. He then charged at the monster without hesitation. Chapter 1904, War God of Fire. Chapter 1904, War God of Fire. With a light whip of its tail, the Void Serpent shattered the ground before the temple. Everyone could feel the stone beneath their feet quake. The Void Serpent's peerless strength and the turbid black gas instilled a sense of despair, and to make matters worse, the boss still had over 167 million HP. Unyielding Heart. Get it through your head. Our guild cannot afford to sacrifice 200 Tier 2 players. We need to retreat immediately. Long Soul growled as he turned on Unyielding Heart. At this point, the raid's outcome was clear. They had struggled against the Void Serpent when they had still had 1,000 Tier 2 players, but now, not only had the mythic monster grown stronger, but the team also had less than 400 players remaining. With so few players, finishing this raid was impossible. Moreover, Unyielding Soul had already lost close to 100 players, a severe blow to the guild. This wasn't a dungeon. If players died, they would lose a full level. Even if the healers resurrected them and reduced their death penalties, the loss would still be painful. Everyone retreat. We cannot continue this crazy farce with Zero Wing. Hunting Blade, who stood beside the Void Serpent, commanded through the guild chat. Although Unyielding Heart was one of the guild's vice guild leaders, he couldn't let the man risk the guild's future. However, as Unyielding Souls members prepared to follow the order, Kola charged at the Void Serpent. The Guardian Knight showed no intentions of working with his companions to stop the world boss. Has he lost his mind? He's actually charging at the boss? Hunting Blade could not help but watch Kola in astonishment. While he acknowledged that Kola's attributes were frightening, without a berserk skill, the Guardian Knight had no hope of stopping the Void Serpent by himself. When the Void Serpent noticed Kola's approach, it squinted its amber eyes and swept its now scaly tail at the Guardian Knight as if sweeping away the dust on the ground. From afar, players noticed that space seemed to twist as the tail passed, barely withstanding the Void Serpent's strength. Come! Rather than shrink back in fear, Kola dashed to meet the attack. Just before the Void Serpent's tail struck the Guardian Knight, flames emerged from Kola's form. In the blink of an eye, Kola had transformed into a charging bonfire with a 6-meter radius, leaving his teammates confused. But despite the strange development, the Void Serpent had no intentions of slowing its tail attack as it struck the moving bonfire. Pum! It stopped. Since everyone had assumed that the Void Serpent's attack would extinguish the flames, they were shocked by the true outcome of the clash. The gigantic, scaly tail had actually stopped before the humanoid torch, unable to proceed any further. The stone beneath the raging fire cracked, only stopping over 20 yards away. After the flames subsided, they revealed a 6-meter giant. The giant wore a full set of flaming, crimson armor, the flames' heat boiling the water in the air and turning the ground beneath it into lava. In addition, the giant wielded a flaming one-handed axe and a flaming shield. As the giant's aura washed over the team, they felt an intense pressure bear down on them. But it wasn't just a result of a difference in attributes. It was a result of a difference in life ratings. Before anyone could react, the flaming, armored giant sent a chop at the Void Serpent's tail. As the axe swung through the air, a sea of fire enveloped everything in a 30-yard cone before the giant. The burning weapon left a deep, scorched wound in the Void Serpent's tail as the mythic monster cried out in agony. A damage exceeding -80,000 also appeared above the Void Serpent's head, the attack's power astonishing the surrounding players. The injury enraged the Void Serpent, spreading its maw. The boss shot a spear of foul, black gas, and the spear flew so fast that not even the Tier 2 experts could keep up with the attack. Fortunately, the flaming giant reacted quickly, raising its flaming shield in time to stop the attack. The impact forced the giant to stumble 4 steps back, a damage of over -100,000 appearing above its head. The Void Serpent's destructive power had clearly improved. However, to everyone's surprise, the giant's HP bar had barely decreased despite so much damage. Upon closer inspection, they would have seen that the flaming giant had maximum HP of 12 million. With so much HP, over -100,000 damage was practically negligible. So this is the power of the war god of fire? Once he had steadied, Kola couldn't help but take a look at himself. He could feel that his physical control had reached unprecedented levels. In addition, his basic attributes were even higher than when he activated a berserk skill, especially his HP. Although he was still no match for actual monsters, he was leaps and bounds superior to other players and NPCs. Healers, focus on Kola. Everyone else, focus on the boss. Shifeng shouted. Even he was slightly surprised to see Kola single-handedly tank the Void Serpent. He hadn't dreamed that the war god of fire transformation would be so powerful. Meanwhile, Shifeng's command shook everyone from their daze. Kola? That flaming giant is Kola? The revelation shocked Long's soul. So, this is the trump card Black Flame had prepared. Unyielding Heart was similarly astounded. At the same time, he envied Zero Wing a little. With such a powerful MT, Zero Wing would have no problems raiding level 60, 100-man team dungeons in the future. The guild would also collect level 60 top-tier weapons and equipment far faster than the various superpowers, securing a massive advantage. Meanwhile, Kola rendered the Void Serpent powerless thanks to his recent transformation. Although it launched a series of frenzied attacks, Kola stopped everyone effortlessly. Moreover, since the mythic boss had entered its complete form, it had lost the effects of its passive skill, Void Body, and its battle recovery. From now on, all damage the boss received would be permanent. However, the Berserk Void Serpent wasn't an easy foe. From time to time, it launched AoE breath attacks, and players still had to cope with the Void Blades. The team steadily lost players. Once the situation had stabilized, Shifeng focused on his offense. After Phantom Kill's cooldown ended, he summoned his doppelganger and used Dragon Soul, transforming his doppelganger into a black dragon. Although the doppelganger would lose its weapons and equipment after transforming, the black dragon's life rating and strength surpassed Kola's by a large margin. Most importantly, the black dragon was a level 69 monster. Each time the black dragon attacked, it devoured a large chunk of the Void Serpent's HP. 24%, 20%, 16%. When less than 300 players remained alive on the team, the Void Serpent's HP had fallen below 1 million. Seeing this, Shifeng activated Icarus's heart, which he had reclaimed from Aqua Rose earlier. Using Instant Strike to appear before the Void Serpent, he brandished the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray. Purgatory Pentaslash. Shadow Blade. One powerful skill after another struck the Void Serpent, devouring the final strand of HP the world boss possessed. With a frustrated cry, the Void Serpent's colossal body collapsed to the ground. Chapter 1905 World-Class Loot. Chapter 1905 World-Class Loot. Watching the Void Serpent collapse to the ground, the players in the cavern breathed a deep sigh of relief. They had finally defeated the world boss. We did it. I nearly thought we were goners. Although all of these players were Tier 2 experts, some slid to the ground, powerless, after the battle had ended. The team had less than 300 survivors, and everyone was exhausted beyond belief. Their weapons and equipment's durability had been severely depleted, and had the battle gone on for any longer, they would have been at risk of losing the items during the fight. Moreover, the healers were nearly out of mana. They wouldn't have lasted more than a few minutes. Many players instantly rose from level 57 to 58 as the world boss had died, thanks to the abundant EXP the Void Serpent had awarded. The boss's death had granted so much EXP that even a level 69 player like Shifeng watched his experience bar gain a sizable chunk. However, the survivor's attention was locked on the Void Serpent's loot, rather than the awarded EXP. After the Void Serpent had died, it had dropped a small mountain of items, including items, materials, and 4 dazzling treasure chests. The cavern's mana passively gathered around the small mountain of items, making it obvious that the loot was quite extraordinary. Seeing this scene, the staring players couldn't help but gulp. So this is a world boss's loot? Long Soul, who had managed to survive raid, was dumbfounded when he saw the large mound of items. There were easily over 100 items, maybe even more than 300. Based on what he could see, more than 10 items radiated the signature glow effect of dark gold equipment. Even more items gave off the light of fine gold weapons and equipment. The Void Serpent was a level 60 world boss, so the weapons and equipment it dropped were likely all level 60 items. In the worst-case scenario, some items might be level 55. These were the best weapons and equipment available in the game right now. Furthermore, the pile contained several gold, glowing treasure chests. Just looking at all of them caused Long Soul's heartbeat to accelerate. Naturally, Unyielding Heart was similarly excited and envious upon seeing the small mountain. He hadn't expected the Void Serpent to drop so many items. Its loot could likely boost a 100-man team's combat power by a significant margin. Of course, the Zero Wing members present stared at the loot with brightly glowing eyes. Since they had participated in the raid, they'd have priority when purchasing the items. If they purchased the items now, they wouldn't have to spend as many GCPs than if they waited until the items showed up in the guild warehouse. This loot really is frightening. Even Sherfong was a little surprised to see so many items. Normally, a world boss only dropped a little more than 100 items, but it was obvious that the mound contained far more than that. Moreover, the Void Serpent had dropped extremely rare treasure chests. Following which, Sherfong began to organize the boss's loot, and the surviving healers turned to resurrect the dead, reducing the slain players' death penalties. Sherfong had only finished with the loot after the healers had returned all of the players to life. The Void Serpent had dropped a total of 413 items. Among them, 267 were rare and precious materials. None of the rare materials were available on the market, and 17 were even inferior legendary rank. Take the Void Serpent scales, for example. Void scales were natural armor kits, and far more powerful than advanced mana armor kits. When equipped, not only would one of these scales reduce incoming damage by 10%, but it would also improve physique by 5% and basic attributes by 8%. Unfortunately, players were only able to equip one Void scale. Even so, just one offered a massive boost. The Void scales were especially potent on an MT's equipment. A total of 11 Void scales had dropped. There were also 4 Void fangs among the inferior legendary materials. The Void Fang could be used to strengthen weapons. When used, they would grant the weapon the Void Rend effect, increasing damage by 10% and ignoring one tier of defense. The last 2 inferior legendary materials were bottles of Void Blood, each containing 100 drops. Not only was Void Blood a key component in activating the Otherworld Gate, but it was also the main material to brew Void Wine. When consumed, Void Wine would permanently increase all attributes by 20 points and physique by 5%. Each bottle of Void Wine had sold for at least 600 gold during Sherfang's previous life. But even at that price, the various large guilds had fought to claim them. The Void Wine recipe was also among the 146 items the Void Serpent had dropped, although only master chefs could brew it. Of the 146 items, 35 were level 55 to 60 fine gold weapons and equipment, including the Mana Heart set, a level 60 fine gold set equipment for elementalists, and the Earthen Protector set, a level 60 fine gold set equipment for shield warriors. Unfortunately, both sets were incomplete. Only 4 set pieces of each had dropped. The rest of the fine gold items were individual pieces. As for dark gold rank, 16 level 55 to 60 weapons and equipment had dropped, including the Magic Storm set, a level 60 dark gold set equipment for magical classes. However, only 5 pieces had dropped. To complete the set, Sherfong would need to acquire 3 more pieces. The rest of the dark gold items were all individual pieces, the most valuable of which was the Magic Serpent Buckler. Although these fine gold and dark gold weapons and equipment were considered top tier at this stage of the game, they were subpar at best compared to the remaining weapons and equipment the Void Serpent had dropped. Of the remaining weapons and equipment, 3 pieces were epic rank and 1 was fragmented legendary rank. All of the fine gold and dark gold items combined weren't worth the total value of these 4. The 3 epic items that had dropped were the Void Robe, Void Gloves, and Sacred Word Staff. The Void Robe and Void Gloves were part of the Void Magic set, a bona fide epic set equipment. The 2-piece set effect alone increased the wearer's maximum mana and physique by 20%. The Void Magic set was definitely the best set equipment for magical classes at this stage of the game. After all, a magical class player's mana was the equivalent of a second life. As for the Sacred Word Staff, it was a top-tier staff that allowed players to cast their 1-second spells instantly. It also increased spell completion rate by 4%. However, these 3 epic items were nothing compared to the fragmented legendary item. Even this dropped? Sure Feng was ecstatic when he saw the ring of 2 carved snakes, 1 black and 1 white. Almost everyone in God's domain had heard of this ring in the past. The Fate Ring. Chapter 1906, Fate Ring. Chapter 1906, Fate Ring. Guild Leader, what is that ring? Aqua Rose, who stood nearby, asked in surprise when she saw the Fate Ring in Shifeng's hand. She could feel the mana density around her increase drastically. After Shifeng had stored the dropped items in his bag, the surrounding mana density had returned to normal, but the moment he had retrieved the Fate Ring, the mana density in a 20-yard radius around Shifeng had skyrocketed. In God's domain, items that passively attracted mana were incredibly rare. Even so, she had seen quite a few. However, this was the first time she had seen an item that could increase its ambient mana density so intensely despite being inactive. Looking at it now, it seemed as if the Fate Ring was the main cause for the intense mana around the mountain of loot. The Fate Ring, Shifeng said. It can help players develop until they reach the apex of God's domain. Help players develop to the apex. Aqua Rose was utterly confused. A top-tier weapon or equipment piece could significantly increase a player's combat power, and it would be a great help to the player's development. But even a fragmented legendary item's assistance would be limited. Yet, Shifeng claimed that the ring in his hand was capable of helping players reach the game's apex. No matter how she looked at it, he had to be joking. She had been Twilight Echoes, a first-rate guild, honorary elder. Hence, she knew exactly how difficult it was for a player to reach the virtual gaming world's apex. It wasn't something someone could do by relying on 1 or 2 pieces of equipment furthermore. Unlike other virtual reality games, the competition in God's domain was particularly intense. However, Shifeng simply smiled at Aqua Rose's confusion. He did not bother to explain further. On its own, the Fate Ring didn't have any particular powerful effects. In fact, one might even consider it a weak item. Aside from providing some basic attributes, the ring only had 1 skill. Moreover, the ring's basic attribute bonuses were standard for an ordinary epic item. Even if players acquired the Fate Ring, they might be embarrassed to call it a fragmented legendary item. However, when a first-rate guild had purchased the Fate Ring at an auction during Shifeng's previous life, its guild leader had changed his fate after equipping the ring, eventually becoming one of God's domain's top powerhouses. Even after 10 years, that guild leader had still been a godly existence. The achievement had invoked the other large guild's jealousy, and the superpower that had sold the ring had been racked with regret. This skill was incomparably powerful. When activated, it granted players an opportunity. However, the impact of the opportunity varied. A small opportunity would most likely lead players to a piece of mysterious iron equipment that was suited to them, while a larger opportunity could lead players to a fragmented legendary item. The skill had one downside, though. Using Fate Guidance had a massive cost. Each time a player wanted to use Fate Guidance, they had to expend 1 unit of 7 Luminaries crystal. Only after paying this price would the skill guide players to their opportunity. 7 Luminaries crystals were an important resource, necessary to construct one's mind space. The various large guilds treated them as peerless treasures. Nobody would sell a unit of 7 Luminaries crystal unless they had no other choice. Although the superpower that had acquired the Fate Ring had tested the ring's ability out of curiosity, it had quickly discovered that Fate Guidance was a fraudulent scam. Moreover, the scam knew no bounds. Of the 100 attempts the superpower had made, more than 90 had yielded mysterious iron weapons, equipment, and tools. The remaining attempts had led the superpower to secret silver items, and only 1 had led to a fine gold item. To the various large guilds, 1 unit of 7 luminaries crystal was worth more than the latest top-tier dark gold weapon or equipment piece. Gathering dark gold items was, after all, several times easier than collecting 7 luminaries crystals. No one would trade 100 units of 7 luminaries crystals for a pile of junk, so the Fate Ring had switched owners multiple times until it had been claimed by the lucky first-rate guild. That lucky guild had invested a lot of 7 luminaries crystals before it had struck gold. Overall, the guild had only spent several dozen units before securing a large opportunity, which had yielded a fragmented legendary item. If given the opportunity, any power would be more than willing to trade several dozen units of 7 luminaries crystals for a fragmented legendary item. As a result, the lucky first-rate guild had proceeded to invest a lot of 7 luminaries crystals, but the guild had quickly discovered that the Fate Ring wasn't as kind as they had assumed. After investing several hundred units of 7 luminaries crystals and getting nothing good in return, the guild had slowed its investment. Even so, the guild had occasionally tried its luck. It had only discovered the Fate Ring's secret after hitting a second jackpot and acquiring a master magic array design. The Fate Ring only guaranteed one major opportunity once every 1,000 uses. However, spending 1,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals in exchange for one major opportunity was simply too costly. Meanwhile, God's domain had more than one Fate Ring. When this lucky first-rate guild had acquired its second Fate Ring, the ring's value had truly shined. After merging 2 Fate Rings, Fate Guidance granted a major opportunity once every 500 uses. Unfortunately, claiming the opportunities would become far more difficult, but it was still possible for ordinary expert players. Furthermore, players could acquire a top-tier item by simply spending 500 units of 7 luminaries crystals, which was certainly a worthwhile price. Due to this change, the lucky first-rate guild's guild leader had gradually collected top-tier weapons, equipment, and tools for himself, increasing his strength and eventually becoming one of God's domain's apex players. Of course, the heaven-defying items acquired via Fate Guidance were only suitable to help one player reach the apex, since each opportunity only yielded items suitable for the player that activated the skill. If other players used the items, their performance would suffer. Other players couldn't even use certain items, such as those that granted skills and combat techniques. In other words, the lucky first-rate guild had spent a frightening amount of 7 luminaries crystals to nurture a single apex powerhouse. However, Shifeng had no intentions of replicating the guild's actions. While nurturing a single apex expert might be worthwhile to guilds that didn't have any, the same couldn't be said for Zero Wing. In fact, doing so would be a waste of time and resources. Zero Wing had far more experts than any first-rate guild, and those experts' potential was far superior to those in first-rate guilds. It was only a matter of time before the guild had multiple apex powerhouses. Hence, instead of wasting tons of 7 luminaries crystals on nurturing an ordinary expert, it would be much wiser and more efficient to use the Fate Ring to help an expert, who is only a step away from the apex, cross the final hurdle. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to secure some 7 luminaries crystals, Shifeng inwardly decided. Zero Wing already had a lot of guild members capable of contending with peak experts, but it had very few members that could rival apex experts. Although Shadow Sword, Turtle Dove, Flying Shadow, and a handful of other members of Zero Wing's main force were capable of contending with Superpower's peak experts by relying on their equipment advantage. As players progressed, this advantage would shrink. If Shadow Sword and the others didn't improve their combat standards, it would only be a matter of time before others surpassed them. However, if they used Fate Guidance, they could quickly gain the combat power they needed to rival apex experts. As Shifeng finished examining the loot, he sold 16 pieces of equipment for MTs and DPS classes, including the level 60 Dark Gold Shield, Magic Serpent Buckler. He did not, however, decide to sell the Earthen Protector, set the situation surprised, unyielding heart. He had expected Sherfong to refuse to sell both the Magic Serpent Buckler and the Earthen Protector set. The fact that Sherfong had allowed him to purchase the buckler, which was even more valuable than the set equipment, was shocking. However, what Unyielding Heart did not know was that Zero Wing did not need powerful shields. Even the weakest shield, Zero Wing's 3-core MTs used, was an epic shield. A level 60 Dark Gold shield was nothing in comparison. The Earthen Protector set, though, was different. Yi Wumian still wore the level 50 Magic Light set, which was weaker than the Earthen Protector set. Hence, this was a perfect opportunity for Yi Wumian to upgrade his equipment. Aside from weapons and equipment, Sherfong had decided to sell a few Void Scales to Unyielding Heart. Upon seeing the Void Scales attributes, Long Soul's eyes went bloodshot. If given to an MT, the Void Scale would elevate the player's standards to a whole new level. In the past, Void Scales had sold for around 5,000 to 7,000 gold on the market, so Sherfong sold them to Unyielding Heart for 10,000 gold each. With so much money, one could afford a low-quality piece of epic equipment. Although Unyielding Heart could not help but wince at the price, he still agreed to buy 3 Void Scales. Meanwhile, Sherfeng's transaction with Unyielding Heart had instantly earned him 42,000 gold. With this much money, he could rent a few more hotels and restaurants in the Sea of Trees. After Sherfong had finished his business with the Vice Guild leader, he led the team out of the cavern. Since the cavern was isolated from the outside world, players couldn't use return scrolls while inside. Even an instantaneous movement magic scroll would only teleport players to the edge of the cavern. It would not teleport them out of it. When Illusory Words and her guild members, who had waited in the first cavern, saw Sherfong and the others emerge, they were astonished. How did so many people get out of there? Chapter 1907, Otherworld Gate activated. Chapter 1907, Otherworld Gate activated. Crimson Emperor survivors were stunned as Sherfong and his team emerged from behind the waterfall. They had personally experienced the Void Serpent's strength, and when they had left the cavern, the situation had seemed dismal. Countless void creatures had filled the cavern. Even though they had started to carve a path out of the cavern before the situation had taken a turn for the worse, they had lost quite a few people on their way out. The void creatures had only given up the chase once they had left the cavern. However, no matter how they considered the situation, Sherfeng's group had far more people alive than when they had left. Moreover, some of Crimson Emperor's experts were among the group. Could they have slain the Void Serpent? An unrealistic thought suddenly popped into Illusory Words' mind. Although she couldn't believe that they had completed the raid, the scene before her removed any doubt there was no other explanation. A moment later, Illusory Words began to receive messages from the Crimson Emperor members that had just left the waterfall's pool. Since the world behind the waterfall was isolated from the rest of God's domain, they hadn't been able to send messages to their guild mates after they had been revived. Hence, they had contacted Illusory Words the moment they had emerged, reporting the Void Serpent raid's outcome. Meanwhile, aside from the fact that Zero Wing had slain the Void Serpent, the reports mentioned the Void Serpent's loot and the fact that Zero Wing had sold quite a few items to Unyielding Soul. So, is that why Unyielding Heart was so adamant about fighting to the end? Illusory Words could not help her bitter smile as she read her subordinates' messages. Although she did not know which items Unyielding Soul had purchased from Zero Wing, the Void Serpent was a world boss. How could any of the items be poor quality? Zero Wing might not have sold the best weapons and equipment to Unyielding Soul, but even the second-rate items would be a massive harvest for the guild. At the very least, Unyielding Soul could fortify its main force's combat power. Vice Guild Leader, why don't we try to purchase some of the Void Serpent's loot from Zero Wing at a high price? We have more or less participated in the raid, and we suffered quite a few losses. Zero Wing will likely agree if we ask, Dawnmaster suggested softly. With how powerful the Void Serpent was, its loot would definitely be extraordinary. It might have even dropped a level 60 top-tier weapons and equipment. Any of those items would be far stronger than the weapons and equipment their guild's experts currently wore. If they could acquire some for their guild's main force, they would have a much easier time raiding the various level 60, 100-man Helm mode team dungeons in the future. Forget it. Asking will likely be useless. After all, we didn't propose such a condition like unyielding heart, Illusory Words said, shaking her head. Sighing, she gave Unyielding Heart an envious look. Unyielding Heart made the right bet this time. Although she slightly regretted her earlier decision, this trip hadn't been fruitless. At the very least, she now knew that Zero Wing was not as simple as everyone assumed. Following which, Illusory Words approached Shifeng and congratulated him and Zero Wing on their success against the world boss. After some brief pleasantries, Illusory Words shifted the conversation toward the drunken tiger meat and frozen bone soup. Guild Leader Blackflame, may I know if you still have any drunken tiger meat and frozen bone soup left? If you do, Crimson Emperor is willing to purchase 1,000 of each dish at 5 gold per serving, Illusory Words offered. While she had given up on acquiring any of the Void Serpent's loot, the master dishes Shifeng had revealed earlier were a different story. She hadn't seen master dishes like those since she had joined God's domain. Although they were not as effective as master potions, they could stack with potions. In addition, the 2 master dishes could be used to raid world bosses. This tremendously increased their usefulness. Moreover, they would make dungeon raids slightly easier. As Illusory Words finished speaking, Unyielding Heart, who still celebrated his portion of the Void Serpent's loot, snapped out of his daze and realized that he had forgotten about the 2 master dishes. Guild Leader Blackflame, if you still have any of those master dishes remaining, Unyielding Soul will also purchase 1,000 of each dish at 5 gold per serving. Unyielding Heart hurriedly said, hearing the 2 Vice Guild leaders' interest in purchasing the master dishes. Shifeng inwardly celebrated. Both the drunken tiger meat and the frozen bone soup cost a little over 1 gold to make. Moreover, both had a 100% production success rate. Selling the dishes to the 2 super first-rate guilds would earn plenty of profits. I don't have any more of the master dishes on me, but if you 2 want them, I can get some for you. However, it'll take some time for me to gather the requested amounts. May I know if you 2 are willing to wait? Shifeng asked. The 2 dishes required a lot of time to make, and each guild wanted 1,000 servings of both. The order would take a few days to fulfill. That won't be a problem. I can wait as long as I can purchase them. Crimson Emperor will also pay a 5,000 gold deposit, Illusory Words said, settling the deal once she realized that it was possible. The 2 master dishes wouldn't become obsolete with time. They would work wonderfully at any point. She had worried that Shifeng would reject her offer, but now that he had agreed, she decided to form a contract, binding the agreement as a precaution. With this, she had reaped an additional benefit from her trip here. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart chose to do the same, binding the agreement with Shifeng and paying a 5,000 gold deposit. Naturally, Shifeng was more than willing to play along with the 2 Vice Guild leaders. After signing the contracts, an additional 10,000 filled Shifeng's pockets. With this, he had made a total of 52,000 gold from this single boss raid. If the various first-rate guilds knew about this, their envy would drive them mad. After all, current first-rate guilds were fortunate if they even had 30,000 gold in liquid funds. Following which, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's members used return scrolls and returned to the Dark Knight Empire. Meanwhile, Shifeng had Zero Wing's members return to Zero Wing City to rest. As for Shifeng, he used the 7 Luminaries ring to teleport to the Million Forest, which happened to be the Emerald Dryad's territory. The Million Forest was a dangerous location to almost all players due to the area's large Dryad population. If a player encountered a single Dryad, it would immediately call for reinforcements, and a large number of the creatures would quickly gather. Moreover, this cycle would continue. Once a certain number of dryads had gathered, it would attract the Emerald Dryad's attention. Hence, very few players were willing to adventure in the Million Forest. Sherfong, however, had teleported directly to the heart of the Million Forest. Great Lord, ranked dryads wandered all over the area. If Sherfong hadn't been level 69 and used an isolation scroll before he had teleported, the level 55 plus monsters would have discovered him. This should be the place. It didn't take Sherfong long to discover a grass-covered, dilapidated magic array within the forest. The array seemed blurry, and if not for the massive stone pillars around it, he would have had a hard time finding the magic array. This was the teleportation array that led to the Otherworld Gate. To revitalize the teleportation array, one needed a full bottle of void blood. Immediately, Sherfong walked to the center of the teleportation array and retrieved a bottle of void blood from his bag. After removing the cap, he emptied the bottle's contents onto the magic array center. As void blood flowed into the magic array, it seemed to revive, rapidly gathering the ambient mana. The magic array seemed to absorb mana from farther away as time passed, and eventually, it drew mana from throughout the Million Forest, making the area's dryads tremble with fear. After 3 minutes, a towering pillar of crimson light shot forth from the center of the Million Forest, visible from the surrounding maps. The players grinding in the nearby maps couldn't help but turn to look at the light pillar, overwhelmed by their curiosity as they started to move towards it. Shortly after these players began to travel towards the light pillar, a series of system notifications rang in every player's ears in Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 1908 Changes to the Witch's Hill. Chapter 1908 Changes to the Witch's Hill. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. A player has triggered the new expansion pack, Otherworld. The expansion pack will take effect in the Witch's Hill in 6 hours. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. An Otherworld Gate has been activated. A large amount of Otherworld energy has flowed into the Witch's Hill, driving the area's mana into chaos. Please take care when roaming through the Witch's Hill. The sudden system announcement had caught Starmoon Kingdom's players off guard. However, after a few dazed seconds, every player in the kingdom went into an uproar. What's going on? Another new expansion pack? This new expansion pack is amazing. Doesn't this mean that we can head to an Otherworld to level up? According to rumors, it seems that Otherworlds have more abundant resources than the continent of God's domain. I've heard that, too. Not only are Otherworlds rich in resources, but leveling there is also much faster. We'll be able to travel to an Otherworld from the Witch's Hill in 6 hours. In that case, I'm heading there immediately. The large guilds have already monopolized every high-resource map. Independent players like us can't even earn enough money to afford the latest equipment. The moment they heard the system announcement, independent players and adventure teams began to swarm towards the Witch's Hill. As the number of resource maps in Starmoon Kingdom dwindled as players reached higher levels, there were fewer opportunities for independent players to earn money. Now that a completely new map, one not owned by any guild, had appeared, this was a golden opportunity for independent players. As players reached higher levels, money would become an increasingly larger problem. Although players continued to earn more money each day, they had higher expenditures. Take weapons and equipment, for example. After level 50, the drop rate for top-tier weapons and equipment had decreased drastically. Even ordinary weapons and equipment drop rates had been affected. This caused the prices for level 50-plus weapons and equipment to skyrocket. This was also the case for repair fees. Moreover, as high-level resource maps were so far from NPC cities, teleportation fees had increased. High-level resource maps also had harsh environments, so players had to prepare appropriate weapons, equipment, tools, and potions if they wanted to grind effectively in these areas. and everything cost money. As God's Domain continued to develop as a game, it provided a wider variety of services for players to enjoy as well. After a hard day of work, many players sought food, beverages, and all sorts of entertainment. There were also the fees to learn skills and spells, and applying for a promotion quest was expensive. Now that a new opportunity to make money had arisen, how could anyone miss it? Naturally, Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds had called their upper echelons for a meeting the moment they had learned of the Otherworld Gate. A path to an otherworld? This is a perfect chance for our guild. I've heard that the players and guilds in the Black Dragon Empire have made a fortune due to the path to the Ice Crystal World. We have to monopolize this otherworld's resources before the other guilds. But the Witch's Hill is Zero Wings territory. If we try to set up in the otherworld, I'm afraid that... What's there to be afraid of? Now that Starmoon Kingdom has its own otherworld, the kingdom's guilds are going to swarm to it. Can Zero Wing hope to stop so many guilds? Although, you have reminded me of something. Start raising funds right now and figure out a way to build a town in the Witch's Hill. After the various large guilds had found out about the Otherworld Gate, they dispatched exploration teams to test the waters. They also gathered resources to construct their own towns in the Witch's Hill. Even a fool could tell that a large number of players would flood the map now that an Otherworld Gate had appeared, and all of those players were potential income sources. If they could construct a guild town in the Witch's Hill, they could definitely make a ton of money. Less than 10 minutes after the system announcement, Aqua Rose, who currently rested in Zero Wing City, was astonished as she received Zero Wing's latest statistics report. In 10 short minutes, Zero Wing City's player population had risen by more than 100,000, earning the city several hundred gold in entrance fees. Moreover, Aqua Rose had received hundreds of requests to rent Zero Wing City shops. Before today, the various trading firms and merchant players had hesitated about leasing shops in Zero Wing City due to the high rent. Very few had actually agreed to do so thus far. Without certain guarantees, earning back the cost would be almost impossible, yet several hundred people had just petitioned to lease the buildings. And this wasn't the most surprising part. Several dozen real-world corporations and companies had contacted the guild to purchase virtual storefronts in Zero Wing City. Moreover, these companies and corporations had offered astronomical sums of money, even enough to tempt Aqua Rose. Despite the fact that Zero Wing was now a very large guild, it severely lacked credits. Normally, the guild only earned credits by selling weapons and equipment or completing difficult commissions. It usually avoided exchanging coins and materials for credits, since it was such an unwise move. Hence, Zero Wing's ability to earn credits was so weak that it couldn't even rival second-rate guilds. The lack of credits ultimately hampered Zero Wing's development. If the guild could secure a massive source of credits, it could nurture more internal members and fortify its foundation. Following which, Aqua Rose reported the matter to Sherfone, letting him decide how they should proceed. There are so many offers. Sherfone could not help his grin when he saw the list of interested buyers and their respective offers. Tell them that Zero Wing City's virtual storefronts are only available for rent, not for sale. We will hold an auction for these storefronts in Zero Wing City's Candlelight trading firm in 2 days. The situation didn't particularly surprise him. The moment the Otherworld Gate appeared, Witch's Hill had become Starmoon Kingdom's focus. A frightening number of players would surge to the city, and it wouldn't be surprising if Zero Wing City's player population shot past the 10 million threshold. Previously, the Witch's Hill had been considered a backwater area. Although the various corporations and companies had been impressed that Zero Wing City had several million residential players, how long could the city possibly maintain its prosperity? However, the Otherworld Gate changed things. Even after players reached higher levels, they could continue to level in the Otherworld connected to the Witch's Hill's Otherworld Gate. They would not have to move their base of operations after hitting level 60 or 70. Even players past level 100 could level up in the Otherworld. Unfortunately, the Otherworld wouldn't be as vast as the God's Domain continent. To put it simply, so long as the Otherworld Gate existed, the Witch's Hill would remain popular. Hence, one could easily imagine Zero Wing City's allure toward these corporations and companies. We're not selling. Aqua Rose could not help her growing concern as she said, I'm afraid they won't agree to such a condition. There are too many uncertainties involved in leasing a virtual storefront. They'll only be able to operate their businesses comfortably if they own the property. Moreover, the various large guilds will definitely try to establish guild towns in the Witch's Hill now that it has an Otherworld gate. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity now, we'll be in an awkward position later. Relax. You'll see the results in 2 days, Sherfong said, chuckling. He did not bother to explain further. What Aqua Rose said was indeed true. The appearance of the Otherworld Gate would lure a lot of large guilds to establish guild towns in the Witch's Hill, and the competition in the map would become intense. However, the various large guilds didn't know how difficult it was for a guild town to survive long in the Witch's Hill. Realizing that Sherfong had made up his mind, Aqua Rose relayed his message to the corporations and companies that had contacted the guild. Chapter 1909. Witch's Sin only for rent? How fraudulent. Chapter 1909. Witch's Sin only for rent? How fraudulent. Does Zero Wing think that it's the only guild that will have a town in the Witch's Hill? Since Zero Wing doesn't plan to sell, forget it. We'll just wait a few more days. The kingdom's other large guilds will set up their own guild towns in the map, and we'll just purchase storefronts there. Zero Wing will regret its decision. When the various corporations and companies received Aqua Rose's reply, some laughed while others raged. As for the auction Aqua Rose had mentioned, they pushed the matter to the back of their minds. Only a fool would participate. The situation frustrated Aqua Rose a little. They had just lost a golden opportunity to fund Zero Wing's internal training program. Fortunately, this wasn't the end of the world for Zero Wing. With Zero Wing's current potential, luring investors to the guild would be a piece of cake. With the current state of God's Domain, various corporations and companies were even fighting to invest in second-rate guilds, not to mention Zero Wing. After Aqua Rose set the matter aside, she focused on recruiting new members for the guild. After transferring a large number of guild members from White River City and Zero Wing City to the secret Stone Fortress, both cities had lost a lot of manpower. Thus, they needed to replenish their member count. Moreover, with the Otherworld Gate's activation, some well-known adventure teams that had hesitated about joining Zero Wing had made up their minds. Although Zero Wing City was relatively far away from the Million Forest, Zero Wing City's teleport service could reach the forest. Furthermore, even if these adventure teams didn't want to develop in Star Moon Kingdom, they could develop in the Or Empire after joining the guild. Zero Wing's current resources were now beyond that of a first-rate guild after all. As fewer resource maps were available in the kingdom, living space for the various adventure teams dwindled. If the various adventure teams wanted to maintain an adequate development speed, they'd have to copy the top and large-scale adventure teams. They would have to venture to remote and dangerous maps to level and acquire resources. However, this wasn't an easy task. Like the guilds, God's Domain's adventure teams faced fierce competition. In fact, the intensity of the competition between adventure teams was no less than the competition between guilds. Only the scale was not as large. Hence, if the well-known adventure teams, which had already reached a bottleneck in their development, wished to grow their strength, joining a powerful guild was a wise move. Because of this, as many as 30 adventure teams had petitioned to join Zero Wing. The smaller teams only had several hundred members, while the larger ones had thousands. Every adventure team had accumulated a certain amount of resources and quite a few experts, as well as bountiful experience fighting as a team and raiding team dungeons. If Zero Wing could annex these adventure teams, it would save the guild a lot of effort when integrating their players in guild operations. Elsewhere, Shifeng spent one magic crystal to activate the teleportation array leading to the Otherworld Gate. He was then teleported to a massive, dark cavern. Within the cavern, he found a ruined town. A gigantic set of doors had been erected inside this ruined town. There was a small gap between the pitch-black stone doors, and a turbid mist seeped out and filled the cavern. As Shifeng encountered the mist, he felt his 5 senses dull. He had been able to see up to 50 yards away, but now he could only see a dozen or so yards past his nose. Both his mind and his body felt lethargic. Sure enough, this primordial gas is as powerful as always. Shifeng revealed a bitter smile after trying to move his body a little. It seems that this gas is still too much for Tier 2 players. The Witch's Hill's Otherworld had once been a part of the Gods' Domain continent, severed by the gods during ancient times. Humans had been weak, then, one of the most ordinary races among the many that had lived on the continent. God's domain had been chaotic then, its environment too harsh for humankind. However, after a catastrophic war between the gods, the continent of God's domain had been divided into various sections, thoroughly changing the environment. It was no longer as chaotic or violent. As a result, the human race had gradually grown stronger. But even to this day, certain sections retained their harsh environments. Meanwhile, the turbid gas flowing out of the Otherworld Gate was none other than primordial gas. When Shifeng had first entered the Otherworld Gate, he had already Tier 3, so the primordial gas hadn't significantly affected him. This time, however, he could feel the gas's negative effects. His combat power had just decreased by roughly 30%. The primordial gas affected more than just his reaction speed and senses. Even his physique had considerably weakened. Shifeng now, more or less, understood why only Tier 2 and higher players were allowed through the Otherworld Gate. Only a small trace of primordial gas leaked out of the Otherworld Gate, yet its effect on a Tier 2 player like him was so powerful. If players entered the Otherworld, filled with primordial gas, its effect would be absolutely terrifying. Not only did the primordial gas suppress players, but it also created a perfect environment for monsters to thrive. The primordial gas drastically increased monsters' combat power, and once the Otherworld Gate opened fully, the gas would spread throughout the Witch's Hill. The area would become chaotic and violent, which was why only 4 guild towns had survived in Shifeng's previous life, despite so many guilds establishing guild towns. The towns hadn't fallen because of the various first-rate guilds suppressing its weaker counterparts, but because the second- and third-rate guilds hadn't been able to fend off the monsters that had assaulted their towns at night. As Shifeng prepared to enter the ruined town, a wizened, dignified voice reached his ears. "Young adventurer, are you the one who activated the teleportation array I had left behind?" When Shifeng turned around to the origin of this voice, he discovered an old woman in black robes and carrying a wooden staff. This woman was none other than the Otherworld Gate's guardian. She was also a legendary existence in God's domain. The Jealous Witch. Shifeng had only thought of the Jealous Witch as an incredibly powerful, Tier 5 NPC during his previous life. But after learning about demigods, Shifeng concluded that this NPC was one such being. She was only a step short of becoming a Tier 6 god and was one of the strongest NPCs on the continent of God's domain right now. "Yes, esteemed Lady Witch." Shifeng nodded. He did not dare to hide information from the Jealous Witch. She was known for being unpredictable. Sometimes she would help slaughter the dark forces, but other times she would casually massacre tens of thousands of innocent humans. Her behavior had frustrated God's domain's human population. The Jealous Witch maintained her unpredictable behavior towards players. There had been instances in the past when she had exterminated players she had encountered. When those players had died by her hand, Their accounts had been so crippled that their only option of maintaining a career in God's domain had required a new account. After dozens of these incidents, players had learned to fear the jealous, which in the Witch's Hill, and did their best to avoid her. Meanwhile, Sher Fong had visited this ruined town despite knowing that the jealous, which would be here to pick up an important epic quest. If he could complete the quest, he could obtain the rumored advanced field magic array, Void Field. Field magic arrays were insanely rare among magic arrays, and if not for the chance to obtain one, he wouldn't have risked meeting the jealous witch. Excellent. Since you have opened this origin of sins, I'll give you a quest. Go and collect 200,000 magic crystals for me within 7 days. If you fail, you and all of Star Moon Kingdom will perish, the jealous witch announced. All right, you can leave now. Remember, you only have 7 days. With a wave of the jealous witch's hand, a bright flash blinded Sher Fong. By the time Sher Feng's vision recovered, he noticed that he had returned to the Million Forest. System, congratulations. You have accepted the inferior legendary quest, Witch's Sin. Quest content. Collect 200,000 magic crystals in 7 days. Rewards unknown. Chapter 1910, Independent Mode. Chapter 1910, Independent Mode. Before Sher Fong realized what was going on, he was back in the Million Forest. However, when he heard the system notification, the corners of his mouth twitched. 200,000 magic crystals. An inferior legendary quest. Not only was the quest more difficult than he remembered, but it also required an absurd number of magic crystals. Whether it was guilds or individual players, their magic crystal expenditure was continuously increasing. Although there were more magic crystal sources as players progressed further into the game, the number they could save up decreased. The current Zero Wing, in particular, was starving for magic crystals. Although Silverwing Town's teleportation service had increased the town's coin income significantly, it devoured magic crystals with frightening speed. Right now, the income from Silverwing Town's battle arena barely sustained the teleportation device's consumption. Moreover, Sher Fong had to spend 20,000 magic crystals every 7 days to maintain the miniature world in the Ring of Gospel. Otherwise, the Ring of Gospel would crumble and disappear. In addition, Sher Fong himself would receive a backlash, and his physique would permanently weaken by 30%. At this point, Zero Wing only had a little over 20,000 magic crystals to spare. If God's Domain's players had already reached level 100, even a first-rate guild could afford a 200,000 magic crystal price. But at this stage of the game, not even the various superpowers could likely pay. 7 days, is it? Sher Fong fell deep into thought. While 7 days wasn't exactly a long time, it wasn't a very short one either. If he sold some hell tanks to Unyielding Heart, Phoenix Rain, and Illusory Words, he should be able to gather so many magic crystals in time. However, doing so would rob Zero Wing of its monopoly over the hell tanks. Moreover, nobody could guarantee that these hell tanks wouldn't fall into the hands of Zero Wing's enemies. Yet, if he did not sell them, he would have an extremely difficult time collecting 200,000 magic crystals in 7 days. It seems I'll have to take down Kama Island right now. No matter how Sher Fong thought about it, the only reliable method he could think of was acquiring Kama Island's manatite vein. The other options were too risky. Some options even had the potential of disrupting Zero Wing's future development. Although they had accidentally discovered a source fire vein in the Flame Demon's Valley, its environment was too harsh for players to endure long-term. Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile hadn't even finished the preparations to send people to the mine. Even if they could send people, they wouldn't be able to send many. After all, fire resistance equipment capable of allowing ordinary players to survive in the scorching environment was simply too rare. It was impossible to equip many players adequately. The manatite vein on Kama Island was much safer. Players could survive there so long as they had some darkness resistance. The problem could easily be dealt with via a darkness resistance potion. Furthermore, the area's low mana density wouldn't affect the mining player's performance. Thinking up to this point, Sherfong pulled the Abyss pendant from his bag and used Abyss Teleport. He planned to rent a few more hotels and restaurants in the Sea of Trees before setting off for Kama Island. Meanwhile, inside the Evil God's branch temple in Ancient Rock City, several dozen great lord ranked evil beasts had been locked in a cave filled with bloodlust. They constantly fought, tearing each other apart, and the surviving evil beasts would devour any of their comrades that died. After fighting several minutes, only half of the several dozen great lords remained alive. One of the evil beasts, which had just finished cannibalizing another, began to transform, its muscles rapidly expanding. The evil energy it radiated grew denser, and after several seconds, the evil beast had become nearly 20% larger than the other monsters in the cave. This bloodlust crystal dark soul scent is quite impressive. It can actually increase the evolution success rate to Great Lord rank by 15%. After glancing at the evolving evil beast, Beast Emperor turned his attention to the crystal, which emitted its own bloodlust, in his hand with a soft smile. The partnership between the evil god's temple and Dark Soul had been far more effective than he had expected. He had thought that Dark Soul would be useful for acquiring materials and sacrificial players for Dust Edge at most. He hadn't expected the Alliance to acquire such a lively bloodlust crystal. As of late, his evil beast army had recovered plenty of its lost combat power. Although bloodlust crystals could only help evil beasts evolve to the Grand Lord rank, he now had far more Grand Lords under his command, and it would reduce the difficulty of nurturing mythic evil beasts. As long as he had enough mythic evil beasts, he could destroy Silverwing Town, even without Dark Soul and Blackwater's assistance. As Beast Emperor rejoiced over his newest Grand Lord ranked evil beast, a tall, robust berserker with a giant axe across his back entered the cave. This was none other than Wind Hunter. "Boss, we've just received news from Starmoon Kingdom. For some reason, an otherworld gate has appeared in the Witch's Hill. The gate allows passage to an otherworld. Because of this development, a large number of players have swarmed to Zero Wing City. Some of the guilds in neighboring kingdoms and empires have also started to make their move," Wind Hunter reported with a grim expression. "Not only will this incident earn Zero Wing a small fortune, but based on our reports, over 20 well-known adventurer teams have also shown signs of merging with the guild. Should we send Dark Soul to eliminate a few of these teams and teach the public about the consequences of relying on Zero Wing? Well-known adventurer teams are joining Zero Wing." Beast Emperor revealed a faint smile. "There's no need to involve Dark Soul. I recall that Dust Edge has conducted another evil dragonification experiment, correct? Take him to Zero Wing City to test out his new toy on the adventure teams. We'll use this opportunity to warn those teams and ensure that they understand who is strongest in this war." "Understood. I'll ensure that these adventurer teams won't dare to set foot in Zero Wing City ever again," Wind Hunter said excitedly. He had seen the evil dragons Dust Edge produced. Although the creatures were incomplete, their combat power was astonishing. He didn't dare to imagine how powerful the complete evil dragons would be. As long as Dust Edge's experiment succeeded, the evil god's temple could expand its territory. Moreover, it would be able to do so boldly and without fear. "Good. Get it done quickly. Don't let the kingdom's army capture you." Beast Emperor nodded. "Boss, rest assured, by the time the kingdom's army arrives, the adventurer teams will be long dead," Wind Hunter said, licking his lips in anticipation. After Wind Hunter left, Beast Emperor proceeded to release a new batch of Great Lord ranked evil beasts into the caver, starting another round of slaughter. Meanwhile, in Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing City, after spending 50,000 gold to rent another 15 hotels and restaurants in the Sea of Trees, Feng used a guild transfer scroll and returned to the guild residence in Zero Wing City. When he arrived, Feng left for the candlelight trading firm to prepare for his trip to Kama Island. However, as he reached the street outside of the residence, he was stunned by what he saw. The previously desolate Central District was now crowded with players, many of which were members of the various large guilds. At a glance, Feng could spot over a dozen Tier 2 experts wandering the street. This prosperity could even rival an empire's imperial capital. As Feng was about to enter the candlelight trading firm, he heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations! Zero Wing City's player population has reached 8 million. Do you wish to activate independent mode and allow the War God's Temple to garrison the city? Chapter 1911 War God's Temple Garrisons in Zero Wing City. Chapter 1911 War God's Temple Garrisons in Zero Wing City. The city's development sure is fast. Feng could not help his elation when he heard the system notification. He had thought that Zero Wing City would need another 1 or 2 days to reach a player population of 8 million, even with the Otherworld Gate. But only a few after the gate's activation had been announced, Zero Wing City had hit the mark. In God's domain, any guild city with a player population of 8 million would activate the independent mode. When this so-called independent mode activated, the city's NPCs would be liberated, allowing other NPC forces to intervene in the city's affairs. The buildings these NPC forces set up in the guild city wouldn't be subjected to players' management, which meant that these NPC forces took responsibility for their establishment's security, stationing their own guards. Although players would lose management rights over a portion of their guild city after activating independent mode, it would increase the city's security and convenience. The War God's Temple, for example, was one of the strongest NPC forces on the continent of God's domain. It had a branch in every NPC city. Once a guild city had a player population of 8 million, the War God's Temple could no longer ignore it. Thus, the War God's Temple had decided to garrison in Zero Wing City. Feng immediately agreed to activate independent mode, allowing the various NPC forces to enter Zero Wing City. After Feng agreed, Zero Wing City's layout appeared before him. The system requested that he select an area for the War God's Temple. The selected area had to be within the city's central district, and there was a strict size requirement. Fortunately, the War God's Temple would foot the construction fees. Since the War God's Temple had decided to garrison in Zero Wing City, the guild also acquired 10 bronze ranked War God emblems. Players couldn't use the emblems as they were meant for NPC soldiers, and they increased the NPC's attributes and physique by 30% when worn. After Feng dealt with the War God's Temple, a towering building suddenly manifested in Zero Wing City's central district, attracting the attention of nearby players. Isn't that the War God's Temple? What's going on? The War God's Temple has garrisoned in Zero Wing City? Amazing! Zero Wing has actually lured in the War God's Temple? This is wonderful. I won't have to head to NPC cities to turn in the temple's quests anymore. Everyone was greatly shocked when they saw the towering War God's Temple. Almost every player in the game knew about the War God's Temple. Normally, players would visit the temple when they planned to pick up a quest. One reason for this was the items the War God's Temple offered for purchase. Raising their status with the temple was another reason. Now that the War God's Temple occupied Zero Wing City, it would save players plenty of trouble when trying to pick up or turn in quests related to the temple. Commander, look, that's the War God's Temple. Zero Wing really is amazing. With this, Zero Wing City's position in the Star Moon Kingdom has become even more stable. In addition, Zero Wing City is incredibly popular in the kingdom. With such potential and power, we'll grow a lot stronger if our unbounded adventure team joins Zero Wing. A male swordsman in silver armor exclaimed to the scholarly middle-aged man beside him. Zero Wing's development is indeed frightening. Despite starting without any support or background, it has become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild in such a short time. Now, it has even developed Zero Wing City to such a degree. It's no wonder why the various superpowers have started to pay attention to the guild, the middle-aged man said, gazing at the war god's temple in admiration. As these two men conversed, several experts couldn't help but glance at them as they passed. These two men were simply too eye-catching. One of them was a level 56 Tier 2 swordsman, while the other was a level 57 Tier 2 berserker. They would definitely be considered peak experts in first-rate guilds. However, to everyone's surprise, neither player wore a guild emblem. This meant that there was a high chance that these two were independent players. It was extremely difficult for independent players to grow so powerful at this stage of the game, and the amount of effort they must have put in was far more than the various large guilds' Tier 2 experts. "Commander, do you think Zero Wing will refuse our request this time?" the swordsman asked worriedly. "I'm not sure," the scholarly middle-aged man said, shaking his head. "But Unbounded is still a well-known adventure team in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Not only do we have nearly 1,000 members, but we also have several plots of land in the kingdom's important cities. I don't think Zero Wing will refuse our request." Before he had arrived in Zero Wing City, he had been fully confident in his adventure team's chances of joining the guild. But once he had arrived in the city, he had realized that he had severely underestimated Zero Wing. However, after arriving in Zero Wing City, he realized that he had been severely underestimating the current Zero Wing. At this point, Zero Wing City was even more prosperous than the Purple Thorns Kingdom's capital. Moreover, as he gazed down the crowded street, most of the players he saw were experts. Tier 2 players were also a common sight. With how prosperous Zero Wing City was right now, the guild would have no trouble recruiting expert players. He had also heard that, aside from Unbounded, many well-known adventure teams had petitioned to join Zero Wing. Based on his understanding of Zero Wing, the guild walked the path of the elite. Hence, Zero Wing's recruitment standards would be quite strict. Although Zero Wing was fully capable of recruiting a large number of players and strengthening the guild to a frightening degree, Zero Wing had refused to do so. Instead, it had invested more resources in a small number of elite and expert players. That decision had ensured that Zero Wing's elite and expert players were far higher quality than those in first-rate guilds. Even some of the ordinary superpowers were no match for Zero Wing in this regard. Meanwhile, with so many WH-known adventure teams applying to join Zero Wing, the guild naturally wouldn't accept every adventure team. The guild would only recruit the most valuable adventure teams. The swordsman youth's excitement dampened upon hearing his commander's reply. Even before the commander had announced that their adventure team would attempt to join Zero Wing, he had possessed a deep understanding of the guild due to the battle between Zero Wing and Beast Emperor's armies near the primordial divine ruin. While that battle might not have been important to Zero Wing, it had left a deep impression on him, who had only been a Tier 1 swordsman at the time. Back then, Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, had repelled a mythic monster with a single attack, shocking the spectating powers. Black Flame's prowess had even caused thousands of Blackwater's experts to freeze in fear. He had never imagined that a swordsman could be so strong. Had he not been a member of the Unbounded adventure team back then, he might have applied to join Zero Wing. Hence, when he heard that his commander wanted Unbounded to merge with the guild, he had been overjoyed. When he heard that his commander intended to visit Zero Wing City to negotiate with the guild's upper echelons, he had been the first to apply to join his leader. Don't be so disappointed. Although Unbounded isn't a top adventure team, it is one of the top 100 adventure teams in the Purple Thorns Empire. Moreover, our adventure team has as many as 4 Tier 2 players, and all 4 have cleared the hard mode class change quest. We have more of an advantage than the other teams that only challenged the normal mode quest, The middle-aged man said in consolation, "All right, we should head to Zero Wing's residence." In response, the swordsman youth nodded. Meanwhile, two cloaked players a short distance away stared at the men from Unbounded. "Sickle, those men are two of your targets. Remember to make as much of a commotion as possible. We need to teach Zero Wing and the other adventure teams a lesson," Wind Hunter said, sneering as he gestured to Unbounded's players. "Understood." The robust man named Dark Sickle nodded, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Chapter 1912 Evil Dragon Appears. Chapter 1912 Evil Dragon Appears. Zero Wing City, Candlelight Trading Firm. When the system had announced the Otherworld Gate's activation, a large number of Star Moon Kingdom's independent players had flooded Zero Wing City. This also increased the number of players visiting the city's Candlelight Trading Firm. Meanwhile, 3 cloaked players enjoyed a meal and admired the populated street from the second floor of an open-air restaurant opposite of the trading firm. If one used a high-ranking identification skill on these 3, they would definitely be surprised. None of these players were human. Among the 3, one was a beautiful female half-elf, one was a female catkin with cat ears and tail, and one was a male tigerkin with a powerful, robust body. All 3 were members of the Ninth Heaven Guild, with the female half-elf being Melody, Ninth Heaven's guild leader. Big Sis Melody, this city is so prosperous, even more so than our forest city. I can see more than 100 Tier 2 experts from here, the catkin, Scarlet Heart, said, watching the sea of players downstairs with a shocked expression. Indeed, I never thought that a kingdom's guild city could develop to this extent. Melody was similarly surprised by the number of Tier 2 experts roaming the street below. Before coming to Star Moon Kingdom, she had specifically asked Thoughtful Rain about Zero Wing's current state of affairs. However, she couldn't believe Thoughtful Rain's reply. Thoughtful Rain had mentioned that Zero Wing City's player population had already reached 5 million, and experts were a common sight in the city. Moreover, Zero Wing City had many rare items for sale. Based on these descriptions, Zero Wing City sounded no less successful than Forest City. How could that possibly be true? However, when she had arrived in the city, she discovered that it was far more well-off than Thoughtful Rain had described. In Zero Wing City, expert players were as common as ordinary players, and plenty of Tier 2 experts wandered the city streets. Tier 2 experts were very rare, even in Forest City. Even Ninth Heaven, which was almost as powerful as a first-rate guild, had only nurtured around 30 Tier 2 experts thus far. However, the number of Tier 2 experts on the street outside of the restaurant already outnumbered Ninth Heaven's. If even Zero Wing City was so popular, she couldn't imagine how strong Zero Wing had already become. Guild leader, although Zero Wing is stronger than we expected, I doubt it can help our guild. Our current opponent is the legendary Death God Workshop. The Death God Workshop has even provoked super guilds before, and none of them could do anything about it, closing an eye to the workshop's transgressions, the tigerkin named One-Arm Rashomon said worriedly. On the other hand, the Setting Sun Guild is more reliable. Moreover, guild leader, your family has a close relationship with Setting Sun's guild leader. Whether it is for profit or that relationship, Setting Sun will go all out to help our guild. In addition, the Death God Workshop would, more or less, fear of the strength of a recently promoted super first rate guild like Setting Sun and might give up on targeting us. Stop. While Setting Sun might be stronger than Zero Wing, Setting Sun's condition requires Ninth Heaven to become its subordinate. I will never agree to that, even if I have to fight the Death God Workshop to the death. Melody's voice was frosty. Her guild had gone to great lengths to complete the high-ranked quest in the Flame Demon's Valley and acquired a precious treasure. However, an information leak had informed the Death God Workshop of their new acquisition, and the workshop had attacked Ninth Heaven to steal the treasure. The Death God Workshop was not a guild. It was an organized adventure team. Not only were its movements erratic, but the adventure team also had its fair share of experts. Moreover, as an adventure team, the Death God Workshop did not have a permanent base of operations. But Ninth Heaven was different. The guild had already grown considerably large and secured a permanent base of operations. One could easily imagine the outcome of a struggle between the two organizations. The Death God Workshop always had the initiative in battle. Moreover, the Death God Workshop also had experts that could even contend with Super Guild's peak experts. The workshop's members had used guerrilla tactics against Ninth Heaven's players, and the guild had been powerless to stop them. Big Sis Melody, it's almost time. Rain and Blue should have returned to Zero Wing's residence by now, Scarlet Heart said as she checked the time. All right, let's go. Taking a look herself, Melody noticed that it was nearly time to meet with thoughtful Rain. She immediately stood to leave the restaurant. Meanwhile, Dark Sickle stood on a street corner not far from the candlelight trading firm. He quietly stalked the two unbounded members. The two members of the adventure team were utterly unaware of their stalker. This should be enough, people. I should be able to cause quite a commotion. Dark Sickle, who wore a black cloak and only had his eyes exposed, licked his lips in anticipation as he observed his surroundings. The task Wind Hunter had given him was simple. Kill the adventure team members who had come to join Zero Wing, and kill as many bystanders as possible. This would send a message to every player in Star Moon Kingdom, teaching them the consequences of joining Zero Wing and proving that they weren't safe even in a guild city protected by NPC soldiers. If he succeeded, not only would the various adventure teams receive the warning, but all players would realize that Zero Wing City was dangerous, and they could lose their lives at any given moment. This would cripple Zero Wing City's popularity. In the past, he might have feared the NPC soldiers patrolling the city streets, but now that he could transform into an evil dragon, not even level 80, Tier 3 NPCs could pose a threat, much less level 80, Tier 2 NPC soldiers. All he needed to worry about was the Kingdom's army. After all, the NPCs in the Kingdom's army were all above level 100. Killing him would be a piece of cake for them. However, he had a Tier 3 instantaneous movement magic scroll on him. If the Kingdom's army arrived before he escaped, he could still leave the area. Attack! Wind Hunter, who watched the two unbounded members from afar, commanded Dark Sickle through their party chat. Hearing this, Dark Sickle removed a crimson crystal from his bag and shattered it. As the crimson crystal shattered, energy flowed into Dark Sickle's body. In the next moment, the magic circuits drawn on his skin disintegrated as if some seal had been removed. Once the magic circuits had disintegrated, Dark Sickle howled as his muscles rapidly expanded, his sudden growth tearing his black cloak to shreds. When passers-by saw Dark Sickle's growing form, they were dumbfounded. Before these players could react, Dark Sickle transformed into a 10-meter tall evil dragon. Roar! After completing his transformation, Dark Sickle released a deafening roar, echoing throughout the city's central district. A dragon? What's going on? Why has a dragon suddenly appeared? The players on the street panicked when they saw the evil dragon. They could feel the threat of death emanating from the creature. With a flap of his newly grown wings, Dark Sickle shot into the air above the two unbounded players. Unbounded adventure team, since you dare attempt to join Zero Wing, you will suffer the consequences. Dark Sickle shouted before swiping at the swordsman and berserker with a claw. Die! Both the scholarly berserker and the swordsman youth felt powerless against the massive incoming claw. They had only caught a glimpse of the claw's afterimage, and the power it contained was so great that space around it had become unstable. However, just as the dragon claw was about to strike the two players, everyone saw a blue flash before an agonized cry filled the air. The evil dragon flew over a dozen yards backward before crashing heavily into the ground, the impact leaving a crater under the creature. This outcome dumbfounded the surrounding players once more. Chapter 1913 Commotion at Zero Wing on the Crowded Street. Chapter 1913 Commotion at Zero Wing on the Crowded Street. When the two unbounded members saw the evil dragon crash into the ground some distance away, they were dazed for a short moment, failing to process what had just happened. What's going on? We didn't die. Stubborn Bone, Unbounded's commander, stared at the small crater a little over a dozen yards away from him and the evil dragon lying in it with a befuddled expression. A second ago, he had heard the evil dragon state its intent to kill him and his companion. When the creature's claw attack had descended on them, he had known their deaths were sealed. The attack had been too fast for either of them to keep up with, much less block or dodge. Yet, after a bright, blue flash, the mighty evil dragon had vanished, crashing into the ground some distance away. Once his mind began to work again, Stubborn Bones spun towards the origin of the blue flash, discovering a cloaked player wielding a blue longsword who was slowly walking towards the evil dragon. Was it him? Stubborn Bones stared at the cloaked player in disbelief. He found it truly hard to believe that an attack from a one-handed sword could send such a powerful and fast evil dragon flying. Crap! What's going on? Why is a dragon in the city? That's not right. Look at the marker above the dragon's head. That's a player's marker. That dragon is a player. I think I heard the dragon say that it was going to kill the adventure teams that try to join Zero Wing. By the looks of it, the dragon seems to have some kind of grudge with Zero Wing. But what happened just now? I only saw the dragon begin its rampage, and before I realized it, the creature had been thrown. The players on the street couldn't help but discuss Dark Sickle's sudden attack. The situation confused them. When the various major powers' upper echelons on the street saw the gigantic evil dragon, realization dawned on them. Isn't that the evil god's temple's evil dragon? Ha ha ha, this is interesting. It seems the evil god's temple can no longer sit still after watching Zero Wing City's rapid development. I wonder how Zero Wing will deal with this problem. This evil dragon is clearly much stronger than the ones over at the Dark Witch's Tower. Even the NPC soldiers should be powerless against it. Good. Keep making trouble. Once Zero Wing City's fame is ruined, our guilds will have a better chance of luring the Witch's Hills players later. The various guild upper echelons watched Dark Sickle, who stood back up and seemed mostly unharmed, with anticipation. They hoped that Dark Sickle would cause a large enough commotion in the city that they could take advantage of, attracting more players to the guild towns they would build in the near future. Who are you? You dare to make an enemy of the evil god's temple? As Dark Sickle regained his footing, he glared at the cloaked man wielding the blue longsword, his voice echoing throughout the central district as he spoke. Zero Wing's black flame. Sherfong said, chuckling as he took off his black cloak. Satisfied. You. How? Dark Sickle's anger vanished when he saw Sherfong, and he was abruptly alert. When the spectators saw Sherfang's appearance, they could not help but gape. What? It's the Sword King. Lucky. I never thought I would get to meet the legendary Black Flame on my first visit to Zero Wing City. Amazing. I can boast about this when I meet up with my friends later. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into a round of cheers. Not only was Black Flame's name known by all in Star Moon Kingdom, but many players also revered him to a fanatical degree. This swordsman had been responsible for many miracles in the kingdom, and a large portion of players trying to join Zero Wing did so because of his presence in the guild. Why wouldn't they be excited now that he had shown up in Zero Wing City? Damn it, why is Black Flame here? When the various guild upper echelons saw Sherfong, their expressions darkened. They knew what kind of strength Black Flame possessed. When the man went all out, he could even stand toe-to-toe with a mythic monster for a short time. With Black Flame here, the evil dragon would likely fail to cause any trouble in Zero Wing City. Black Flame? Stubborn Bone was dazed once more as Sherfong walked past him. Amazing! As expected of the Sword King, just the mention of his name is enough to make that dragon panic. The swordsman youth beside Stubborn Bone was ecstatic to see Sherfong, his eyes practically sparkling. After this turn of events, he was even more resolved to join Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Melody's group of 3, who had just stepped out of the open-air restaurant opposite of the Candlelight trading firm, saw this scene, they could not help but reveal astonished expressions. What's going on? Why are these people so excited? Scarlet Heart muttered strangely. Although Sherfang's attack had been stunning, it hadn't been impressive enough to warrant such a crazed reaction from the crowd. After all, the evil dragon wasn't even injured. It had merely lost a few tens of thousands of HP. To the evil dragon, who had over 30 million HP, the damage was nothing. It's probably because of Black Flame's fame in Starmoon Kingdom, Melody deduced. She, too, was confused by the spectators' reactions. Although some players were very famous, this was the first time she had seen such an exaggerated reaction over an expert player. In fact, when Sherfong revealed himself, the evil dragon, which had bubbled with rage a moment ago, trembled in fear. Are you guys not from Starmoon Kingdom or the neighboring kingdoms? A level 56, Tier 1 assassin who had overheard Melody and Scarlet Heart's conversation asked. MHM, we came from somewhere far away. Melody nodded, confirming the assassin's assumption. So that's the case. I guess it's normal that you don't understand the situation. Black Flame is our kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 expert. With his strength alone, he caused an army of 10,000 to freeze in fear. There are rumors that he's actually a humanoid monster, or NPC. He even soloed and overpowered a mythic monster in the Or Empire. Dealing with great lord-ranked monsters is a piece of cake for him, the assassin explained with a reverential look. Soloing a mythic monster? And he overpowered it? How? One-Arm Rashomon stated in amazement. Mythic monsters were still invincible to players at this stage of the game. Even peak tier 2 MTs had an extremely difficult time surviving against mythic monsters, not to mention overpowering one. So, it's Guild Leader Black Flame. The evil god's temple has a grudge against these two. I am simply here to teach them a lesson. This matter does not concern Zero Wing. Once I finish these two off, I'll leave the city. However, if you try to stop me, don't blame me for causing a scene. Dark Sickle said, grinning once he had calmed down. His previous fear had simply been due to Black Flame's name. After all, the man was a living legend. He had even slain 2 evil dragon experts at the Dark Witch's Tower. It was only natural for him to be afraid. However, when he gave the matter a little more thought, he remembered that he was much stronger than the 2 evil dragons Sherfong had faced. Although he was only at the Tier 3 archaic species standard, he had gained a 5-level boost after transforming. Hence, he was now a level 62, Tier 3 archaic species. To monsters, an additional 5 levels was a massive attribute boost. With such an advantage, he had no reason to fear Black Flammel. Moreover, with his combat standard, not even a Tier 4 NPC could stop him quickly if he wanted to cause a ruckus in Zero Wing City, much less a Tier 2 player. Sure, give it a try if you dare. Sherfong growled softly. Chapter 1914, Elemental Oppression. Chapter 1914, Elemental Oppression. When Sherfong fell silent, the crowd couldn't help but grow nervous. They hadn't expected Sherfong to ignore Dark Sickle's threat. The evil dragon was a level 62, Tier 3 archaic species. If Dark Sickle truly intended to cause trouble, they had no doubt that they'd be the first to get dragged into the mess. Even if the city's NPC soldiers arrived to deal with this player, It wouldn't stop Dark Sickle from slaughtering the spectators. Unlike monsters, players couldn't be aggroed. Dark Sickle could simply ignore the NPCs and massacre players as he wished. With how powerful the evil dragon's attacks were, most players would die in one hit. Only those with invulnerability skills might survive. They were merely bystanders. It was unreasonable for them to get dragged into this. When Dark Sickle heard Shurfeng's response, he was stunned. He hadn't expected that. "Good. You forced my hand." Dark Sickle bellowed as he glared at Shurfeng. "Let me see whether or not you are worthy of your title as the Sword King." Dark Sickle flapped his wings, his massive body transforming into a gale that swept toward Shurfeng. The windstorm was so powerful that it blew the surrounding players off their feet. Even the Tier 2 players barely kept their footing. It took only an instant for Dark Sickle to cross the 20 yards between him and Shurfeng. As he arrived before the swordsman, he swung his claw at the man. As Stubborn Bone, who stood behind Shurfeng, felt the attack's intense pressure, he felt his body grow heavy. However, despite the approaching attack, Shurfeng made no attempt to dodge. Instead, his body lit with a golden light as he countered the attack with a swing of Killing Ray. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, the marble under Shurfeng's feet cracked. As the powerful storm subsided, and everyone could reopen their eyes, the unbelievable scene before them left them astounded. Shurfeng's long sword had actually stopped the evil dragon's gigantic claw. He blocked it. Everyone was shocked when they saw that Shurfeng had only taken a few steps back after receiving the attack. Everyone had a very clear understanding of the evil dragon's strength. Moreover, the creature was ridiculously fast. Current players had no hope against this evil dragon. Yet, Shurfeng had stopped its attack. So what if you blocked a casual strike? I wonder how long you can keep it up. Dark Sickle sneered. Although Shurfeng had blocked his attack, he knew that both his strength and speed were superior to Shurfeng's. Meanwhile, Shurfeng's berserk skill had a limited duration, and he hadn't even gotten serious yet. Dark Sickle proceeded to brandish his claws, sending countless afterimages flying at Shurfeng. When the crowd saw the innumerable afterimages, they were momentarily stunned. If they were in Shurfeng's position, they wouldn't have any way to nullify the attack. They had never thought that a player-controlled monster would be so horrifically powerful. Unlike players, monsters couldn't fully exhibit their combat power, and they couldn't execute rapid chain attacks, which was why players had a chance of defeating them. But as these players watched the evil dragon's attacks, they were overcome with despair, instinctively giving up on any form of resistance. Finally getting serious, Shurfeng wasn't particularly surprised to see the approaching afterimages. Immediately, he unsheathed the abyssal blade and brandished both swords. Purgatory, Pentaslash, Shadow Blade. One sword light after another flew from Shurfeng's hands and clashed with the claw afterimages, sparks and sounds of explosions filling the air. The exchanges between Shurfeng and Dark Sickle were so fast that not even the surrounding Tier 2 experts could discern what was happening. They could only hear the booms as a strong wind pushed against them. Too strong. Black Flame can actually fight that powerful evil dragon to a standstill? Is he really a player? An indescribable shock filled the spectators as they watched the showdown between a human and a dragon. As for Dark Sickle, the more he fought, the more frightened he became. He clearly had the advantage when it came to strength and speed, yet Shurfeng's swords always deflected his attacks as the swordsman employed an impeccable defense and only lost a small amount of HP from each clash. Even after more than 10 seconds, Shurfeng hadn't even lost 10% of his HP. Big Sis Melody, Black Flame is ridiculously strong. He can actually face off against a player with the strength of a Tier 3. Archaic species. If Black Flame is willing to help us, we might be able to resolve the matter with the Death God Workshop. She was breathless, yet Shurfeng's breathing remained steady despite such an intense battle. Black Flame is quite powerful, but at the end of the day, he's still using a berserk skill. He can't keep this up for long. Once his skill's duration is over, he won't be able to stop the evil dragon. We should leave quickly, One-Arm Rashomon said worriedly. There's no need to be afraid. We're in a guild city. There are plenty of NPC soldiers nearby. That evil dragon can't keep fighting for long, either, Melody said as she turned to look at Zero Wing City's NPC soldiers, who had just arrived. The first NPC soldiers to arrive were a 20-man patrol squad, and every soldier was a level 80, Tier 2 NPC. Upon arriving, the NPCs attacked Dark Sickle without hesitation. As these Tier 2 NPCs received an attribute boost from the city's core magic array, their strength could rival great lords of the same level. Due to the NPC soldiers' participation, Shifeng's situation turned for the better. One of the Tier 2 cleric NPCs immediately cast Recovery on Shifeng, granting him an hot buff. Meanwhile, several MTs carrying shields quickly formed a defensive wall before Shifeng, severely hindering the evil dragon's attacks, while several ranged NPCs bombarded Dark Sickle with attacks, depleting the evil dragon's HP by tens of thousands. Although Dark Sickle still had the upper hand, it was only a matter of time before his HP was whittled down to nothing. Black Flame, I have underestimated you, but you still can't stop me if I target other players. When Dark Sickle saw the growing NPC crowd around him, he realized that continuing his fight with Shifeng would be detrimental. He then shifted his gaze to Unbounded's two members, sneering as he said, "I'll show you the price of angering me." After saying so, Dark Sickle flapped his wings and dashed toward Stubborn Bone and the swordsman youth. Since his strength and speed were so much greater than Shifeng and the Tier 2 NPC soldiers, it only took him a second to shake them off and reach the Unbounded duo. Elemental oppression, Shifeng shouted. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from each of the 4 towers of elements, located in Zero Wing City's 4 corners. A colossal magic array enveloped the city from above, freezing space within the city's walls. Every player in the city felt their bodies become indescribably heavy. As for Dark Sickle, it felt as if his body had been submerged in a pool of water. Now it took a lot more effort to move his claws, decreasing his attack speed by more than 50%. After activating elemental oppression, Shifeng used Instant Strike to appear before Dark Sickle. He then swung Killing Ray at the evil dragon's descending claw. Pum! After repelling the attack, Shifeng thrust the abyssal blade towards Dark Sickle. Although the evil dragon saw the attack and tried to intercept it with his other claw, he was simply too slow to keep up with Shifeng's strike. Suddenly, Dark Sickle felt pain in his chest before his body was thrown backward, the attack's outcome surprising him. Chapter 1915. Might of the 4 Towers of Elements, he sent the dragon flying. Chapter 1915. Might of the 4 Towers of Elements, he sent the dragon flying. The crowd stared in shock as Shifeng threw the evil dragon backward by over a dozen yards. A moment ago, Shifeng had clearly been at a disadvantage, yet he had just sent this intruder flying. Moreover, he had done so with a normal attack. Damn it! Why does the city have such a powerful domain magic array? Dark Sickle glared the magic barrier above the city with a grim expression. Due to this magic array, his mobility had been reduced by at least half. Moreover, his basic attributes had decreased by as much as 40%. This drop in his performance was the reason that Shifeng had succeeded in throwing him so far with a simple normal attack. A domain magic array. So this is Zero Wing City's trump card? Although the magic array's powerful suppression only targeted Dark Sickle, the various guild upper echelons realized what had happened. The previous exchange's unexpected outcome hadn't been a result of Shifeng's strength. Rather, it had been because the magic array, which had abruptly appeared above the city, had drastically weakened Dark Sickle. The magic array must be particularly powerful since an ordinary array wouldn't be enough to suppress a Tier 3 archaic species to this extent. After Sherfong repulsed Dark Sickle, the 20 NPC soldiers moved to surround him. They had no problems suppressing Dark Sickle now, dealing over minus 100,000 damage with each attack. No matter how much Dark Sickle struggled, he couldn't break free from the NPC's encirclement. He couldn't even get close to any of the surrounding players, much less kill them. How is this possible? Wind Hunter, who watched from a safe distance, frowned. He hadn't expected Zero Wing City to possess such powerful defenses. Not only did the city possess a defensive magic array, but it was also a domain magic array. He had used a precious disguise tool to sneak Dark Sickle into the city, yet his efforts had gone to waste. Now, Dark Sickle couldn't even manage to kill a single ordinary player, much less the 2 unbounded members. If this battle continued, Dark Sickle would be the only player to die. Boss Wind, more NPCs are gathering to my location. I can't hold on at this rate. If I'm going to cause any damage to Zero Wing City, I'm afraid that I'll have to use that move. Dark Sickle contacted Wind Hunter while defending himself against the NPC soldiers. His evil dragonification was far different from the first attempts. Not only had it granted him a level boost, but he could also use an overtier spell while in his evil dragon form. However, this overtier spell was still one of the evil god's temple secrets. He couldn't reveal it to the public unless absolutely necessary. Yet he could only deal a significant blow to Zero Wing City if he used this overtier spell now. The Tier 3 instantaneous movement magic scroll he had prepared was his only other option of escape. After giving the matter some thought, Wind Hunter gnashed his teeth and reluctantly agreed. Use it! Although this will expose the evil dragon's true strength earlier than planned, it is better than leaving the city without accomplishing anything. Dust Edge had warned him that the evil dragonification process was still incomplete, and as a result, casting its overtier spell would require a heavy price. If Dark Sickle used the overtier spell now, it might even cancel his evil dragonification. But he couldn't care less right now. If they escaped without accomplishing anything in Zero Wing City, the evil god's temple would be a laughingstock, and Zero Wing would become even more famous. Once he had permission to use the overtier spell, Dark Sickle's worries vanished. Now he was overcome with mad excitement. Black Flame, I'll show you the true price of defying me. Dark Sickle snarled as he glared at Sherfong, ignoring the surrounding NPC's attacks. Suddenly, the evil energy around his body skyrocketed, and his aura intensified. 12 pitch-black magic arrays manifested around Dark Sickle, each opening a hole in space as a flood of evil energy poured out and into Dark Sickle's draconic form. A ball of black light then formed before the evil dragon, gradually expanding. Tier 4 overtier spell, Evil Energy Burst. When cast, this spell would absorb evil energy from other planes and deal devastating damage to a 300-yard radius. With how crowded Zero Wing City's central district currently was, such an AoE would devour several thousand players. Crap, that evil dragon is trying to use a large-scale destruction spell. We need to get out of here. Melody's expression darkened as destructive energy filled Dark Sickle's surroundings. All of the spectating magical class players could feel the large-scale destruction spell Dark Sickle was preparing to cast. They immediately turned and tried to flee. Running. Dark Sickle sneered at the fleeing players. I can collect all the energy I need in 2 more seconds. Do you think you can run 300 yards that quickly? Hearing Dark Sickle's taunt, the fleeing players despaired. Damned lunatic! We're only visiting Zero Wing City, yet you're attacking us too! Evil God's Temple, just you wait. I won't let you get away with this. The spectating players realized that escape was impossible. Aside from the NPCs and players with invulnerability skills, all of these players would likely die. Ha ha ha. Excellent. The evil god's temple has done a good job this time. I can't wait to see who would dare develop in Zero Wing City after today. The evil god's temple is ruthless, attacking Zero Wing City so soon after Zero Wing attacked Ancient Rock City. It seems Zero Wing will have a hard time developing further. The various guild upper echelons watching from a distance laughed as Dark Sickle prepared his large-scale destruction spell. Not only had the evil god's temple managed to sneak an evil dragon into Zero Wing City, but the evil dragon in question could also cast a large-scale destruction spell. After this, no player would feel safe visiting Zero Wing City in the future. Meanwhile, this situation would grant their guilds an opportunity to develop in the Witch's Hill. Die. Dark Sickle bellowed, madness filling his eyes as he glared at Sherfoam, who stood unmoving before the two unbounded members. Suddenly, the pitch-black light ball before the evil dragon rapidly expanded. Like a black hole that devoured everything, the light ball all in its path with evil energy. Even elemental suppression is useless. A cold glint flashed in Sherfang's eyes as he stared at the expanding ball of light. What about this, then? Saying so, Sherfoam activated the 4 Towers of Elements, second killing move. Tier 4 Curse, Elemental Burst. The 4 Towers of Elements were one of God's domain's peak defensive structures. Even after 10 years in the game, the various super guilds had continued to protect their cities with the 4 Towers of Elements due to their 3 killing moves. Elemental Suppression, a domain magic array that drastically weakened enemies' combat powers, both in and outside of the city, was the tower's first move. The second move was Elemental Burst, a Tier 4 curse that rivaled a Tier 5 spell. Even Tier 5 existences would not dare to take this move head-on. The third move was Elemental Seal, a spell that even Tier 5 beings were afraid of. Of course, unlike the first 2 moves, which only required a small number of magic crystals, activating Elemental Seal required mana stones. As Sherfoam activated Elemental Burst, a 4-colored beam descended from the magic array above Zero Wing City, slamming into Dark Sickle and the black light ball before him. By the time the light faded, only an empty crater over 10 meters deep remained. Chapter 1916. Fame spreads, the evil dragon is dead. Chapter 1916. Fame spreads, the evil dragon is dead. Impossible. That's a Tier 3 archaic species we're talking about. The spectating players gaped at the deep crater in the middle of the street, utterly frozen in shock. They had thought that their deaths were certain a moment ago, but in the next second the evil dragon, which had been about to release a large-scale destruction spell, had died. It had been so thoroughly destroyed that not even ashes remained. So strong that attack instantly killed the half-HP dragon. Big Sis Melody, do you think that Zero Wing launched that attack just now? Scarlet Heart asked, overcome with shock. Although the evil dragon had lost a lot of HP during its fight against the NPC soldiers, it had over 15 million HP just a second ago. However, when the 4-colored light pillar had descended, the evil dragon hadn't even had time to scream before it had been destroyed. This was the first time she had witnessed such a devastating attack since joining God's domain. Not even a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell could compare. Such a powerful attack would likely even injure mythic monsters. That's likely. But Zero Wing City's defenses truly are terrifying to annihilate a Tier 3 archaic species in one hit. I doubt other guilds have a chance of competing with Zero Wing in the Witch's Hill now, Melody said as she marveled at the magic barrier enveloping Zero Wing City. If Ninth Heaven's guild town were as powerful as Zero Wing City, it wouldn't have any problems dealing with the Death God Workshop. When players chose a guild town to visit, the most important aspect they took into account was the town's security. Whether it was independent players or merchant players, nobody wanted to die for no reason, wasting all of the effort they spent on leveling. Not only did Zero Wing City provide such a comfortable living environment, but its defenses were also immensely powerful. If they had the option, players would definitely choose to operate out of this city. What was that spell? Dark Sickle's magic resistance should have been boosted after transforming into an evil dragon. How could he have died despite still having over half of his HP? Wind Hunter's expression twisted when he saw the crater, void of the evil dragon. Although Dark Sickle was only a member of the second batch of experiments, the evil god's temple had spent a lot of resources on Dark Sickle's evil dragonification. Now that Dark Sickle was dead, those resources were gone. This outcome wouldn't have been so terrible if Dark Sickle had damaged Zero Wing City, but he hadn't even killed a single player. All Dark Sickle had accomplished was further solidifying the public's confidence in the city, which was the exact opposite of the evil god's temple's goal. The various guild upper echelons watching from a distance were in a similarly gloomy mood. Not only had Zero Wing City revealed its powerful domain magic array, but it also had command of such a powerful offensive spell. If any power had still harbored ideas of causing trouble in this city, they'd likely abandon the idea after today's display. I have to report this to the guild leader right away. Zero Wing City actually has such frightening defensive measures. It seems that we'll need to alter our plans and give up on the idea of harassing the city. We'll have to build a guild town in the Witch's Hill as soon as possible if we hope to compete with Zero Wing City. After this battle, the various guild upper echelons promptly reported to their respective superiors. They suggested that their guild shift their focus to constructing a town in the map as soon as they could and avoid interfering with Zero Wing City's operations. If even a Tier 3 archaic species failed to cause trouble in the city, their guild's attempts would be an utter joke. Meanwhile, Sherfong, standing some distance away from the new crater, wasn't surprised in the least that Dark Sickle had died so quickly. Immediately, he instructed some of his NPCs to repair the damaged street and disperse the crowd, quickly ending this farce. The 4 Towers of Elements could even threaten a Tier 5 being, much less a Tier 3 evil dragon. This was also why he had stationed the Magic King in Silverwing Town instead of Zero Wing City. Once the lively Central District had returned to its former state, Sherfong called up Zero Wing City's system interface and selected 10 Tier 2 NPC soldiers with the most potential. He then armed them with the Bronze War God emblems. Although the Bronze War God emblems effects would not help these Tier 2 NPC soldiers reach the Tier 3 standard, it pushed them quite close to it. Even if a level 80 Grand Lord came to cause trouble, a patrol squad with one of these pseudo Tier 3 NPCs could keep the creature busy until other squads arrived with the 4 Towers of Elements elemental suppression. If possible, Sherfong preferred to avoid using Elemental Bust. After all, the Tier 4 curse cost 2,000 magic crystals each time it activated. It was a considerable expenditure to Zero Wing. Meanwhile, news of the commotion in Zero Wing City quickly spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Players bombarded the kingdom's forums with discussions about the event. Tier 3 Evil Dragon appears in Zero Wing City. Tier 3 Archaic Species gets instant-killed. The various discussions on the forums brought Zero Wing City into a new light for the kingdom's players. Some independent players and adventurer teams who hadn't been particularly interested in the city decided to shift their base of operations to Zero Wing City. In God's domain, NPC cities were the safest locations for player residences. Hence, many players preferred to develop in NPC cities that lacked resources rather than in cities with abundant resources and lacking security. After all, the cost of death was simply too high. They would rather level up at a slower pace than take such a risk. However, the situation had changed. Since Zero Wing City could even instant-kill a Tier 3 archaic species, it was more than capable of doing the same for current players. If any player dared to cause trouble in the city, they'd suffer a similar fate as the evil dragon. One could say that Zero Wing City was now even safer than an ordinary NPC city. It also provided many benefits and occupied a resource-rich area. For a time, a large number of players in Starmoon Kingdom started to migrate to Zero Wing City, awaiting the Otherworld Gate's activation. In less than half an hour, Zero Wing City's player population had reached 10 million. Although many more players tried to enter the city, it had reached its maximum capacity. If players wished to enter the city, they would have to wait for others to leave it. Due to this, more than 100 adventurer teams now petitioned to join Zero Wing. Every one of these adventurer teams contacted Aqua Rose in the hopes that she could facilitate their merger, offering resources and lands that tempted the Zero Wing Vice Guild leader. One adventurer team's resources might not be a match for a large guild's, but over 100 teams combined would have a frightening amount furthermore. Many of the teams applying to join Zero Wing were well-known adventurer teams from Starmoon Kingdom and other countries. Their resources and lands were things that Zero Wing severely lacked. Because of this, Aqua Rose was at a loss, unsure of which adventurer teams to accept into the guild. Meanwhile, Melody, Scarlet Heart, and One-Arm Rashomon waited at the entrance to Zero Wing's guild residence. As they gazed at the many adventurer teams lined up to join the guild, they couldn't help their growing nerves. Big Sis Melody, with how powerful Zero Wing is right now, do you think Guild Leader Black Flame will accept our request, with the remuneration we plan to offer? Scarlet Heart asked nervously as she looked at the Tier 2 experts of the various adventurer teams entering Zero Wing's residence. These well-known adventurer teams all had a lot of resources and land saved up. Even so, they were still willing to hand everything over to Zero Wing in the hopes of merging their entire adventurer team with the guild. Compared to what these adventurer teams were offering, the remuneration they had prepared in exchange for Zero Wing's help with the Death God workshop was simply, "I don't know. We'll only find out once we've started the negotiations," Melody said, shaking her head. She wasn't particularly confident about their chances, either. The only thing they could do was rely on their relationship with Thoughtful Rain. Chapter 1917, Forest City Transaction, Zero Wing City, Zero Wing's Residence. Chapter 1917, Forest City Transaction, Zero Wing City, Zero Wing's Residence. A large number of players crowded around the residence's entrance, applying to join Zero Wing. Many of these players were well-equipped, high-level experts, and quite a few were Tier 2 players. This scene surprised many passers-by. Tier 2 was currently the symbol of an expert. Even players that had only completed the normal mode promotion quest were considered experts. After all, the Tier 2 promotion quest was not easy to clear. It was impossible without reaching a certain standard. However, compared to the Tier 2 players outside of the residence, the adventure teams in line truly dumbfounded the nearby spectators. Every adventure team entering Zero Wing's residence possessed a certain degree of fame. Moreover, all of the team's representatives wore excellent equipment, with a few wearing level 50 fine gold equipment. There were also plenty of Tier 2 experts among these adventure teams, and unlike the independent Tier 2 experts in line, the weakest among these adventure team experts had completed the hard mode promotion quest. They had far more potential than the experts that had only completed the normal mode quest. With so many adventure teams seeking to join Zero Wing, Zero Wing's strength will quickly and significantly increase. Amazing! I've seen more than 20 adventure teams entering the residence thus far. Combined, these adventure teams have even more overall combat power than third-rate guilds. Hopefully, Zero Wing doesn't accept too many. Otherwise, independent players like us will have a much slimmer chance of joining the guild. The independent players in line were excited and worried as they watched the various adventure teams following after Zero Wing's representatives. Now that Zero Wing City had revealed its powerful defenses, countless players wanted to develop in the city. Zero Wing's future was clear. Even if the guild lost its position in their empire, its standing in Star Moon Kingdom would be unshakable. To the general populace, Zero Wing was even stronger than a first-rate guild that occupied 2 or 3 kingdoms. A first-rate guild that occupied 2 or 3 kingdoms might have a lot of resources, but its development couldn't be considered stable. There was still a very high chance that other guilds would steal its resources. However, that was not the case for Zero Wing. As long as Zero Wing City stood, the guild's position in the kingdom would remain stable. With how powerful Zero Wing City's defenses were, it was very hard to imagine any power capturing or destroying the city. Even if a power were capable of doing so, it wouldn't likely be interested in a backwater country like Star Moon Kingdom. They'd definitely set their sights on better territories. While the crowd outside of the residence discussed Zero Wing's future, 2 women emerged from the residence. The moment these 2 women appeared, the crowd outside went into an uproar. This reaction wasn't due to the women's peerless beauty, but because of the guild emblems pinned to their armor. Not only did they wear mysterious iron guild emblems, but the emblems also radiated a dark purple glow. In Zero Wing, normal members didn't wear glowing guild emblems. Players would only get a glowing emblem once they became one of the guild elites, their emblem emitting a light blue glow. The guild's core members wore guild emblems that gave off a light purple glow. Only the players who ranked in the top 10 of their class would wear a dark purple, glowing emblem. Zero Wing's class rankings were determined by one's contribution to the guild and their combat power. Hence, the rankings were an incredibly reliable method of spotting an expert. The fact that these 2 women wore dark purple glowing guild emblems meant that they both had extremely high positions in Zero Wing. These 2 women were none other than Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. When Melody saw the commotion Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo caused just with their appearance alone, she could not help but marvel at the situation. She had only become acquainted with Thoughtful Rain after helping the woman in a neutral map. She had recognized Thoughtful Rain's strength and had thought of poaching the woman into 9th Heaven. However, looking at it now, she found the idea laughable. "Rain, what did your guild leader say?" Melody anxiously asked as the woman approached. "Big sis Melody, don't worry. I've already talked to the guild leader. He says he is willing to hear you out," Thoughtful Rain said, smiling. "The guild leader is waiting for you in his office right now. I'll bring you to him. Your guild leader is willing to talk." Melody released a sigh of relief. Now that she understood how powerful Zero Wing was, she knew that it would be very difficult to secure a meeting with its guild leader, especially since her guild was merely an up-and-coming, second-rate guild. Before seeking Thoughtful Rain's help, she had sought aid from several first-rate guilds. But when they had learned that her request was related to the Death God Workshop, they had even refused to meet with her, much less negotiate. Only the Setting Sun Guild had been willing to hear her out. As the players in line watched, Thoughtful Rain led the 9th Heaven trio into Zero Wing's guild hall. The guild hall bustled with activity. Many of the guild's experts had returned to the residence in anticipation for the Otherworld gates opening. Currently, over 200 Tier 2 experts loitered around the first-floor hall, stupefying Melody and her companions. Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts easily outnumbered 9th Heavens by many times. Moreover, this was only a portion of the guild's Tier 2 experts. Even first-rate guilds paled in comparison to Zero Wing. After a short moment, the group arrived before the guild leader's office on the guild hall's top floor. Currently, several dozen Tier 2 experts sat outside of the office, every one of which was level 56 or higher. These experts were all from the various adventure teams applying to join Zero Wing. They would all be top-ranked players in any first-rate guild, but they sat quietly as if waiting for some kind of judgment. The hallway was deathly silent. However, Thoughtful Rain ignored these people as she led Melody's group into the guild leader's office. When Melody and the others entered the office, they felt an oppressive sensation overcome their bodies. This sensation didn't originate from Shifeng, who sat behind an office desk, but from Kola and the others, who stood near their guild leader. When they saw Kola and his companions' levels, Melody's group was speechless. Including Kola, 4 of these people had reached level 60, while the rest were level 59. Right now, even the highest leveled player in Forest City was only level 58. You're here. Rain has already told me about your situation. Zero Wing can help you with your problem. But in return, Zero Wing wants 2 shops in Forest City's Central District. What are your thoughts on this condition? Sherfong said when he saw Melody entering the room. 2 Central District shops? Melody breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. She had been afraid that Sherfong would try to take advantage of their predicament and rip them off, but he had simply asked for 1 more shop than she had initially prepared. That won't be a problem. However, may I know when Guild Leader Blackflame intends to deal with the matter regarding the Death God Workshop? If the situation dragged on for too long, Ninth Heaven's losses would become increasingly severe. Unfortunately, dealing with an organization like the Death God Workshop wasn't easy. Preparations had to be made. If Sherfong could give her a time frame, she would have an easier time coordinating with his guild. Once we sign a contract, I'll send Kola's group with you to Forest City to deal with the issue, Sherfong responded. Just them. One-Arm Rashoman's eyes widened in shock when he heard Sherfeng's plan. Turning to Kola and the others, he could not help but feel that Sherfong was taking them too lightly. Either that, or he had no idea of the Death God Workshop's strength. The Death God Workshop had several hundred members, and every one of them was an expert. Moreover, the workshop constantly employed hit-and-run tactics, making its movements unpredictable. Stopping the Death God Workshop with only the several players in Kola's party would be impossible. If the matter had been that simple, Ninth Heaven could have resolved it without help. Guild Leader Blackflame, the Death God Workshop is quite powerful, adept at using guerrilla warfare against guilds. Even superpowers have to tolerate their antics. With so few people, I'm afraid that, Melody tried to warn Sherfong. Relax. Kola's group will be enough. If it isn't, I'll find another way to deal with this problem, Sherfong said, chuckling. If you have no other concerns, let's sign the contract. Melody could not help but sigh at Sherfeng's response. But since he had agreed to help, demanding too much wouldn't benefit her. She could only see how this played out if the problem persisted. Zero Wing would dispatch more experts to deal with the Death God Workshop. Chapter 1918, Fairy Country. Chapter 1918, Fairy Country. Once Sherfong and Melody had signed their contract, Kola and Fire Dance, whom Sherfong had tasked with leading a 20-man team, followed Melody's group to Forest City. When Sherfong had finished with the situation regarding Ninth Heaven, he selected a few adventurer teams to annex into Zero Wing. These adventurer teams had been relatively powerful during his previous life, although they had yet to reach their full potential. Fortunately, their experts were no weaker than those in large guilds. They only lacked resources and combat experience. Among the adventure teams that had applied, the Purple Thorns Kingdom's Unbounded had truly surprised Sherfong. Even now, Unbounded ranked among the top 100 adventure teams in its kingdom. Stubbornbone, Unbounded's commander, had also been quite famous in the past. Not only had he developed Unbounded into a top adventure team, but he had also become a Tier 4 berserker himself. Unfortunately, due to a lack of equipment, he had never reached Tier 5. There was also another Unbounded member who had reached Tier for the Archlight Sword Emperor, 7 Light. Although 7 Light had been slightly weaker than Stubbornbone, the difference hadn't been related to their technique standards, but due to a lack of proper equipment and weapons. Meanwhile, due to the fact that Unbounded had 2 Tier 4 expert members, it had barely qualified as a top adventure team in the Secret Pavilion's eyes. Even so, the feat was impressive. After all, top adventure teams that earned the Secret Pavilion's recognition could even rival the best second-rate guilds, with some of the more powerful teams rivaling first-rate guilds. Now that Zero Wing had annexed Unbounded, this had guaranteed that Zero Wing would have 2 more peak experts in the future. Moreover, since Unbounded had focused its development in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, the adventure team had established a foundation in the kingdom. After annexing Unbounded, Zero Wing would have more influence in the kingdom, which would, in turn, make it easier to obtain resources unique to the kingdom. After Shifeng finished selecting adventure teams, he made his way to the Candlelight trading firm and started to produce all-round devices. He also instructed Melancholic Smile to arrange the production of advanced darkness resistance potions in preparation for his expedition to Kama Island. Meanwhile, in the second-floor hall of Zero Wing's Guild Hall, when the various adventure team representatives waiting in the hall saw Aqua Rose, they all could not help but grow nervous. After researching your adventure teams, we have decided that we will only fully welcome the teams on this list for those not listed. Zero Wing will accept a portion of your members, Aqua Rose said as she passed a list to the various adventure teams present. Also, every adventure team that agrees to join will receive 20 internal member slots in Zero Wing. If you agree to these conditions, you may see me to sign a contract, becoming one of our guild members. Currently, more than 60 adventure teams were interested in joining Zero Wing, but the guild could only afford to recruit a limited number of players. If Zero Wing recruited too many, it would only hinder the guild's development. Hence, including the adventure teams Shifeng had handpicked, Aqua Rose had only decided to allow 11 adventure teams to join Zero Wing, all of which had relatively strong Tier 2 experts and resources that would be crucial to Zero Wing's development. After checking the list, some of the adventure teams celebrated, while others were frustrated. Commander, this is great. Our adventure team can join Zero Wing as a whole. Seven Light exclaimed after reading the list. After witnessing Shifeng's fight with the evil dragon, his desire to join the guild had grown. Despite being at a disadvantage in terms of strength and speed, Shifeng had relied on his extraordinary techniques to render the evil dragon powerless. He had been utterly mesmerized. When he thought about how he might be able to seek guidance from Shifeng after joining the guild, he couldn't help his excitement. Good. For now, I'll go and apply to form a 1,000-man legion with Zero Wing while you head back and prepare players to migrate to Zero Wing City. From now on, we'll operate out of the city. Stubborn Bone was just as elated. Even before applying to join Zero Wing, he had heard that Zero Wing offered amazing benefits to its players. When he had stepped into Zero Wing's residence, he had learned that the reality was even better than the rumors. Not only did Zero Wing's members have priority when using the Battle Arena's combat rooms, but they could also rent advanced combat rooms in exchange for GCPs. As long as they had enough GCPs, they could even learn all kinds of combat techniques. However, what surprised him the most was Zero Wing's guild warehouse. There were even level 55 and 60 dark gold weapons and equipment available for purchase. Of course, guild members had to have enough GCPs and sufficient status to buy these items. Only core members were allowed access to top-tier items. Even so, elite members could purchase level 55 and 60 fine gold weapons and equipment. Moreover, Zero Wing's members had a variety of methods to earn money. Not only were a ton of high-ranked quests available in the guild's various residences, but there are also plenty of guild transportation quests available in Silverwing City. These guild transportation quests awarded far better remuneration than the transportation firm's quests for non-guild members. With all of these resources, Stubborn Bone even had hope of becoming a peak expert in God's domain. However, he wanted to get Unbounded's members settled in Zero Wing City first. Then he would do everything he could to raise his position in the guild. He could only secure more resources to grow by doing so. All of the adventure teams that joined Zero Wing would start as normal members, and commanders were no exception. Meanwhile, in the fairy country, a neutral map far away from Starmoon Kingdom, under Melody's lead, Cola, and the others finally arrived at the fairy country's Forest City. This place is so prosperous. It seems like there's so many more players here than in Starmoon City. Shadow Sword was a little surprised to see half beastmen and half elves filling the streets. Fire Dance and the others nodded in agreement. In their opinion, very few players should choose to play as a neutral race, but Forest City streets were packed. Moreover, all of these players were very high-leveled, with most having passed level 55. Many of them had even reached level 57, which only expert players could do at this stage of the game. In fact, Forest City likely had more level 57 players than Zero Wing City. Forest City is the fairy country's capital. 1/3 of the country's half-beastmen and half-elves are here. Although it can't compare to an empire's imperial capital, it's more prosperous than an ordinary kingdom's capital. Fairy Country is a hub for players seeking individual strength. Players come here from various kingdoms and empires. If you gather all these players in a single location, it is only natural that you'd get a frightening number. Moreover, more players continue to flood into the city. This is why so many large guilds have set their sights on the fairy country. Some guilds have even converted all of their players into neutral races, Melody explained. There are as many as 5 first-rate guilds operating in Forest City, and everyone is competing over the position as the city's overlord. 5 first-rate guilds are competing over this city. Fire Dance was astonished. During the game's early stages, the competition in Starmoon Kingdom had been intense, but only 3 first-rate guilds had participated. However, 5 first-rate guilds fought over this single NPC city. Of course, Fire Dance recognized Forest City's value. Not long after Melody introduced Fire Dance and her team to the mesmerizing Forest City, she received a message. As she read it, Melody's expression darkened. Has something happened? Fire Dance asked when she noticed the change. I've just received a report stating that the Death God Workshop has taken action yet again. Just some time ago, the workshop ambushed one of our 1,000-man teams while it raided a field boss, Melody said grimly. The Death God Workshop. Hearing Melody's words, a joyful smile lit up Fire Dance's face as she asked, Can you take us there now? Now. Melody was stunned for a moment. We're pretty far from the ambush site. By the time we arrive, they will be gone. Moreover, the Death God Workshop only dispatched a 100-man team this time, and every member is an expert. With just the 20 of you, I'm afraid that... It's fine. Just lead us there to take a look, Fire Dance gently demanded with a calm smile. Chapter 1919, Battlefield of Monsters. Chapter 1919, Battlefield of Monsters. Hearing Fire Dance's confident tone, Melody sent One-Arm Rashomon to organize a team. While she understood that Fire Dance and the others were extraordinarily strong, the Death God Workshop was not a simple opponent otherwise. Forest City's various first-rate guilds wouldn't have such a massive headache over the workshop. It should be known that the Death God Workshop had ambushed those guilds' teams many times, but the workshop's members were quite cunning. Despite doing all they could to retaliate, their efforts had been wasted on a few small fries. They couldn't reach the Death God Workshop's core. This was also why only the super first-rate guild, Setting Sun, of all the guilds she had reached out to, had been willing to help them. However, the Setting Sun's price was just vicious. Accepting Setting Sun's offer was no different than giving the guild, which she had gone to great lengths to develop, away. She would never agree to such a thing. Meanwhile, with how many members the Death God Workshop had mobilized to ambush Ninth Heaven's 1,000-man team, they'd suffer a massive loss if Fire Dance and her companions actually found the workshop's members. Hence, as a precaution, she had decided to take some of her people along. She couldn't afford to let Fire Dance and the others die so soon after reaching Forest City. It would be hard to explain to Zero Wing. Due to time constraints, One arm Rashomon was only able to gather a little over 200 experts from the guild before Melody led Fire Dance and the team to Wisp Cemetery, a level 60 to 75 map some distance from Forest City. Dark clouds covered the sky above Wisp Cemetery throughout the year, and although lush forest occupied the area, it gave off an oppressive and gloomy aura. However, since this was a high-resource map, many guilds often grinded and collected resources here. Melody and her group carefully advanced down a forest path as they made their way towards the reported battlefield. Although not many monsters called Wisp Cemetery home, the wandering wisps in the area were incredibly troublesome. Once they spotted living creatures, they'd call upon a small force of undead creatures to eliminate the intruders. These little monsters could easily summon hundreds and thousands of undead creatures with its call. To make matters worse, not only did the undead creatures provide very little EXP, but they also almost never dropped good items. As a result, players grinding in the Wisp Cemetery tried to avoid the wandering wisps and undead creatures as often as possible. After traveling through the Wisp Cemetery for about half an hour, Melody's group finally reached the ambush site. The Death God Workshop had ambushed Ninth Heaven's players at the entrance of an underground tomb. The tomb contained a level 63 field boss, and the Death God Workshop had killed both Ninth Heaven's members and the field boss during its ambush. Traces of combat were evident in and outside of the tomb. It was clear that the recent battle had been intense. Players' blood had been scattered across the ground, filling the air with its stench. They must have executed the ambush during the boss fight. They must have stationed some players outside of the tomb to stop anyone from escaping. Were there any survivors from the 1,000-man team? Thoughtful Rain turned to ask Melody after observing the bloodstains. Not one person managed to escape. The Death God Workshop always operates this way. Whenever the workshop launches an ambush, it uses a magic scroll to seal the area, preventing players from using instantaneous movement scrolls and return scrolls, Melody said, gnashing her teeth. Although the ambush team wasn't the guild's main force, it was an elite team led by expert players. Losing the entire team had incurred significant losses. Not only had every player died, but they had also all lost a piece of equipment. The lost weapons and equipment were far more of a problem than the lost levels. Big Sis Fire, too much time has passed since the end of the battle. The players from the workshop have already left the area, and their tracks have faded. I'm afraid that chasing after them is impossible, Flying Shadow said after getting no results from his tracking skill. Your Tier 1 tracking skill isn't enough. Fortunately, I recently learned Mana Perception, a rare Tier 2 tracking skill. I can now perceive traces that aren't visible to the naked eye. To put it simply, I can see the mana fluctuations players leave behind. It's been less than 3 hours since the battle ended, so the Death God Workshop players are still within my perception range. Not even a Tier 1 anti-tracking skill will have any effect against my skill, Fire Dance said, smiling faintly. Why else do you think the guild leader sent me? Hearing Fire Dance's words, Flying Shadow grew a little excited. He had thought this job would be difficult, but it seemed that they'd be able to complete the task quickly with Fire Dance's new skill. Fire Dance then proceeded to use Mana Perception, tracking the ambushing players. If the Death God Workshop members had used a return scroll to leave the area, she wouldn't have been able to track them. However, she'd find them as long as they simply walked away. These people haven't left using a return scroll. After lingering here for some time, they headed north, Fire Dance said as she watched the mana fluctuations lead into the forest. Hurriedly, she said, they only left about an hour ago. We still have hope of catching up to them. Let's move out. Saying so, Fire Dance took the lead and followed the mana fluctuations with her teammates close behind. She found them. Melody could not help her growing excitement. Hurriedly, she and the 200-plus experts from her guild followed after Fire Dance. She had never thought that Fire Dance was so amazing to locate a trail that was more than an hour old. Ordinary tracking skills were impressive enough if they could find 30-minute-old traces. If the target had an anti-tracking skill, finding them would be even more difficult. After following the trail for about half an hour, the group finally arrived before an ancient temple nestled in a thick grove of trees. At a glance, over 500 players were gathered before the temple's entrance. However, these players were a part of two different groups, a 60-man team and a 500-man team. All of the 500 wore uniform equipment of relatively high quality, and they were all level 56 or above. This was obviously a guild team. Isn't that East Crow's troubled madness? Melody, who had hidden behind a tree, wondered aloud when she saw a righteous man among the 500-man team. The man wore aqua blue mage robes and held a staff embedded with 3 resplendent gemstones. Why is he here? Troubled Madness was a vice guild leader from East Crow, a first-rate guild. In terms of individual strength, he ranked among the top in his guild. He was also one of the top-ranking elementalists in Forest City, and he wasn't any weaker than she was. East Crow's 500-man team had surrounded the Death God Workshop's 60 members. It was evident that East Crow had located the troublesome players before her group. How fortunate! I had never thought that I'd get to meet 2 of the Death God Workshop's famous commanders, Frost Rain and Chopped Axe, at the same time. You have been challenging to track down. Now, it's time to pay for your past transgressions. Troubled Madness snarled as he glared at a man and a woman amidst the Death God Workshop's group. The middle-aged man that had a scholarly look was a level 58 Tier 2 swordsman, while the tall woman exuding a wild aura was a level 58 Tier 2 berserker. "Frost, what do you think we did to East Crow?" the tall woman asked as she considered the situation. It seemed as if she were trying to remember what she had done to this first-rate guild. "I don't remember. We've done a lot of things. There's no way I can remember everything." "Since we can't remember, it shouldn't have been important," Frost Rain, the scholarly man, said with a wave of his hand, expressing his lack of concern over such trivial matters. "A mere workshop dares to mock East Crow. We already have you surrounded. None of you should think of leaving this place alive." Troubled Madness bellowed in rage. East Crow's other members went into a frenzy, killing intent flooding from them as they charged at the Death God Workshop players. The Workshop's players had previously killed their guild leader in the fields and stole an important epic weapon, yet they acted as if the incident meant nothing. Why wouldn't this enrage East Crow's players? Countless spells and arrows rained down on the Death God Workshop's members as East Crow's MTs and melee players tightened their circle. All of these guild players were experts, and their coordination was seamless. "After so much talk, you still attack us?" "Chopped Axe," the tall woman exclaimed. "I haven't had my fill yet, so let's see how far you East Crow players can go." After saying so, Chopped Axe charged into the shrinking wall of players. Frost Rain, however, showed no interest in the battle. He yawned with boredom, further inciting guild players' fury. The MTs and melee players on the front line began to employ their specialty moves, meeting Chopped Axe in battle. Elated, Chopped Axe raised the excessively large axe in her hands and brandished it at the approaching players. Pum! 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 As the two sides clashed, the level 56+ shield warriors, guardian knights, berserkers, swordsmen, and assassins were sent flying, their HPs plummeting. Not even their healers could keep up with the damage. In less than 30 seconds, Chopped Axe had carved a hole in East Crow's encirclement. Seeing this, the Death God Workshop members surged through the gap and assaulted the guild's ranged players. In less than a minute after the battle had begun, only half of East Crow's 500-man team remained alive, yet the Workshop's team had only suffered a few casualties. The guild players' screams filled the battlefield, and to make matters worse, not a single player lasted more than 5 moves against Chopped Axe. Even Tier 2 MTs fell after 4 of her attacks. She was unstoppable on the battlefield. Is she a monster? Troubled Madness was dazed as he watched the woman's rampant slaughter, his fighting spirit fizzling out. How boring. You're giving up already? Chopped Axe clicked her tongue when she noticed the fear in Troubled Madness's eyes, clearly disappointed. All right, Axe, that's enough. We don't have time to play with these people. We need to get into the temple quickly. Frost Rain, who hadn't made a single move, reminded his comrade as he gestured to the temple before him. He completely ignored the 200-plus East Crow members that were still alive. Chapter 1920, Zero Wing vs. Death God. Chapter 1920, Zero Wing vs. Death God. As Troubled Madness and the other East Crow members lost their fighting spirit, they started to pull away from the Death God Workshop's team, trying to avoid the axe-wielding Chopped Axe in particular. Fear overwhelmed the guild players. No matter how they looked at it, this one-sided battle felt like a nightmare. They were all experts from East Crow, a first-rate guild, but they were nothing more than powerless children before the workshop's players. If they retold this tale in Forest City, no one would believe them. As neutral race players, their Tier 2 promotion quests were more difficult than human players. Of course, after completing their Tier 2 promotion, their racial traits were boosted as well. They were even stronger than ordinary Tier 2 classes. But despite so many Tier 2 players on their team, they had no hope of resisting Chopped Axe. Moreover, the female berserker hadn't used a single skill, relying on her techniques in this battle. As East Crow's members retreated, Death God Workshop's members lost interest in the fight. They didn't even bother to chase down the guild players. Instead, they turned and walked toward the temple. Vice Guild Leader, what should we do? A Tier 2 cleric asked Troubled Madness when he realized that the workshop's players were ignoring their guild. There's nothing we can do. These people are monsters. Chopped Axe, in particular, has the strength of a 1,000-man legion. We have no chance against her. Most likely, only Setting Sun, which is interested in Forest City, can stop them now, Troubled Madness said as he balled his fists, fear and frustration filling his heart. Although he was a powerful expert, he could only take on 24 experts at the same time. Against a 100-man expert team, even he would have to flee. In contrast, Chopped Axe had just rendered a 500 expert team powerless. With such strength, it would take 1,000 experts to defeat the woman. In other words, Chopped Axe had the strength to single-handedly change the outcome of a battle of several thousand players, be an absolute nightmare in the fields. Meanwhile, Melody and the other Ninth Heaven members wore grim expressions after watching the battle from their hiding spot in the forest near the temple. How can the Death God Workshop have such a powerful expert? Melody watched Chopped Axe in a daze. Although the Death God Workshop members her guild had encountered were impressive, there hadn't been anyone as strong as Chopped Axe among the group. East Crow's experts were much stronger than independent experts, and while independent players would be considered experts after reaching the early stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor, East Crow's experts had reached the 5th floor's late stage at the very least. And still, those experts were helpless against Chopped Axe. Although she had brought a little over 200 guild experts with her, these players' overall strength couldn't compare to Troubled Madness's 500-man team. Moreover, Troubled Madness was just as strong as she was. So, they're the Death God Workshop's members. Fire Dance asked Melody. MHM. They are. Melody nodded. It seems this trip wasn't a complete waste of time after all, Fire Dance said as she watched the group of players approach the mysterious temple. She then turned to her guildmates and announced, "All right, time to get to work." Saying so, Fire Dance emerged from the grove of trees and approached the players from the Death God Workshop. "We're getting to work." Cola and the other Zero Wing members grinned before following after Fire Dance. "What are you doing?" Melody's anxiety peaked as she watched Fire Dance and her companions leave their hiding place. Didn't you just see how powerful those players are? With our current team, we won't even serve as a warm-up. We should return and organize a stronger team. The Death God Workshop's commanders were its strongest players. She had assumed that while these commanders might be strong, they shouldn't be much stronger than the workshop's other players. But it seemed that she had been gravely mistaken. Moreover, this Death God Workshop team was led by 2 commander-level existences. When she considered the possibility of the scholarly man, Frostrain, being as powerful as Chopdax, she shuddered. Fighting the 2 Death God Workshop commanders at the same time would be suicidal. However, despite Melody's advice, Fire Dance stepped out of the forest cover as if she hadn't heard Melody at all. Guild leader, what should we do? Scarlet Heart asked nervously. We have no choice. We have to follow them. We are responsible for requesting Zero Wing's help. We can't sit here and do nothing while they fight. Melody sighed as she and her guild members followed Zero Wing's team. The temple's entrance was an empty clearing, void of any obstructions. The moment Fire Dance and her team appeared, they attracted the attention of East Crow's members. Who are they? They're human. Why are humans here? East Crow's members softly discussed the approaching players. Aside from merchant players, human players were rare in the fairy country. Naturally, spotting a group of 20 human players would be odd. Shortly after Zero Wing's members left the forest, Ninth Heaven's players revealed themselves. Since Ninth Heaven was a local first-rate guild, East Crow's members recognized the expert players, especially Melody. For a time, a commotion erupted among East Crow's members. What is Ninth Heaven's guild leader doing here? Did she come to take revenge for the Death God Workshop's recent ambush? That shouldn't be the case, right? Didn't she see the fight just now? Even with our numbers, we were no match. And she only has around 200 experts with her. With so few players, they won't even be a warm-up for Chopdax. They must have missed it. Why else would they make such a foolish move? East Crow's members were shocked as they watched Ninth Heaven's team approach the Death God Workshop members. They could not figure out what Melody was trying to do. Troubled Madness agreed that Melody must have lost her mind. Even if she hadn't seen the battle, she should at least notice the corpses littering the clearing. Oh, aren't you from Ninth Heaven? Chopped Axe recognized Melody's group immediately. Smiling, she asked, What? You want revenge for the trash we killed just now? Feel free to try. I can use this chance to stretch before going into the temple. Guild leader Melody, don't mind Chopped Axe. She is just joking. Don't take her seriously, Frostrain, who stood beside Chopped Axe, said, smiling at Melody. If Ninth Heaven is willing to hand the item over, the Death God Workshop will stop targeting your members. I hope that you have carefully considered the matter. Don't even think about it. I will never hand it over to you. Melody growled, rage burning in her gaze. It seems guild leader Melody still doesn't understand us. Since you're here, then I'll show you the difference between us personally, Frostrain said. Turning to his team members, he said, Go. Remove these players, but leave guild leader Melody alive. Hearing Frostrain's command, the several dozen Death God Workshop members pounced on Ninth Heaven's members like wild beasts. They treated the 200-plus experts before them like prey awaiting slaughter. Everyone, prepare for battle. Do not fight alone. Melody said, her expression grim as she glared at the 50-plus players charging towards her. Although these Death God Workshop members were not as monstrous as Chopdax, they were extraordinarily powerful. She knew from watching the previous battle that they were far stronger than ordinary experts. Just before the workshop's players reached Ninth Heaven's members, a black-clad figure appeared before one of the level 57, Tier 2 Guardian Knights leading the charge. This figure then transformed into a shadow as it pierced through the Guardian Knight. Without time to utter a scream, the Tier 2 Guardian Knight collapsed to the ground, his HP bar drained to nothing. The workshop's players slid to a halt after seeing the shocking attack, turning towards the figure. "Who are you?" the Death God workshop members demanded as they watched the figure, afraid. "I am Zero Wing's Fire Dance." Fire Dance introduced herself as she sheathed 1,000 transformations. Sweeping a glance over the Death God workshop's members, she calmly stated, "I'm here to bury you." Chapter 1921, Duel of Strength. Chapter 1921, Duel of Strength. The Death God workshop's members shot Fire Dance chilling expressions after hearing her statement. "You're here to bury us? How bold. This woman must be dreaming." Although Fire Dance's level 60 was surprising, a 2 or 3 level difference was nothing to experts like them. They were merely on alert due to her successfully ambushing and killing a tier 2 metric tons. However, Fire Dance was dearly mistaken if she thought that she could slay them all. Several melee experts immediately charged at the assassin, striking with axes, spears, and greatswords simultaneously. These experts' coordination blocked all paths of retreat available. However, Fire Dance did not remain idle. Unsheathing 1,000 transformations once more, she met the approaching weapons with her fragmented legendary sword. When the weapons collided, something astonishing occurred. The impact threw the several charging melee players, and despite all of them being Tier 2 experts, they felt their arms numb from the force, their weapons trembling violently. How can an assassin have so much strength? The several Death God workshop members that had attacked stared at Fire Dance as she charged towards them in horror. Their movements were still stiff, so their mobility was limited. They couldn't even defend themselves. Realizing that something was amiss, the workshop's ranged players hurriedly launched attacks at the darting assassin. Countless spells and arrows rained down on Fire Dance, covering enough area that she couldn't avoid all of the attacks in time. However, just before the attacks struck Fire Dance, a giant of a figure appeared before her. It was none other than Kola, who was more than eager to join the fray. With his shield raised, a barrier of light formed before him, preventing any ranged attacks from reaching his comrade. Even after taking a beating from the ranged attacks, the light barrier remained intact. Meanwhile, Fire Dance arrived before the several stiffened melee players. Executing Absolute Strike and Shadow Turmoil, she killed 2 of them instantly. This turn of events made the Death God workshop members frown deeply. When Fire Dance had ambushed and killed the Tier 2 metric tons, they hadn't gotten a clear view of the assassin's combat standards. But after this clash, they knew that both Fire Dance and Kola were extremely powerful experts. Their grasp on timing and their coordination were incredible. So strong. Troubled Madness, who watched the battle from a safe distance, gasped when Fire Dance had instantly eliminated 2 players. After fighting the Death God workshop earlier, he had learned how powerful the workshop's Tier 2 experts were. Even in a one-on-one, he was not confident of defeating those experts decisively, let alone several of them at once. "It seems you're not all talk after all. I finally get to have some fun." Chopped Axe licked the corner of her lips before raising her gigantic battle axe and charging at the human assassin. Although Chopped Axe was a berserker, her movement speed was even higher than ordinary assassins, fully displaying the benefit of being a tigerkin. She left afterimages wherever she passed. By the time Fire Dance had killed her 4th Death God workshop member, Chopped Axe had appeared before the female assassin. Raising her battle axe with a single hand, she sent a powerful chop at Fire Dance. As the weapon descended, space around its blade showed faint signs of crumbling. Tier 2 skill, Spatial Quake. Not only did Spatial Quake temporarily increase her strength, but it also dealt damage in a 5 by 15 yard area before her. It was one of the few AoE skills the Berserker class possessed. Not one to fall behind, Fire Dance used the Tier 2 skill, Shadow Edge. Unlike the earlier clashes, neither player had been thrown when Fire Dance's short sword met Chopped Axe's colossal weapon. However, the resulting impact was so powerful that space around them cracked. The women looked at each other in astonishment. How is this possible? How can a human assassin have so much strength? I'm a tigerkin, for God's sake. This berserker strength is actually a match for mine. The outcome even surprised the Death God Workshop's Frost Rain and Zero Wings members. Chopped Axe was a tigerkin. Her body's innate strength far surpassed that of a human. She had also learned super rare passive skills and wielded a special legacy. Moreover, her weapon was an epic battle axe. Her strength was even unrivaled within the Death God Workshop. The unexpected outcome put Chopped Axe in a very bad mood. She, someone famed for her strength, had failed to defeat a human assassin in a duel of the attribute. This was unforgivable. As for Kola and the others, they were fully aware of just how powerful Fire Dance was. Not only did she wear multiple pieces of epic equipment, but she also wielded 1,000 transformations. Since Kola had his own fragmented legendary item, he could guess that her short sword was the same rank. If that were the case, only Surefong and Gentle Snow could likely surpass Fire Dance's strength. Yet, despite being so powerful, Fire Dance's clash with the Tigerkin Berserker had ended in a tie. While everyone was still shocked by the collision, neither Fire Dance nor Chopped Axe gave their opponent an opportunity as they continued to launch frenzied attacks. For a time, after images of Fire Dance's short sword and Chopped Axe's axe filled the battlefield. Chopped Axe had better techniques than Fire Dance, and it was evident that she had reached the flowing water realm. She could perceive Fire Dance's attacks as soon as the human assassin began to execute them. However, Fire Dance was an assassin. Strength wasn't her forte. Her true power lay in her speed, so even though the Berserker could read her movements, she still had an advantage with her movement speed, making up for her weaker combat standard. Despite such a thrilling battle, where her life would be forfeit if she made a single mistake, Fire Dance very much enjoyed this moment. Throughout this battle, she recognized many of her deficiencies and perfected her techniques. Fortunately, the same could not be said for Chopped Axe. She could only watch, displeased, as the human assassin continued to improve as they dueled. You dare use me as a grinding stone. Do you think I will give you enough time to grow stronger? Chopped Axe immediately activated her berserk skill. Savage God's power, her muscles rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant. At the same time, an extra crimson battle axe had appeared in her hand, radiating waves of bone-chilling mana. You are the first person in the fairy country to force me to use this move. Now go to hell. Chopped Axe then swung her blades in a powerful downward slash towards Fire Dance. Tier 2 taboo skill, Meteoric Annihilation. Suddenly, over a dozen crimson axes descended from the sky, each carrying the weight of a mountain. In response, Fire Dance activated Power of Darkness before brandishing 1,000 transformations, sending countless water whips at the falling axe blades. Domain skill, Water Binding. Chapter 1922, Painful Lesson. Chapter 1922, Painful Lesson. When the two powerful skills clashed, an intense shockwave shook the ground and the surrounding players. At the same time, the ground at the epicenter of the collision shattered and crumbled, a huge crater forming around the two women. Shockingly huge cracks spread out from the crater. There simply was no comparison between this clash and the numerous exchanges the two had before. As the attacks of Meteoric Annihilation and Water Binding disappeared, Fire Dance's and Chopped Axe's figures emerged, standing quietly inside the crater. Although both sides remained completely unscathed, the expressions both women wore were completely different, one of them incomparably excited and the other astonished. This assassin actually stopped my strongest skill? At this moment, Chopped Axe's complexion turned ashen as she looked at Fire Dance, her earlier sense of ease gone. Meteoric Annihilation was a tier 2 taboo skill. Combined with her Berserk skill, she could send even a Grand Lord of the same level stumbling back. She was extremely confident in this move of hers and believed that no player could receive it head-on. Yet, despite Fire Dance being only an assassin, not only did the female assassin manage to stop her attack without receiving any damage, but she had even done so without using Vanish, a well-known life-saving skill of the assassin class. This was definitely an outcome that Chopped Axe could neither accept nor tolerate. However, after Chopped Axe's skill came to an end, Fire Dance's water binding was still in effect. The assassin immediately sent water whips at Chopped Axe, one after another, each whip containing strength surpassing Fire Dance's own. In the blink of an eye, 6 whips lashed at Chopped Axe from multiple directions, attacking so fast that the Tigerkin Berserker was forced to use her battle axe to defend herself. For a time, Chopped Axe actually fell into a disadvantage and could only focus on defending herself. Amazing! She is actually suppressing Chopped Axe all by herself? Melody was filled with an indescribable sense of surprise as she watched the battle between Fire Dance and Chopped Axe. She never thought that Fire Dance was this strong. Meanwhile, Troubled Madness, who was spectating the battle from afar, was goggling in shock. He simply could not bring himself to believe that Chopped Axe, the person who had freely slaughtered East Crow's members before, could only focus on defense now. Moreover, at this moment, Chopped Axe wasn't the only person at a disadvantage. The other Death God Workshop members were also engaged in a bitter battle with the other Zero Wing members. Despite the Death God Workshop members' numerical advantage, they were no match for their opponents at all, dying one after another. Shortly after Fire Dance started suppressing Chopped Axe, the half-elf Frost Rain finally made his move. After activating his Berserk skill, he began chanting an incantation and drawing line after line of divine runes. A moment later, ice swords appeared in the sky, one after another, easily numbering more than 20. These ice swords then descended on Fire Dance. At the same time, a thick wall of dirt formed around the female assassin, preventing her from escaping the ice sword's AoE. Due to the ice swords, Fire Dance gave up on attacking Chopped Axe. Instead, she had her water whips circulate around herself, forming a defensive barrier that kept the ice swords away from herself. However, Chopped Axe did not idle around during this time, either, continuously swinging her 2 battle axes against Fire Dance's water barrier, the might of her axes tearing a gap through it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Frost Rain redirected some of his ice swords towards this gap. Despite seeing the approaching attacks, Fire Dance showed no intention of dodging whatsoever. Instead, she brandished 1,000 transformations and struck down the ice swords one after another. Due to Frost Rain's participation in the battle, Fire Dance became busy. "Aren't you all going to help her?" Melody asked anxiously as she turned to look at Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud, who had not moved at all thus far. It might have been fine for these 2 women not to take action before, since Zero Wing's dozen or so players were more than enough to suppress the 40-plus members of the Death God Workshop. However, now that Chopped Axe and Frost Rain had teamed up to deal with Fire Dance, if Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud still insisted on standing aside, then Fire Dance really would be in trouble. After all, both Chopped Axe and Frost Rain were commanders in the Death God Workshop. Frost Rain's combat power was not the least bit inferior to Chopped Axe's. With the 2 of them working together, their combat power increased exponentially. The slightest gap in Fire Dance's defense would get her killed instantly. However, all Melody's question did was earn her confused looks from Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud. Why should we ruin such a rare opportunity for Fire? Fire is perfecting her techniques right now. Can't you see how happy she is? But those two are commanders of the Death God Workshop, the strongest experts in the workshop. Either of them can go up against a legion of 1,000 experts on their own. Even if Fire Dance is stronger than either one, dealing with both at the same time is. Melody fell speechless at the serious expressions Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud had. Fire Dance was obviously at a disadvantage right now, forced into constant defense. She would be killed if she made even the smallest mistake. While the loss of EXP might not be a big problem, it would be a huge loss if Chopped Axe or Frost Rain managed to loot the weapon or equipment Fire Dance dropped. After all, the fact that Fire Dance boasted such frightening strength and speed proved that her weapons and equipment were extraordinary. Two commanders from the Death God Workshop. Violet Cloud giggled involuntarily at Melody's words. If 4 or 5 commanders went at Big Sis Fire together, this battle might be a little more interesting. 4 or 5 commanders? This comment stunned Melody. She felt that Violet Cloud was a little too overconfident in Fire Dance's abilities. After all, the Death God Workshop was an adventure team that even super guilds chose to ignore. Melody had long heard that every one of the workshop's commanders could rival the peak experts of super guilds in terms of combat power. Despite that, Violet Cloud was actually saying that Fire Dance could handle 4 or 5 of such commanders. While Melody was conversing with Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud, Chopped Axe's and Frost Rain's attacks grew even fiercer. Frost Rain ceaselessly bombarded Fire Dance with spells, giving her no chance to catch a breath. Once he noticed a gap in the assassin's defense, he would immediately strike at it. Meanwhile, Chopped Axe kept creating gaps in Fire Dance's defense. Occasionally, she even moved into melee range and trade blow for blow with Fire Dance. After the trio continued this struggle for a short while, Fire Dance's HP finally started decreasing. Although the assassin had the protection of her armor, just a graze from Chopped Axe's battle axes inflicted a heavy impact. Blood was even leaking from her mouth now. Fortunately, the physical injuries she sustained thus far were still not at a point where they would affect her combat power. Of course, Chopped Axe wasn't having a good time either. Trading blows with Fire Dance had opened cuts and cracks on the Berserker's armor, the impact so heavy that the Tigerkin would spit out mouthfuls of blood, her HP decreasing by chunks. That weapon really is amazing. It even cuts through my dark gold armor. Chopped Axe was shocked as she took in her damaged armor. She then turned to look at the distant Frost Rain and said, "We can't continue like this. Let's use the combination attack." Nodding in response, Frost Rain promptly changed his attack method and started double speed casting. Meanwhile, Chopped Axe stored her epic battle axe and gripped the crimson battle axe with both hands. Her dark gray irises then turned silvery white as 6 small magic arrays appeared around her. She then charged straight at Fire Dance. When Chopped Axe got within 15 yards of Fire Dance, she suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, 6 doppelgangers of the female berserker appeared around Fire Dance, all 6 leaping into the air and chopping down at the female assassin. At this time, Frost Rain finished casting his spells. Immediately, frost barriers appeared around Fire Dance one after another, the ground she stood on also giving off a crimson glow as if something was about to spew out from the ground. Combination skill, Frost Fire Annihilation. "It's over!" When Melody saw this scene, she deeply felt death looming over her. Now, she was certain that Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud were overconfident about Fire Dance's abilities. As expected of the famous Death God Workshop, this trip really isn't a waste. A touch of joy appeared on Fire Dance's face when she looked at the combination skill her 2 opponents were executing. She promptly cancelled water binding and activated the Petrified Thorn's petrification domain. Die! The 6 Chopped Axes yelled simultaneously just as they were about to hit Fire Dance. The 6 doppelgangers possessed 100% of the main body strength. Meanwhile, the axes of all 6 covered the entire area Fire Dance stood in. When all 6 axes landed, the power they carried was so great that even space itself showed signs of shattering. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time as the axes landed, the ground beneath Fire Dance burst apart. A towering pillar of fire emerged from the ground, enveloping Fire Dance completely. As the fire pillar dissipated, a lava field could be seen replacing the ground Fire Dance originally stood on. Meanwhile, surrounding the lava was an ice field. Seen from afar, this scene was spectacular. She's finally dead? Chopped Axe heaved a deep sigh of relief when she saw Fire Dance's corpse starting to disintegrate in the lava field. The petrification domain Fire Dance activated had struck both Frost Rain and Chopped Axe, although their combination skill had mitigated a portion of the damage. They still had very little HP remaining after receiving that attack. Just as Chopped Axe was about to turn around and leave, a yell suddenly entered her ears. Careful! This voice originated from the distant Frost Rain. However, before Chopped Axe could figure out what was going on, a stinging sensation came from her chest when she looked down. She noticed the tip of a short sword emerging from her chest meanwhile. This short sword was none other than Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations. How? Weren't you? Chopped Axe turned around, her eyes filled with confusion. After all, Fire Dance, who should have been dead, was currently standing right behind her. Moreover, the female assassin's HP bar was actually full. Instead of replying immediately, Fire Dance pulled out 1,000 transformations from Chopped Axe, leaving a fountain of blood to pour out of the female berserker's chest as she watched Chopped Axe's HP plummet. She said in a quiet tone, "Your combination attack really is impressive. You two actually forced me to waste 1 life." When Fire Dance was done speaking, Chopped Axe's HP zeroed out. The berserker's body then collapsed to the ground, a piece of equipment appearing beside her corpse. Meanwhile, upon seeing this scene, Frost Rain hurriedly took out an ancient magic scroll from his bag and activated it, destroying the seal on the battlefield and disappearing before everyone's eyes. As for the other Death God Workshop members, they all fell into a panic at Chopped Axe and Frost Rain's defeat. As a result, Zero Wings members took only a short while to finish them off. At this moment, the Death God Workshop, which had been giving the various large guilds of the fairy country a headache all this time, finally sustained a severe loss for the first time in God's domain. Of the 2 commanders that fought against Zero Wing, one died while the other fled. As for the other 50-plus experts, they suffered annihilation. Chapter 1923. Fame Spreading Across the Fairy Country. Chapter 1923. Fame Spreading Across the Fairy Country. After the Death God Workshop members' annihilation, varying expressions appeared on the faces of Ninth Heaven's and East Crow's members. Big Sis Melody, that Fire Dance, is amazing. She actually defeated 2 of the Death God Workshop's commanders all by herself. If the rest of the Death God Workshop find out about this, they'll definitely start keeping a low profile when taking action. Scarlet Heart exclaimed excitedly as she watched Fire Dance going through the loot dropped by the Death God Workshop members. The large guilds operating in the fairy country were all powerless to do anything against the Death God Workshop, largely because the Death God Workshop had too many experts. If the guilds dispatched too small of a team to deal with the workshop, their teams would simply end up getting the tables turned on them. But if they sent too large of one, their movements would get noticed very easily, making a successful ambush on the workshop impossible. Take East Crow, for example. Had East Crow dispatched an army of several thousand players instead of just a 500-man team this time, Chopped Axe and Frost Rain's team would have most likely received news about the guild's movements and had long since fled to another map. They wouldn't have given East Crow any opportunity to meet them at all. At this stage of the game, only a superpower which possessed plenty of experts and resources would be capable of putting the Death God Workshop in its place. However, the various superpowers had plenty of territories that they needed capable people to manage. They simply couldn't afford a protracted battle with the Death God Workshop without hampering their own development as a result. The superpowers had no choice but to ignore the antics of the Death God Workshop, so long as the workshop did not cross their bottom lines. However, Zero Wing was different from the various superpowers. The guild possessed experts that were capable of defeating the Death God Workshop's commanders and also had amazing tracking abilities. Even without expending a large amount of manpower and resources, Zero Wing could deal with the Death God Workshop. That's right. After this battle, the Death God Workshop will most likely keep its head down for some time. Melody nodded in agreement. She had never imagined that Zero Wing actually had such frightening strength. The strength the guild had displayed thus far greatly exceeded her expectations. Quickly spread the news that Zero Wing has already agreed to help Ninth Heaven in combating the Death God Workshop. Originally, she had expected Zero Wing to give the Death God Workshop pause, at most, and force the workshop into a stalemate. If that happened, Ninth Heaven would have room to develop. Everything would be fine so long as the guild was not pushed to the brink of collapse. However, the situation was different now. Not only did Zero Wing possess the strength to suppress the Death God Workshop, but Zero Wing also had the ability to ambush the workshop's teams. This outcome was far better than what she initially expected. Once the Death God Workshop learned that Ninth Heaven had partnered with Zero Wing, the workshop would naturally stop seeking trouble with Ninth Heaven out of fear of Zero Wing. I'll spread the message right away. Upon hearing Melody's words, Scarlet Heart immediately understood Melody's intentions. She also could not help but anticipate the impact the news of the Death God Workshop's defeat would have on the fairy country. The Death God Workshop was akin to a plague to the fairy country. Just the mention of its name would give the various major powers of the country a headache. Following which, Scarlet Heart compiled the information of the battle and published it on the fairy country's official forums. She also had some of her subordinates talk it up in the country's various cities. Meanwhile, Troubled Madness, who stood some distance away from Zero Wing and Ninth Heaven's group, wore an incredulous expression on his face as he looked at Fire Dance and the others. Who are those people? Why haven't I heard of a guild named Zero Wing before? At this moment, an indescribable sense of shock filled Troubled Madness's heart. Both Chopped Axe and Frost Rain were monster-like existences, yet, despite working together, they were still no match for Fire Dance. Had Troubled Madness heard about this situation from someone else, he would have most likely dismissed their words as a joke. However, having personally witnessed this battle, he had no choice but to believe it. The final exchange was especially astonishing. He had clearly seen Fire Dance getting killed, yet the female assassin had still managed to mysteriously appear behind Chopped Axe. This was definitely his first time coming across such a strange situation. However, unlike Ninth Heaven's and East Crow's members, Zero Wing's members did not feel particularly surprised by the outcome of Fire Dance's battle with Chopped Axe and Frost Rain. Although Fire Dance did not reveal the details of 1,000 transformations to anyone else, they still knew that Fire Dance possessed the true illusion skill, as they had seen it at work while they were out grinding monsters and bosses. True illusion granted Fire Dance one additional life, though the skill could be used only once every 48 hours. Due to this skill, with the exception of dungeons, Fire Dance had never truly died even once until now. Among Zero Wing's core members, Fire Dance held the nickname of Phoenix due to this skill, as well as the envy of many players. Vice Guild Leader, we just found out some information about Zero Wing. It is an up-and-coming guild that was established at the start of God's domain. Although it doesn't have any background, its strength is not the slightest bit weaker than a first-rate guild's, one of East Crow's members reported hurriedly. The guild's strength rivals a first-rate guild's. Troubled Madness rolled his eyes at his subordinate, feeling that this information was greatly mistaken. After all, the first-rate guilds of the fairy country were utterly helpless against the Death God Workshop. Yet Zero Wing, a guild capable of dealing with said workshop, was labeled as a guild that only rivaled first-rate guilds. What did that make the fairy country's 5 first-rate guilds, then? Second-rate guilds. Of course, there was also a huge difference between first-rate guilds. For example, with the combat power Zero Wing had displayed thus far, it should at least be able to rival the best among first-rate guilds. It definitely was an existence that ordinary first-rate guilds like East Crow could compare to. Notify your subordinates to look into the relationship between Ninth Heaven and Zero Wing immediately. Also, before we get a clear picture of their relationship, notify everyone in the guild not to come into conflict with Ninth Heaven's members. Troubled Madness instructed. Although he did not know the full extent of Zero Wing's strength, based on the experts the guild had revealed today, Zero Wing definitely wasn't a guild to be underestimated. It would not be a laughing matter if these experts of Zero Wing made trouble for East Crow out in the fields. Meanwhile, on Fire Dance's side, after they finished going through the loot dropped by the Death God Workshop members, they immediately returned to Forest City to rest. While waiting for the Death God Workshop to make another move, they surveyed the area around the 2 shops Melody promised, as well as gained a deeper understanding of Forest City's situation. This was also one of the tasks Shifeng had assigned them. After all, as the capital city of a neutral country, its growth potential was limitless. There were also plenty of resources unique to the fairy country. By the time Fire Dance and the others returned to Forest City, Scarlet Heart had long since spread the news of the Death God Workshop's defeat throughout the fairy country. For a time, the entire country was in an uproar. This is a lie, right? That's the Death God Workshop we're talking about. How can anyone possibly ambush the workshop successfully? It's no lie. There is even a video recording uploaded with the forum post, although the video only shows snippets of the battle. The ones that got defeated are indeed the commanders and members of the Death God Workshop. Moreover, the Death God Workshop hasn't issued any denials up to now, so it must be true. Zero Wing is amazing. It is actually able to ambush and defeat the Death God Workshop's members. I wonder what kind of guild Zero Wing is. Why haven't I heard about it before this incident? It should be a new guild created by some major corporation. Otherwise, how could it possibly be so strong? I wonder if Zero Wing is recruiting neutral players like us. At this point, everyone in the fairy country was talking about the Death God Workshop's defeat and growing curious about Zero Wing's identity. After all, the Death God Workshop was one of the fairy country's overlords. A guild capable of suppressing the workshop definitely wasn't ordinary. Zero Wing's fame quickly spread throughout the fairy country. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion in Forest City, when Frost Rain entered the reception room of this mansion and saw the gentle, old man sitting on one of the sofas there, his expression immediately tensed up in anxiety. Meanwhile, standing beside this old man were 6 people, all of them radiating a frightening aura. Similar to Frost Rain, these 6 people were commanders of the Death God Workshop. Only, their internal ranks were much higher than Frost Rain's. You've returned. Sending a glance at Frost Rain, the old man asked calmly, Well, out with it. What happened over there? Chapter 1924, Foundation Investigation. Chapter 1924, Foundation Investigation. Frost Rain suddenly felt a chill enveloping his entire body at the old man's words. He immediately retold the battle, careful not to miss out on even the slightest detail. I see. The old man narrowed his eyes as he caressed his white beard. A guild from Starmoon Kingdom, is it? An outside guild dares meddle in the matters of our Death God Workshop. Chief, why don't I bring a team to take care of them? A 2.5-meter-tall Bearkin berserker said suddenly. The Bearkin's suggestion stunned the other commanders present. Among the 8 commanders of the Death God Workshop, the Bearkin berserker ranked number 1. Titled the Heavenly Spear by the Secret Pavilion, He was one of the two true pillars of the Death God Workshop. While others might not know, it was entirely due to the first commander and chief commander's existence that the various superpowers chose to ignore the Death God Workshop's antics. Otherwise, with the strength the various superpowers possessed, they would have long since taken care of the Death God Workshop. Yet now, one of the Death God Workshop's pillars was proposing to take action himself. The other commanders present were naturally surprised by this situation. Forget it. We'll stop harassing Ninth Heaven temporarily. We'll decide how we should proceed after we have conducted a thorough investigation of Zero Wing, the old man said, shaking his head. Moreover, even if we don't take action, Zero Wing will still encounter a lot of trouble from this point onward. The waters of the fairy country are much deeper than they think. Meanwhile, the Death God Workshop's lack of response to its crushing defeat fueled Zero Wing's fame to greater heights in Forest City. In just one day, a large number of players already wanted to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, as Zero Wing had no intention to establish a branch guild in Forest City at the moment, these interested players could not help but sigh in disappointment. However, the businesses Zero Wing had set up in the two shops Melody had traded were booming with popularity. Many of the potions and engineering tools sold by the Candlelight trading firm were very much welcomed by Forest City's players. For example, the exotic stamina potion. As there weren't many towns and cities in the fairy country, there were very few teleportation points. Meanwhile, with the guilds occupying most of the nearby resource areas, independent players had no choice but to grind in distant maps. Due to these factors, independent players had to expend a lot of stamina just on travel, a situation that further increased the demand for the exotic stamina potion. In addition, as Zero Wing held exclusive rights to the exotic stamina potion, Candlelight shops were the only source of the potion, which the independent players and guild players of Forest City were frantically purchasing. As for the selling price, it was much higher than that of the potions sold in Starmoon Kingdom. In just one day, after deducting material costs and labor costs, the two shops set up in Forest City earned Zero Wing over 5,000 gold. Candlelight's shops here were much more profitable than those in White River City. Melody also found the exotic stamina potion very tempting. Hence, she asked to purchase the potion in bulk from Zero Wing. However, as the Candlelight trading firm could produce only a limited number of exotic stamina potions each day, even if Zero Wing wished to sell the potions in bulk, it couldn't. In the end, after Ninth Heaven negotiated with Melancholic Smile, it was decided that the Candlelight trading firm would supply the guild with a fixed number of exotic stamina potions each day. In exchange, Ninth Heaven would supply Zero Wing with materials unique to the fairy country. A few examples of materials unique to the fairy country were fairy fruit and fairy wood. Both were extremely rare materials. Fairy fruit could be used to make all kinds of beverages. Not only could fairy fruits enhance the taste of a beverage, but they also provided a sobering effect, which allowed players to focus better when working. To lifestyle players, beverages made using fairy fruit were akin to wonder drugs. Fairy wood was even more special. It could be used to make furniture and ships. Furniture made using fairy wood carried mana, which, in turn, increased the mana density of the furniture's surroundings. Meanwhile, when used to produce ships, fairy wood would increase the ship's durability. These two materials might not be particularly useful to current players and guilds, but as players reached higher levels, these two materials would likewise appreciate in value. This was especially true for furniture made using fairy wood, which was something all lifestyle players sought. Although such furniture would not improve the production success rate, the increased mana density would help lifestyle players concentrate better. This was also the main reason why Sherfong had tasked Fire Dance and the others with setting up shops in Forest City to purchase a large amount of fairy fruits and fairy wood. Now that Zero Wing had Ninth Heaven's help as well, the collection of these materials would proceed even faster. Meanwhile, a group of cloaked players suddenly arrived in Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing City. These cloaked players had thoroughly hidden their appearances. However, the fierce aura they radiated still made other players avoid them like the plague. If a player with a high-ranking identification skill were to inspect these players, they would definitely be very surprised because these cloaked players were not part of the human race but of neutral races. In total, there were 50 players in this group, every one of them a Tier 2 player. This was almost as many Tier 2 players as a first-rate guild possessed at this stage of the game. The one leading this group of neutral players was a level 58, Tier 2 Tigerkin Ranger. Meanwhile, moving alongside him were a male half-elf and a female Tigerkin. The latter two were none other than Frost Rain and Chopped Axe, commanders of the Death God Workshop. So this place is Zero Wing City. The mana density here is so high. Why are there so many players here? The Death God Workshop's members were filled with surprise as they observed the crowded streets of the city. Although they had seen NPC cities with much higher player populations, this was their first time seeing a guild town or city with so many players. Moreover, a considerable portion of these players were experts. There were also plenty of Tier 2 players roaming about the city. The situation here was completely different from any guild town they had visited before. However, the most surprising aspect of Zero Wing City was still its mana density, which greatly surpassed even the fairy country's most mana-dense area. Alright, enough sightseeing. Our goal here isn't to tour Zero Wing City, the Tigerkin Ranger said in a cold voice. We only have one goal this time, and that is to get a clear idea of Zero Wing strength. The Chief Commander has also stated that, if need be, we should exhibit a portion of our strength to let Zero Wing know that the Death God Workshop's reputation is not for show. Frost and Axe, that goes double for you too. If you don't perform well, you should know what kind of person the Chief Commander is. When Frost Rain and Chopped Axe heard the Ranger's words and thought about the Chief Commander's means of doing things, their bodies shuddered involuntarily. They couldn't offer any rebuttals to Light Cloud, the Tigerkin Ranger. While part of the reason for this was the intense aura he gave off, another part was him being the second-ranked commander in the Death God Workshop. In terms of combat standards, Light Cloud far surpassed the two of them. The other Death God Workshop members also nodded silently and sorted out their emotions. They immediately followed Light Cloud to investigate Zero Wing's residence. When the group arrived on the top floor of a high-class restaurant adjacent to Zero Wing's residence, Light Cloud used a high-ranking identification skill to observe the situation inside the residence. However, the moment Light Cloud did so, he fell into a daze. This was because 500 Tier 2 players stood in the residence's front courtyard at this moment. Meanwhile, even the weakest piece of equipment these players wore was level 50 fine gold rank, while the majority of these players sported level 50 dark gold equipment. Currently, these 500 Tier 2 players were standing at attention before a man. When Light Cloud tried identifying this man, he could not see any information about him aside from his name, Black Flame. Even so, he could distinctly feel an indescribable sense of danger from the man, even from several hundred yards away. Cloud, what's the situation inside Zero Wing's residence? Frost Rain and Chopped Axe could not help but ask curiously after Light Cloud remained silent for a long time. Chapter 1925, Frightening Numbers. Chapter 1925, Frightening Numbers. Despite hearing Frost Rain and Chopped Axe's question, Light Cloud remained completely silent as he stared at the rows of Tier 2 players inside Zero Wing's residence. How is this possible? Is Zero Wing really just equal to a first-rate guild? This thought echoed continuously in Light Cloud's mind. 500 Tier 2 players. To the current first-rate guilds, this number was beyond impossible to achieve. Even the Death God Workshop had only a little over 60 Tier 2 players right now. If the workshop started a fight against Zero Wing, just the numerical advantage alone would let the guild run roughshod over the Death God Workshop. In the fairy country, although the various first-rate guilds each had more Tier 2 players than the Death God Workshop, the difference wasn't much. Hence, the Death God Workshop was not afraid of conducting guerrilla warfare against them. Including experts like the 8 commanders, the workshop held a considerable advantage when fighting out in the fields. However, the methods the Death God Workshop employed against these first-rate guilds would be absolutely useless against Zero Wing. After all, the disparity in the number of Tier 2 players each organization possessed was nearly tenfold. Even if Zero Wing divided its Tier 2 experts, the guild could still form sizable groups that would pose a formidable fighting force. Not to mention, unlike the various first-rate guilds, Zero Wing had experts that could rival the commanders of the Death God Workshop. If the Death God Workshop really started fighting against Zero Wing in the fairy country, even with the home ground advantage, the workshop wouldn't have it easy. Frost, Axe, you two stay here with me. Everyone else, return to base, Light Cloud commanded after giving the matter some more thought. Only the 3 of us are staying behind. Frost Rain was confused as he looked at Light Cloud. The chief commander, specifically, sent these people to help us. If all of them return, what can the 3 of us possibly achieve here? Aside from scouting out Zero Wing strength, the chief commander had also implicitly suggested they make trouble for Zero Wing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dispatched so many Tier 2 experts for a simple reconnaissance operation. The other Death God Workshop members agreed with Frost Rain's words. They all expressed their confusion over Light Cloud's decision, unable to understand why they had to return to base shortly after arriving in Zero Wing City. With their group of Tier 2 experts, they could cause even more destruction than a large guild's 1,000-man expert legion. Do you know how many Tier 2 experts are currently in Zero Wing's residence? Light Cloud asked as he shifted his gaze to Frost Rain. Tier 2 experts? Seeing as this is Zero Wing's main headquarters, there should be a couple of dozen, I guess? Frost Rain replied after giving the matter some thought. Currently, even first-rate guilds had only a little over 100 Tier 2 experts. Meanwhile, having half of this number stationed in the guild's main headquarters could already be considered excessive. A couple of dozen. Light Cloud stared at Frost Rain in disdain upon hearing this answer. If there were only a couple of dozen, do you think I'd order a retreat? Could there be over 100? Chopped Axe asked, somewhat surprised. Wrong. It's 500. Light Cloud replied as he spread his right hand wide. 500? How can that be possible? Isn't Zero Wing just an equal of first-rate guilds? Did you see wrong? Frost Rain instinctively rejected Light Cloud's statement. This number was no laughing matter. If Zero Wing really had 500 Tier 2 experts, it could already rival some of the weaker superpowers. I wish I had seen wrong, Light Cloud said, a bitter smile appearing on his face. However, I have already used my identification skill to double-check several times. All 500 of them are indeed Tier 2. Didn't they say that Zero Wing doesn't have any backers? Chopped Axe said, horrified. If Zero Wing had 500 Tier 2 experts, then taking care of their team of 50 Tier 2 players would be child's play. Most likely, aside from the 3 commanders present, everyone else would die if they tried fighting against 500 Tier 2 experts. She found it truly hard to believe that Ninth Heaven, a second-rate guild that had no backers whatsoever, had managed to partner up with a titan like Zero Wing. With this, the Death God Workshop really had to consider carefully whether to continue targeting Ninth Heaven or not. We're changing plans. From now on, the 3 of us will continue scouting out Zero Wing. Try to avoid butting heads with Zero Wing as much as possible, Light Cloud said. I'll also personally report this matter to the Chief Commander, so everyone else should return to base now. Obedient to Light Cloud's instructions, the other Death God Workshop members scattered and returned to the fairy country. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion in Forest City, Silent Autumn, The Death God Workshop's chief commander, who is currently holding a meeting with the workshop's various commanders, received a report from Light Cloud. 500 Tier 2 players. Silent Autumn, who was caressing his beard, froze when he read the contents of the report. Although he had long since expected Zero Wing to be extraordinary since the guild dared to intervene in the Death God Workshop's affairs, he had never thought that the guild would be extraordinary to such an extent. It seems we'll have to shelve our plans for the moment. Chief Commander, what about our partnership with those people? The several commanders seated before Silent Autumn asked worriedly. Those people won't stop their plans just because of us. If we miss out on this opportunity, there is always money to be made. However, oftentimes one wrong move could potentially end our lives. Silent Autumn replied, waving his hand. He still decided to play the spectator in this matter for the moment. Notify the ones below to maintain a low profile for now. We can also use this opportunity to determine whether Zero Wing has the ability to set foot into our territory. I believe it won't be long before we find out one way or another. There's no need for us to grow anxious. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence, Sherfong remained ignorant of the fact that his gathering 500 Tier 2 members to raid Kama Island had prompted the Death God Workshop to abandon the thought of taking revenge on Zero Wing and even some of its development plans. Guild leader, all manpower and resources are gathered. On Thunder Island side, the Phoenix Pavilion has already made all the necessary arrangements. We can set off at any time, Aqua Rose reported as she approached Sherfong. Nodding, Sherfong said, "Right. Have everyone teleport to Thunder Island now." Traveling to Kama Island was not an easy task. The island's location in the Sea of Death's inner area meant players would come across many dangers on the way there. Even a small mistake could be fatal. Moreover, although Sherfong knew that Kama Island housed a manatite vein, he had very little understanding in regard to everything else. Hence, he needed Phoenix Rain's forces to guide him there. After all, Phoenix Rain had been operating in the Sea of Death all this time. Her familiarity with the Sea of Death was definitely superior to his. She would help him avoid many unnecessary dangers. Following which, Zero Wing's members started teleporting to Thunder Island using a guild transfer scroll. Upon arriving in the city on Thunder Island, Zero Wing's members could not help but gasp in shock. Their reaction was because the city on Thunder Island was like heaven on earth. Not only was the scenery here mesmerizing, but there was also a frightening number of players in the streets of the city. Even imperial capitals could not compete with this city in prosperity. Level 56 players and above could be seen roaming all around. Many players here had even reached level 58 already. Even Sherfong was somewhat surprised by this situation. He had never thought that Thunder Island had already developed to such an extent. Meanwhile, under Blue Phoenix's guidance, Zero Wing's members soon arrived at Thunder Island Harbor. Currently, thousands of speedboats and warships could be seen docked there, the scene simply jaw-dropping. Just as Blue Phoenix was about to bring Zero Wing's members to the speedboats she had prepared for the trip to the Sea of Death's inner area, a Dragon Phoenix Pavilion member suddenly ran over. "Big Sis Blue, bad news." The Pavilion Master found the legacy left behind on Savage God Island, but information about it got out somehow, and her team ended up surrounded by Miracle's forces. Currently, Miracle has already blocked off the entire island. Although we immediately tried to deploy reinforcements, 9 Dragons Emperor's people are deliberately making trouble for us, preventing us from using the guild's warship to save the Pavilion Master. Damn it! 9 Dragons Emperor must have leaked the information to Miracle to spoil our plans. Upon hearing her subordinate's report, Blue Phoenix could not help but frown in anxiety. The terrain on Savage God Island was slightly unusual. Players could use neither return scrolls nor instantaneous movement scrolls on the island. Meanwhile, entry to the island was possible only by ship. If the entire island was blocked off, the only way out was by carving a path of blood. Meanwhile, the members Phoenix Rain had brought to Savage God Island this time were all experts of the Phoenix Pavilion. Their annihilation would deal a severe blow to the Phoenix Pavilion. Guild Leader Black Flame, due to this emergency, I'll have to postpone our trip for now. I need to quickly organize a fleet and head over to Savage God Island. I hope that you can understand. Blue Phoenix said anxiously as she looked at Sherfone. Something happened on Savage God Island. Sherfone was startled by Blue Phoenix's words. As far as he remembered, Savage God Island was not something that should appear at this stage of the game. He nodded and said, "Since the Phoenix Pavilion Master is in trouble, it is only natural to postpone this matter. As allies, is there anything we can do to help?" Chapter 1926. Hell Has No Doors. Chapter 1926. Hell Has No Doors. Guild Leader Black Flame is willing to help us? Wonderful. Blue Phoenix rejoiced when she heard Sherfang's offer. Although Zero Wing had not focused on its development on Thunder Island and had only conducted some business there, the naval forces the guild possessed still should not be underestimated. The one-horned sailboat, in particular a bronze small sailboat that Zero Wing revealed during the struggle for Thunder Island, was something that the various superpowers still sought to obtain even now. After all, although the superpowers' naval forces had improved a lot since the struggle of Thunder Island, the one-horned sailboat remained a force to be reckoned with. Following which, while organizing a fleet to head toward Savage God Island, Blue Phoenix filled Sherfone in on their rescue operation this time. In order to monopolize the legacy ruin on Savage God Island, Miracle had dispatched 3 of its fleets, each of which had over 100 ships. With the 3 fleets, Miracle was able to surround Savage God Island and seal off all possible exit points. Originally, with the naval forces the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had developed during this period, it would have been very easy to break through a blockade like this. However, due to 9 Dragons Emperor's interference, Phoenix Rain couldn't mobilize the common warship the pavilion had recently acquired after much difficulty. Although warships were no match for speedboats and sailboats in terms of speed, they were specialized for combat, their combat power far superior to even that of sailboats out at sea. This warship was the reason why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion succeeded in stabilizing its position on Thunder Island. With the current predicament happening so suddenly, most of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's fleets were out of position, off doing their own quests very far away from Savage God Island. Even if these fleets were to head over to Savage God Island now, by the time they arrived, Phoenix Rain's group would have long since been killed by Miracle. The only fleet they could mobilize was the one the pavilion had stationed to garrison Thunder Island. Guild Leader Black Flame, I hope that you can help us distract a part of Miracle's forces. You don't have to fight them head-on. It is fine so long as you can distract 1 fleet's worth of ships. With that, my side will be able to break through the encirclement and rescue the Pavilion Master's group. Blue Phoenix briefed Sherfone on the plan as she took out a sea map. As long as they could group up with Phoenix Rain's forces, Miracle would have a hard time doing anything against them. Then, all they would have to do was buy time until the pavilion's other fleets arrived, at which point Miracle would naturally give up on targeting Phoenix Rain. After all, if the fleets of their 2 superpowers truly started a fight with each other, all they would achieve was harm to themselves, benefiting the other superpowers occupying Thunder Island. My side only needs to split one of their fleets away. After giving the matter some thought, Sherfone nodded and said, "That won't be a problem. We'll do our best to keep them busy for as long as possible." The appearance of Savage God Island was a huge event. He naturally had to go and take a look. During his previous life, he had only heard about Savage God Island. Savage God Island was both a secret land and a drifting island. Rumor had it that there were legacies and treasures left behind on the island. Reality had indeed proven these claims true. Regardless if it were legacies or treasures, both could allow a guild's strength to skyrocket. However, Savage God Island had only appeared for a short period in the past. By the time the various large guilds had shifted their focus to the sea, Savage God Island had long since become a legend. In the end, only the superpowers back then had managed to gain some harvest from it. "I'll have to trouble Guild leader Black Flame then," Blue Phoenix said sincerely. By the time Blue Phoenix was done hashing out a rescue plan, her fleet was also ready to set off. She immediately commanded her fleet to depart for Savage God Island. The appearance of Blue Phoenix's fleet stunned many of the adventure teams that had recently arrived on Thunder Island. Her fleet had 100 ships in total. Among them, more than 50 were advanced speedboats, 8 were bronze speedboats, 2 were mysterious iron speedboats, and 2 were common small sailboats. A very powerful fleet even in the Sea of Death. Compared to the fleets the adventure teams normally came across, the difference was like heaven and earth. The usual fleets only had 5 or 6 bronze speedboats and 30 or so advanced speedboats, with the rest being ordinary speedboats. In reality, the adventure teams that had recently arrived on Thunder Island weren't the only ones surprised by the fleet Blue Phoenix prepared. Even Sherfong was surprised at this sight. He had never thought that Phoenix Rain had already expanded her naval forces to such a level. Moreover, this was only one of several fleets under Phoenix Rain's command. Of course, a fleet used to garrison Thunder Island naturally needed to be excellent, as this was a show of the guild's strength. At the same time, this garrison fleet could be used during emergencies. Even so, from looking at Blue Phoenix's fleet, Sherfong could already tell just how frightening the naval forces Phoenix Rain currently possessed. Upon seeing Blue Phoenix's fleet leave the harbor, Sherfong took out the Swift Dragon speedboat, 2 bronze speedboats, over a dozen advanced speedboats, 1 common sailboat, and the 1-horn sailboat to ferry the 500 Zero-Wing members he brought with him. Although the number of ships in his fleet was far from a match for Blue Phoenix's fleet, his fleet's overall combat power was still enough to make the various adventure teams wandering around the harbor gawk at his fleet enviously. "Zero-Wing's fleet is amazing. Big Sis Blue, this is wonderful. With our strength and Zero-Wings, we'll have no problem breaking through Miracle's encirclement," a level 57, Tier 2 female cleric on one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's common sailboats exclaimed in surprise and joy when she saw Zero-Wing's fleet. This is only natural. Back during the struggle for Thunder Island, Zero-Wing's fleet was already something that the various superpowers envied. Although Zero-Wing is currently unable to focus on its naval development due to a bunch of matters, its naval strength is still not to be underestimated. Blue Phoenix nodded. This was also the reason why she was so happy that Sherfong was willing to help them out. After traveling for a little over 3 hours, Blue Phoenix and Sherfang's group finally saw an island enveloped by dark fog on the horizon. This island was none other than Savage God Island. Currently, the entirety of Savage God Island was surrounded by a large number of ships. However, after Blue Phoenix took a rough glance at these ships, her complexion darkened immediately. How is this possible? Her expression turned incomparably gloomy when she saw the ships anchored at Savage God Island. Miracle only dispatched 3 fleets? That was an outright lie. At this moment, there were more than 500 ships around Savage God Island. In other words, a total of 5 fleets were present. Moreover, just the small sailboats she could see from this distance numbered as many as 7, with mysterious iron speedboats numbering more than 10. Even Miracle's pride, the giant crocodile warship, was here. Meanwhile, after noticing the appearance of Blue Phoenix's and Sherfang's fleets, these ships quickly went into action and started forming an encirclement around the 2 fleets. Vice Guild Leader Miles, just like you guessed, the fleet the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion used to garrison Thunder Island has arrived. However, according to the report we received, it would seem that Zero-Wing's fleet is also participating in the rescue operation this time. Zero-Wing's fleet has 2 sailboats and several excellent speedboats. A Tier 2 ranger, the captain of one of Miracle's small sailboats, reported as he looked at Shurfeng's fleet. Should we alter our original plans? Zero Wing. Thousand Miles smiled when he heard this. This is interesting. Originally, I only planned on damaging and plundering Phoenix Rain's first fleet, but since Zero Wing has also joined the fray, we'll take Zero Wing ships too. Notify the Water Ghost Legion to start the assault. He was very familiar with Zero Wing's one-horned sailboat, however. After the Thunder Island event, Zero Wing no longer operated in the Sea of Death. As a result, the one-horned sailboat also disappeared from everyone's eyes. Now that the one-horned sailboat reappeared, he could use this opportunity to take it for himself. Zero Wing's naval strength might have been frightening during the struggle on Thunder Island, but times had changed. The one-horned sailboat's combat power was no longer a threat to Miracle. Understood, the Ranger captain said excitedly, his eyes shining with greed as he looked at Blue Phoenix's and Shurfeng's fleets. The operation this time was a huge jackpot. In anticipation of this moment, the Water Ghost Legion he led had been constantly honing itself in secret. Unlike legions that operated on land, the Water Ghost Legion specialized in naval combat. Every member of the Legion had acquired a sea-based legacy. Their combat power far surpassed normal players when at sea. Before them, a ship was no different from a stationary target, including the firepower of 5 fleets worth of ships. Annihilating an expert fleet was a piece of cake. Retreat. Everyone, leave this sea zone as quickly as possible. Blue Phoenix commanded hurriedly upon seeing Miracle's fleet mobilizing. The difference in strength between the two sides was clear for all to see. Fighting against a fleet of such a size and caliber was simply suicidal. The only thing they could do now was retreat. However, in terms of speed, Miracle's ships obviously had the upper hand. Very quickly, Miracle's ships completed their encirclement of Blue Phoenix's and Shurfeng's fleets. Shortly after, a gigantic, dark gray warship stopped a short distance from the sailboat Blue Phoenix rode. The level 58, Tier 2 ranger standing on this warship's deck smiled as he looked at Blue Phoenix and said, "Blue Phoenix, long time no see. Although I lost to you in our previous battle, this time I'll have you hand over all your ships to me. Or do you want me to slaughter every one of your men before taking your ships? I'm fine either way." Blue Phoenix's expression turned even uglier when she saw this level 58, Tier 2 ranger. The man's name was Wild Aggression, and he was the commander of one of Miracle's trump card legions. Recently, Wild Aggression had obtained a sea-based advanced legacy. Now, his strength out at sea was far stronger than his strength on land. His appearance here also meant that their chances of defeating Miracle's forces this time had become even smaller. "Since you're not willing to make a decision, I'll choose for you." Sending a glance at the Water Ghost Legion members behind him, Wild Aggression pointed forward and said, "Go! Kill them all. But make sure not to damage my new ships. As for the items they drop, finders keepers." Chapter 1927, King of the Seas. Chapter 1927, King of the Seas. Retreat. All ships maintain a distance from the enemy and break through the encirclement with everything you have. Absolutely do not let enemy ships close in on you. Blue Phoenix commanded hurriedly when she saw the approaching bronze and mysterious iron speedboats. The attacks of ships had very long cooldowns. Moreover, while these attacks were effective against sea monsters, they were not as effective against players. After all, the attacks of ships were very monotonous with long preparation times. Expert players could easily avoid them. Hence, if a ship allowed enemy players to get close, it would no longer be able to exert its might. Then, the outcome of the fight would be decided by a fight between the players of both sides. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had received a report stating that Miracle had obtained a secret sea-based legacy and had used said legacy to nurture a large group of experts specialized in naval combat. which was very likely to be the legion Wild Aggression led. Otherwise, Wild Aggression would have no reason to close the distance between their two guilds' fleets and waste time on a battle between players. Rather than risk dying to random cannon fire, it would be much better for Miracle ships to simply bombard them with their own cannons. Although doing so would damage the pavilion ships and reduce the harvest Miracle could gain, this method was comparatively safer. Under Blue Phoenix's command, the pavilion's ships maintained a steady bombardment while simultaneously keeping their distance from Miracle ships. For a time, the Water Ghost Legion's speedboats couldn't approach the pavilion's ships at all. What a bunch of slippery eels! You sure know how to run away. Whenever the Water Ghost Legion speedboats got too close, Blue Phoenix's ships would accurately launch a round of attacks that forced the Legion's speedboats to either reduce their speed or swerve to avoid the attacks. This, in turn, opened the distance between the two fleets. You wish to escape? Try it if you can. We have long since set up a magic barrier around this area. Not a single one of you should think of leaving this place alive. Wild Aggression bellowed in rage when he saw that the distance between their two guilds' fleets was not shortening at all. Activate the magic array. Following Wild Aggression's command, walls of ice suddenly started emerging from the ocean surface, blocking off the direction Blue Phoenix's and Surefang's fleets were heading. The ice walls were over a dozen meters tall and several meters thick. Moreover, they kept expanding into the surroundings. It was simply impossible for the ships to break through this barrier. The glacier seal? Surefang felt a little surprised when he saw the gigantic ice barrier forming a distance away from his fleet. The glacier seal was the product of the glacier orb, a rare magical tool meant for naval combat. However, activating the glacier seal required 100 glacier orbs. Moreover, each activation cost 10,000 magic crystals. Once activated, the glacier seal would lock down a 5,000-yard radius for 30 minutes. Only small sailboats, ranked secret silver or higher, and warships at mysterious iron and above could break through the glacier seal. All ships gather together. Do not engage the enemy by yourself. Make sure to operate in two-man units or more. Blue Phoenix understood that escape was already impossible. Now that they had been cornered, the only thing they could do was concentrate their forces and hope for the best. Moreover, players could not use return scrolls while on a ship. Only after jumping into the ocean could they use one. However, return scrolls had very long activation times. If they tried something like that, Miracle ships would shoot them like fish in a barrel. Hence, their only choice was to fight to the death. Guild Leader Black Flame, I am truly sorry for this, Blue Phoenix said, looking at Surefang apologetically. Later on, my fleet will delay Miracle for as long as possible, so you should store away a portion of your ships. Once the ice barrier is gone, you can try to use those remaining ships to flee this place. At that time, Miracle will most likely not bother to give chase. After saying so, Blue Phoenix quickly had her ships fall into a defensive formation, separating Miracle's fleet from Zero Wing's fleet entirely. With this, if Miracle wanted to target Zero Wing, it would have to go through her ships first. Do you think our Water Ghost Legion will let Zero Wing's members escape? A level 57, Tier 2 Berserker, who is a team leader from the Water Ghost Legion, sneered. Use instantaneous movement scrolls to break through the defensive line. Prioritize killing all of Zero Wing's members. Let's see what the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion can do about it. After this team leader said so, a 100-man team from the Water Ghost Legion immediately used instantaneous movement scrolls after arriving at a location a short distance away from Blue Phoenix's ships. In the blink of an eye, this 100-man team broke through the defensive perimeter Blue Phoenix erected and appeared above Zero Wing's one-horned sailboat, drawing their weapons. These Water Ghost Legion members revealed sinister smiles. Meanwhile, the Berserker team leader unsheathed the blood-stained great sword slung on his back. When he did so, a A faint layer of water vapor appeared around it. This was none other than the power of the sea-based legacy he had acquired. Tier 2 passive skill, Flowing Water Blade. So long as the owner of this skill was in a sea zone, the skill would increase their strength by 30%, attack speed by 40%, and attack range by 50%. Zero Wing, it's time to put an end to your game of friendship with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Who'll be the first to die to my blade? The Tier 2 Berserker, Spirit Ox, said, grinning sinisterly as he glanced at the Zero Wing members before him. However, just as the Water Ghost Legion members thought that they would get to watch their team leader start a slaughter and were about to let out a cheer, a faint blue streak of light suddenly passed through the space where Spirit Ox stood. In the next moment, his tall and muscular body split in half, the top half sliding smoothly into the ocean below and disappearing with a splash of seawater. At this moment, it was as if the entire world had frozen over as silence filled the battlefield. The Water Ghost Legion members, standing on the one-horn sailboat's deck, couldn't utter a single word as they gaped at their team leader's bisected body, their eyes as wide as saucers. Even the level 50 fine gold chest armor their team leader was proud of had been cut through cleanly, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror. A short moment later, blood started spewing out from the lower half of Spirit Ox's body, dyeing the entire deck he stood on in crimson. You people sure speak a lot of nonsense. Didn't you want to fight? Come at me together, then. Aqua Rose, who was clad in dark blue robes and held an aqua blue crystalline staff, said with an indifferent expression, Team Leader Ox got instant-killed. Is she a monster? I didn't even see her chant an incantation. How did she cast such a powerful spell? Everyone, don't be afraid. That kind of spell must be a sure-kill spell. She should not be able to use it again within a short while. Besides, even if she is a monster, we're out at sea right now. This is our playing field. If we work together, there is no way we'll lose to one person. Right. Even sea monsters are no match for us. Kill. Let Zero Wing know the might of the Water Ghost Legion. The Water Ghost Legion members present were all experts of miracle. Moreover, they had all obtained a sea-based legacy. Setting aside their combat power on land, they were confident that they could contend against even peak experts with ordinary classes when fighting out at sea. After regaining their fighting spirit, over a dozen ranged players bombarded Aqua Rose with attacks. Immediately, spells and arrows flew at Aqua Rose one after another. Every one of these attacks containing power at the peak of Tier 2. A Tier 2 metric tons of the same level would not survive such a bombardment easily, not to mention a Magicka class player. As long as an attack landed, Aqua Rose would sustain heavy injuries, even if she did not die. At the same time, over a dozen melee players started moving toward Aqua Rose from two different sides. If she tried to dodge the ranged attacks, her defense would definitely lapse. They could then take advantage of that opening to kill her. However, Aqua Rose held her ground and simply watched quietly as the numerous spells and arrows flew toward her. Is she suicidal? Doesn't she know that these spells and arrows are buffed by the ocean's power? Just as the approaching melee players were wondering why Aqua Rose was not reacting to the incoming attacks, the spells and arrows actually started disappearing after getting within half a yard of her. It looked as if something was devouring these attacks one after another. A magic barrier. Impossible. The power of those attacks is at the peak of Tier 2. Even if she used a Tier 2 magic barrier, there is no way she can stop all those attacks without suffering any damage. Just as the Water Ghost Legion members were wondering what was going on, Aqua Rose tapped the butt of her staff on the deck. The water barrier surrounding her promptly expanded, transforming instantly into a 10-meter-tall tsunami, which then devoured every Water Ghost Legion member standing on the one-horn sailboat. Even Tier 2 MTs were utterly powerless in the face of the tsunami. After getting devoured by the towering wave, Everyone's HP fell to 0 in no more than 2 seconds. In the blink of an eye, all 100 Water Ghost Legion members were killed, leaving behind a bunch of ownerless weapons and equipment on the deck. Chapter 1928, Tier 3 Combat Power. Chapter 1928, Tier 3 Combat Power. When the Water Ghost Legion members on the one-horned sailboat were annihilated, the other Water Ghost Legion members who were fighting Blue Phoenix's forces could not help but gasp. Isn't the opponent only a single person? How did they get killed so easily? She must have used a powerful spell. Even Tier 2 MTs didn't survive her attack. Did she use some kind of over-tier spell? Questions flooded the Water Ghost Legion members' minds as they looked at Aqua Rose. Due to their sea-based legacies, both their attack power and defense were greatly enhanced when fighting at sea. In addition, their combat standards were superior to ordinary experts. Overall, their Tier 2 members should be able to contend against peak experts. However, Aqua Rose had still killed the several Tier 2 members who were part of the 100-man assault team instantly. What are you all afraid of? The enemy is just one person. Since fighting her at close range is impossible, then switch to ranged attacks. She is bound to run out of mana and stamina sooner or later. Wild Aggression barked strictly, a slight frown forming on his face. While Aqua Rose's strength did indeed make it more difficult for them to wipe out Zero Wing's forces, they still had an absolute advantage in numbers. The outcome of this battle wouldn't change just because of one person. After Wild Aggression finished speaking, another 100-man team from the Water Ghost Legion teleported to the one-horned sailboat. Obedient to Wild Aggression's command, several dozen ranged players started attacking Aqua Rose from a distance. Although Aqua Rose's spells were powerful, she would have difficulty retaliating when targeted by so many attacks. Moreover, with such a great distance between them, dodging her single-target spells would be much easier. Suddenly, over 100 projectiles flew at Aqua Rose from multiple directions. At this time, however, Aqua Rose completed incanting a spell. Opening her eyes, she said, "Go!" Following which, a gigantic ball of water formed above her head, then shot out countless jets of water that struck down every projectile sent at her. Dozens of water jets also flew at the Water Ghost Legion members. The water jets were so fast that they even broke the sound barrier. In the blink of an eye, the jets arrived before the Water Ghost Legion members. Tier 2 spell Rising Flow. Show! 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 Although the Water God Legion members tried to block or dodge the water jets as soon as they noticed the attacks, the water jets were simply too fast in addition. The water jets were so powerful that they even pierced through the ice walls, which a few elementalists had managed to erect in time, and the players standing behind the ice walls. Players struck by the water jets died instantly. When the few surviving Water Ghost Legion members who managed to dodge the water jets in time saw their companions collapsing, fear surfaced in their eyes. However, while these Water Ghost Legion members were in a daze, Aqua Rose launched another wave of attacks at them. This time, though, she controlled the movements of the water jets, so they no longer attacked in a monotonous pattern. Facing water jets that came at them from multiple directions, the Water Ghost Legion members had no choice but to defend themselves, as evasion was no longer possible. However, the power of the water jets easily penetrated whatever defenses they raised. In the blink of an eye, the second 100-man team the Water Ghost Legion sent to deal with Zero Wing was annihilated. How is that possible? The other Water Ghost Legion members, who were watching the battle from afar, grew fearful and anxious as they looked at Aqua Rose. In the short span of time since the battle began, 200 members of Miracle's prided Naval Legion had gotten killed already, which was simply a nightmare. Moreover, this nightmare still showed no signs of ending anytime soon, as Aqua Rose used an instantaneous movement scroll and teleported herself between the Water Ghost Legions and Blue Phoenix's clashing forces after killing the second 100-man team. She then promptly started casting a spell. Do you really think you're invincible in naval combat? Wild Aggression could no longer sit still after seeing Aqua Rose appear boldly before him. He swiftly retrieved the aqua blue longbow slung on his back and simultaneously fired several dozen icy blue arrows at her. Die! Every arrow carried power at the peak of Tier 2. Several dozen of them intertwined could heavily injure even a great lord of the same level. Moreover, the arrows also moved faster when intertwined. Like a lightning bolt, they crossed the distance of 80 yards or so almost instantly. When the other Water Ghost Legion members saw this move, they breathed out an involuntary sigh of relief. Their commander was finally taking action. This move was originally only a Tier 2 skill. However, when used at sea, its power would be enhanced significantly. Moreover, Wild Aggression had combined a combat technique with the skill, increasing the skill's power even further. Even Tier 2 MTs of the same level would be killed instantly if they tried stopping this attack head-on. However, just as the arrows were about to land on Aqua Rose, a 3-layered water barrier suddenly appeared before her like a blooming lotus flower. Boom! When the arrows struck the water barrier, they tore through the first layer easily. However, when they reached the second layer, they stopped cold. Along with the appearance of the water barrier, 12 angry water serpents had also surfaced from the ocean around Aqua Rose, each serpent over a dozen meters tall. Like rampaging sea monsters, they let loose a deafening roar. Immediately, the players near Aqua Rose felt an indescribable pressure weighing on their bodies, both their attributes and physique decreasing continuously. Who are you? Wild Aggression's eyes were wide with astonishment when he saw that Aqua Rose remained completely unharmed after receiving his attack. That was a skill enhanced by the power of the sea. How can a Tier 2 player like you possibly stop it? Enhanced by the sea? Indifferently, Aqua Rose said, Do you think you're the only one who managed to obtain a sea-based legacy? So that's the case. It's no wonder you're so strong. Wild Aggression immediately came to a realization. Licking his lips in excitement and anticipation, he continued, Originally, I thought that this would be a boring job, but since you are also an expert with a sea-based legacy, I will finally get a chance to stretch my body properly. After saying so, Wild Aggression activated a berserk skill, his aura skyrocketing in intensity. The increased mana flow around his body also roiled the ocean surface. At this moment, the vibe the ranger gave off made it seem as if he was a primordial sea monster that had just awoken from its slumber, inspiring an indescribable sense of fear in others. The boss is finally getting serious. With this, both the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing are dead for sure. The Water Ghost Legion members grew excited when they saw the change in Wild Aggression's aura. The berserk skill Wild Aggression had just activated was a legacy berserk skill. Although its duration was very short, when used at sea, the effects of the berserk skill greatly surpassed those of ordinary berserk skills. At this moment, the ranger was not the slightest bit weaker than a Grand Lord of the same level in terms of basic attributes. Not good. Wild Aggression is getting serious. When Blue Phoenix saw Wild Aggression walking on the surface of the ocean, her complexion darkened significantly. Immediately, she called Sherfong and said, Guild Leader Black Flame, we need to go help her quickly. Out at sea, Wild Aggression is even scarier than some of Miracle's old monsters. She was well aware that Wild Aggression had obtained a sea-based advanced legacy. When he used his legacy berserk skill out on the open ocean, he was truly invincible against players of the same level. No need. Just leave it to Aqua, Sherfong replied, shaking his head as he looked at Blue Phoenix's anxious expression. Trying to help Aqua Rose out at sea was simply unnecessary. After all, in a maritime environment, Aqua Rose's combat power was superior to even his own. Moreover, he had given both the void robe and void gloves dropped by the void serpent to her. If it really came down to a battle out at sea against Aqua Rose, even he would have to flee. Right now, her combat power was solidly at Tier 3, including the effects of the Sea Dragon Staff, a growth-type staff exclusive for Aqua Rose's Sea God's legacy. Her combat power was already at the peak of Tier 3, even without activating a Berserk skill. Hence, for Tier 2 players, picking a fight with Aqua Rose right now was no different from suicide. While Sherfong was saying so, Wild Aggression made his move, firing an arrow straight into the sky, following which a twofold magic array appeared overhead and rained countless aqua blue arrows onto Aqua Rose. Tier 2 taboo skill, Heavenfall. As for Aqua Rose, she controlled the water serpents to greet these arrows. Boom! When the attacks of both sides clashed, the resulting shockwave formed a depression in the ocean surface and shook the surrounding ships. Meanwhile, when the splashes dissipated, the gigantic water serpents still towered proudly above the ocean surface, their bodies entirely unscathed. Chapter 1929, Sea God's Wrath. Chapter 1929, Sea God's Wrath. She blocked it? Wild Aggression's eyes twitched when he saw the sea serpents unharmed. Before Wild Aggression could shake off his shock, Aqua Rose waved her staff once more and sent a water serpent snapping its jaws at the ranger. However, Wild Aggression reacted to the attack quickly. Just as the water serpent was about to bite down on him, he leaped out of harm's way. The water serpent's gigantic body made its single-target attack look like an AoE spell. When it crashed into the ocean surface, the impact created a whirlpool 8 yards in radius and more than 10 meters deep. The power of the serpent's attack had the miracle members present gulping involuntarily. If they were struck by that attack, they would undoubtedly die. Meanwhile, after Wild Aggression dodged the water serpent's attack, he started firing arrow after arrow at Aqua Rose from midair. While this water serpent of yours is good in a melee fight, but it is far from enough to deal with me. As a veteran expert, Wild Aggression quickly understood Aqua Rose's weaknesses after clashing with her for just a short time. While the water serpent was indeed strong, it was considerably slow. All he needed to do to win this fight was avoid the water serpent and focus on attacking Aqua Rose herself. Like shooting stars, the arrows Wild Aggression launched moved so quickly that others could see only streaks of light. For a time, dozens of light blue streaks of light bombarded the water barrier protecting Aqua Rose, raising splashes of water one after another. However, no matter how many arrows struck Aqua Rose's barrier, they got through only the first layer at most. They weren't able to pierce the second layer even in the slightest, much less damage Aqua Rose. The boss still hasn't broken through that barrier, even after attacking so many times. She really is a monster. Even if the commander can't harm her, she can't harm the commander, either. With the commander's combat standard and speed, that slow water serpent won't be able to touch even a strand of the commander's hair. The players observing the battle between Wild Aggression and Aqua Rose from a distance were mesmerized. The battle between these two players did not look like a battle between players at all, but more like a territorial struggle between two monsters of equal strength. No matter how many times these two monsters attacked each other, they failed to inflict any harm on one another. One is not enough. Raising her brow at Wild Aggression, Aqua Rose pointed her free hand at the ranger. Immediately, the remaining 11 water serpents all joined in on the attack. How can she control so many serpents? Wild Aggression's expression turned serious when he saw the approaching water serpents. Dealing with one water serpent was easy enough, as its attacks were somewhat monotonous. However, if all 12 water serpents were to attack simultaneously, the standard of the attack would undergo a qualitative transformation. Originally, Wild Aggression had thought that Aqua Rose could control only one water serpent properly. In that case, he could take advantage of the water serpent's slow attack speed to counterattack her. However, With all 12 water serpents attacking him now, he could only evade. He had no opportunity to attack Aqua, Rose whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, Wild Aggression was placed in an absolute disadvantage. However, the thing that made him truly fearful was the fact that Aqua Rose's control over the water serpents improved as the battle went on, making it increasingly difficult for him to evade their attacks. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the serpents devoured him. Fire the warship's cannons and kill her. It doesn't matter even if you destroy the ship she is standing on. Wild Aggression commanded, his eyes becoming bloodshot when he saw his depleting HP. Hearing Wild Aggression's order, the Miracle members controlling the giant crocodile warship sprang into action. After they aimed the warship's main cannon at Aqua Rose's position, the cannons started gathering a frightening amount of mana. The shot from the giant crocodile warship's main cannon was the warship's strongest attack. One hit from the main cannon could heavily injure even a Grand Lord-ranked sea monster or instantly obliterate an advanced speedboat. Sensing the dense mana converging on the giant crocodile warship, Aqua Rose immediately grew serious, activating her legacy berserk skill before chanting an incantation. Suddenly, everyone on the battlefield felt strong winds blowing at them. At the same time, gigantic whirlpools formed on the ocean's surface, one after another. Over 100 whirlpools appeared in the blink of an eye, swaying every one of Miracle's ships violently. Attack! Wild Aggression shouted hurriedly when he sensed that the situation was amiss. Following the Ranger's command, a black-white beam of light shot out from the giant crocodile warship, tearing apart the space around it as it sped to devour Aqua Rose. Go! At the same time as the light beam appeared, Aqua Rose raised her staff into the air. Immediately, the whirlpools erupted and transformed into gigantic waterspouts that moved to intercept the magic beam. Sea God's Wrath. This move was the strongest spell Aqua Rose currently possessed and was a curse that could be used only when she had her legacy berserk skill activated. Suddenly, over 100 waterspouts clashed with the magic beam, the intense shockwave resulting from the clash causing the ocean surface to sink. The clash between the magic beam and the waterspouts continued for several seconds. Then the energy reserves for the attack finally ran out. In the next moment, the light beam dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind a bunch of intact waterspouts. How is this possible? Wild Aggression's mind blanked out when he saw the giant crocodile warship's magic beam disappear without achieving anything. However, before the Ranger could snap out of his daze, one of the waterspouts had already devoured him entirely. The waterspouts then extended their reach toward the distant giant crocodile warship. When the duration of Sea God's Wrath ended, aside from the giant crocodile warship, every one of Miracle's advanced and ordinary speedboats, caught within range of the spell, was destroyed. This outcome had the Water Ghost Legion members, who were fighting against Blue Phoenix's forces, gaping in shock. One attack had destroyed several dozen speedboats. This attack was even more frightening than any large-scale destruction spell they had seen before. I'm not fighting anymore. That woman's practically a king-class sea monster. I'm not going to die a pointless death here. Let's escape together. Right, let's escape together. That way, the higher-ups won't be able to pin the blame on us. After a moment of silence, Miracle's members could no longer withstand the pressure they felt from Aqua Rose. Immediately, every one of Miracle's ships turned around and fled the battlefield, further stupefying the Water Ghost Legion members. How were they supposed to leave the battlefield without any ships? They would simply be live targets if they jumped into the ocean. Moreover, swimming in the ocean consumed a lot of stamina. We don't have any other choice but to try it. Realizing their current predicament, some of the Water Ghost Legion members chose to dive into the sea. Although the sea monsters were extremely dangerous, Their chances of survival with the sea monsters were much better than if they stayed to fight against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members, where death would be certain. As for the rest of the Water Ghost Legion members, they desperately tried using instantaneous movement scrolls to teleport onto the fleeing ships. However, Aqua Rose did not give these players any opportunity to escape whatsoever. Her combat power was originally already at the peak of Tier 3. After activating her Berserk skill, she could easily slaughter the Tier 1 and Tier 2 Water Ghost Legion members, needing only one hit per person. After just a short moment, the corpses of nearly 300 Water Ghost Legion members could be seen floating on the ocean. Meanwhile, as Aqua Rose was conducting her massacre, the distant Miracle members vanished without a trace. Even the glacier seal placed on the battlefield had disappeared. The sudden reversal of the battle thoroughly dumbfounded Blue Phoenix's forces. This situation overturned the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members' understanding of naval combat. They had never thought that one person's strength would be enough to change the outcome of a near-hopeless battle. Moreover, Aqua Rose had even defeated the Water Ghost Legion with relative ease. Only Sir Foam found this situation normal. The first reason for this shocking outcome was the extreme weakness of the ships that players currently possessed. While these ships might be useful against low-tiered players, against players at Tier 3 and above, their effects would be negligible. The second reason was Aqua Rose having the Sea God's Legacy, one of the strongest sea-based legacies in the game. In the past, it was precisely because of this legacy that the Freedom Alliance had managed to become an overlord of the seas. Otherwise, with the Freedom Alliance's strength, it would have long since been devoured by the various superpowers. Following which, Sir Foam started going through the spoils of war. In the meantime, everyone else rested and prepared to enter Savage God Island. Meanwhile, inside one of the dark canyons on Savage God Island, a 1,000-man legion for Miracle was currently searching for Phoenix Rain's group with everything they had. At this time, 1,000 Miles, the leader of the Legion, suddenly received a message from one of the Water Ghost Legion members that had successfully fled the battlefield. "We lost." 1,000 Miles's complexion darkened when he read the message. He simply could not believe it. Chapter 1930, Legacy Treasure. Chapter 1930, Legacy Treasure. 1,000 Miles's expression sank even further after watching the battle video the Water Ghost Legion member sent him. How is she so powerful? The battle video showed Aqua Rose blocking the giant crocodile warships, main cannon all by herself. Moreover, she had even managed to damage the giant crocodile warships severely, as well as destroy several dozen speedboats. To make matters worse, she had done all these things with only one spell. Even large-scale destruction spells weren't capable of such a feat after all. Every speedboat had a certain amount of magic resistance. They were also made of very tough materials to be able to fight sea monsters. Nevertheless, Aqua Rose still managed to destroy the speedboats in one hit. This proved that her attack dealt additional damage to ships. Vice Guild Leader, did something happen? Silent March, who was currently dressed in a set of gray robes and had an aura of death surrounding her body, asked curiously when she noticed the grim expression on 1,000 Miles's face. "Wild's ambush failed," 1,000 Miles replied as he forwarded the message he received to her. Moreover, it was a rout this time. Over 70% of the Water Ghost Legion's members died in battle. Several dozen ordinary and advanced speedboats also got destroyed, and 6 bronze speedboats and 1 mysterious iron speedboat got captured by the enemy. How is that possible? Silent March found 1,000 Miles's words incredible. Could the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion have come prepared this time and mobilized every one of its fleets for this battle? The 5 fleets Wild Aggression led were all expert fleets of Miracle. There was also the Water Ghost Legion. Unless the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion mobilized every one of its fleets, she couldn't imagine how Wild Aggression could suffer such a heavy blow. No, all of this is due to just one person, 1,000 Miles said, shaking his head. One person. Silent March could not help but be stunned. MHM. Enviously, Thousand Miles said, even Wild Aggression with his advanced legacy was no match for her. I suspect that she must have obtained a sea-based peak legacy, as well as weapons and equipment unique to her class. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so powerful. Sea-based legacies were things that the various superpowers were currently scrambling to acquire. When the various superpowers clashed with each other out at sea, the battle would normally be between players only. Ships were mainly used to deal with sea monsters, as they were not as effective against players. Meanwhile, just obtaining a sea-based basic legacy could increase a player's combat power out at sea by at least 50%. As for advanced legacies, the improvements provided were even more exaggerated. Miracle had exhausted a lot of manpower and resources just to obtain one sea-based advanced legacy. However, Thousand Miles had to admit that the return was worth the losses incurred. After gaining the advanced legacy, Wild Aggression's combat power out at sea was simply frightening. Whether the Ranger was going up against sea monsters or players, his advanced legacy provided significant help. Now that it seemed that Aqua Rose had acquired a sea-based peak legacy, how could Thousand Miles not feel envious of it? Moreover, watching this battle had also reaffirmed for him the importance of sea-based legacies. Then what should we do now? I'm afraid it won't be long before the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's reinforcements arrive. Once that happens, we'll have a harder time killing Phoenix Rain, Silent March said worriedly. Since reinforcements have already arrived, there's no need for us to waste time here any longer. In any case, we have already obtained the legacy treasure and achieved our initial goal. Have everyone retreat. Thousand Miles replied, smiling. We'll let Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing have their fun for now. Once we obtain this legacy, the entire Sea of Death will be Miracle's territory. When Blue Phoenix received news about Miracle's ambush on Phoenix Rain, they had already fought a battle with Phoenix Rain's team on Savage God Island. Meanwhile, by the time Blue Phoenix's fleet arrived, the battle had long since ended. Although they did not manage to steal everything from Phoenix Rain's group, they had still obtained the most important legacy treasure. If they had not wanted to obtain the remaining treasures, they wouldn't have bothered wasting time playing cat and mouse on the island with Phoenix Rain. Although the losses they suffered to Zero Wing were indeed unexpected, compared to the legacy treasure, these losses were negligible. Understood. I'll have everyone retreat from the island right away. Silent March started contacting the members scattered across Savage God Island and had everyone swiftly withdraw from the island. Pavilion Master, something strange is going on with Miracle's members. They're actually leaving the canyon. A level 57, Tier 2 Ranger using Eagle Eyes reported when she noticed that the Miracle members searching for them had started pulling out of Savage God Island. They've stopped chasing us. Phoenix Rain, who was currently recovering her stamina beneath a tree, asked curiously, Has Blue arrived? That's not right. With Thousand Miles' personality, he wouldn't give up so easily. Did something unexpected happen to Miracle's forces? She knew very clearly what kind of strength Blue Phoenix's impromptu fleet possessed. It would be fortunate if Blue Phoenix's fleet could break through Miracle's blockade of Savage God Island. Even after Blue Phoenix's forces grouped up with her team, all they would be able to do was buy time for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's other fleets to arrive. Thousand Miles should know this as well. So how could he possibly give up on this excellent opportunity to deal her a blow? Pavilion Master, something changed. An assassin hiding at the shore of Savage God Island reported suddenly. Miracle's ships stationed around the island are withdrawing. Miracle even removed the lockdown on the island. Phoenix Rain grew even more curious after hearing this report. Just what is Thousand Miles planning? It was precisely Miracle's blockade that prevented her team from escaping. Meanwhile, now that it was gone, they could leave at any time. However, Phoenix Rain could not understand why Thousand Miles would give up on such a good opportunity. Pavilion Master, another update. Miracle's giant crocodile warship is approaching the island. However, by the looks of it, the warship seems to have sustained heavy damage. 2 of its mainsails are in tatters. Moreover, the fleets following behind the warship seem to have lost a lot of ships. They must have just experienced a great battle. The Miracle members on the island seem to be preparing to board the warship and leave the island, the assassin said, shocked as he eyed the gigantic warship that had anchored close to the beach and the Miracle members approaching the warship. After hearing this assassin's report, Phoenix Rain grew even more confused. She could not make heads or tails of the situation at all. Miracle's giant crocodile warship was no laughing matter. It was much more powerful than even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's warship, akin to a mobile seaborne fortress. Hence, she found it truly hard to imagine that Miracle's prided warship would suffer heavy damage. Moreover, Miracle had even decided to abandon Savage God Island and retreat right after suffering such a humiliation. Everyone, get yourselves ready. We're going to leave the island now. Phoenix Rain decided after giving the matter some more thought. Pavilion Master, could this be Miracle's trap? Maybe they're pretending to retreat to get us to lower our guard, a female cleric said. With how strange this situation was, they had to be especially careful in their decisions. That shouldn't be the case. That's the giant crocodile warship we're talking about. Miracle doesn't need to damage its prized warship to such an extent just to deal with us. Miracle must have fought some other superpower and ended up eating a loss, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. While she had indeed considered the possibility of this being a ploy by Miracle, the likelihood was very low. Warships could not be repaired in ordinary repair yards. It would be utterly foolish for Miracle to damage its core combat power just to deal with her team. A short moment later, Phoenix Rain led the survivors of her team out of the canyon they were hiding in and carefully approached the shore of Savage God Island. Their journey there was incomparably peaceful. They did not encounter a single member of Miracle. Just which superpower started a fight with Miracle? Phoenix Rain could not help but wonder as she thought back to the uneventful journey her team just made. As far as she knew, there were no naval superpowers capable of forcing Miracle to make such a decisive retreat. Pavilion Master, look. It's Blue Phoenix's fleet, a Tier 2 ranger said as she waved excitedly at the ships approaching the shore they stood on. When Phoenix Rain turned to the direction the female ranger indicated, confusion covered Phoenix Rain's face. It was indeed Blue Phoenix's fleet that arriving. However, Miracle ships currently surrounded Blue Phoenix's fleet. Yet, for some reason, none of Miracle's ships dared approach Blue Phoenix's fleet. They only watched the fleet edge up to the shore from afar as if they were afraid of something. When Blue Phoenix's fleet got closer, Phoenix Rain suddenly noticed the presence of sailboats and speedboats that were both unfamiliar yet familiar to her. This was especially true for the sailboat at the lead. Zero Wing. Phoenix Rain was filled with an indescribable sense of shock when she saw Sher Fong and his guild members standing at the bow of the one-horned sailboat. Could it be their doing? Chapter 1931. Savage God's Treasure. Chapter 1931. Savage God's Treasure. Sea of Death on the giant crocodile warship off Savage God Island. Vice Guild Leader. The results of our investigation are in. According to our spies, Black Flame is personally leading Zero Wing's team this time. As for why Zero Wing is here, we still aren't certain, Silent March reported as she pointed toward Zero Wing's members, who had just set foot ashore. Black Flame. 1,000 Miles smiled upon hearing this. We're quite lucky this time. Since the guild leader of Zero Wing has personally come to a remote place like the Sea of Death, Zero Wing must be conducting a big operation. Although Zero Wing had ruined his plans, it would seem that he was soon going to earn back his losses. I'll have 5 assassin parties secretly tail them, Silent March said, a smile likewise appearing on her face. She then started arranging for the necessary manpower. In God's domain, guild leaders of large guilds generally wouldn't lead a team of their own. However, when they did, it would definitely be an important operation. If one stalked such a team and properly took advantage of the opportunity, one could deal damage to the targeted guild and steal said guild's harvest. Only, it was very difficult to track the guild leaders of the various large guilds, as they would generally take preventive measures to cover their traces. Make sure Zero Wings members don't detect them, no matter what. 1,000 Miles reminded. Vice Guild Leader, rest assured, the parties I sent are the best. I am certain they will not be discovered. Silent March nodded. Meanwhile, on Savage God Island, after Blue Phoenix informed Phoenix Rain about the battle between Aqua Rose and the Water Ghost Legion, Phoenix Rain could not help but sigh ruefully. She had gone to great lengths to secure a clue leading to a sea-based legacy. Yet before she could get the legacy, Miracle stole it from under her. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had somehow obtained a sea-based peak legacy without anyone noticing. With this peak legacy, even the naval overlords would not dare to casually start a war with Zero Wing. Big Sis Rain, does that mean the legacy treasure fell into Miracle's hands? When Blue Phoenix heard about Phoenix Rain's battle on Savage God Island, her originally happy mood instantly vanished. If not for 9 Dragons Emperor leaking information, you wouldn't have met such an ambush. Big Sis Rain, why don't we report this matter to the Great Pavilion Master? If we do so, 9 Dragons Emperor will definitely get his just deserts. The clue regarding the legacy treasure was something they had discovered in the savage wildland. Now, however, their efforts had ended up profiting Miracle instead. It's useless. We don't have any evidence. The Great Pavilion Master won't believe a unilateral claim. Not to mention, the competition is already at a crucial point. 9 Dragons Emperor might even be hoping I'll complain to the Great Pavilion Master. To use it to lower my standing, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. In the next moment, however, the corners of her lips curled up as she added, however, unfortunately for 9 Dragons Emperor, while it is indeed true that 1,000 Miles has stolen the legacy treasure, our side obtained the Savage God's treasure. The Savage God's treasure? Sure Foam, who stood before Phoenix Rain, muttered in surprise. He had never imagined that Savage God Island would really have both the Savage God's legacy and treasure. In the past, he had only heard of these 2 things' existence, nothing more. When no additional information was revealed, many people took the news as fake. After all, both these 2 things were left behind by God. How could there be absolutely no news about them after players acquire them? That's right. Phoenix Rain smiled. She then retrieved an ancient book from her bag and said, "This is the treasure left behind by the Savage God, a divine tome." The moment Phoenix Rain took out the divine tome, everyone present felt their perception vanish as the large book sucked the ambient mana completely dry. Impossible! A divine tome! Sherfone goggled at the book in Phoenix Rain's hands reflexively, an indescribable sense of shock flooding his heart. Current players would not have any accurate knowledge regarding divine tomes. However, Sherfone, who had played God's Domain for more than a decade, knew just how valuable a divine tome was. It was no exaggeration to say that it was worth more than a fragmented legendary item. Its value to lifestyle players could even rival a legendary item. This is a treasure that allows lifestyle players to enter the divine library and learn the recipes and designs left behind by ancient gods, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. Although there are only 2 entry slots available, if used properly, generating a fortune is definitely possible. While the legacy treasure could grant players frightening combat power, the Savage God's treasure allowed players to gain frightening wealth. After all, those recipes and designs were left behind by ancient gods. The items that could be created using those recipes and designs were undoubtedly amazing. Earning a fortune with those items would be very easy. Meanwhile, money just so happened to be the thing she lacked the most right now. She had invested practically every coin she earned into developing her naval forces. However, despite doing so, her naval forces were still significantly weaker than Miracle's. If she wished to surpass Miracle, then she required more funds. Moreover, while Miracle had indeed stolen the legacy treasure from her, obtaining the legacy itself was impossible in the short term. The player Miracle selected for the legacy would need sufficient strength. Meanwhile, in order to guarantee success, Miracle would definitely have to make a lot of preparations. Guild Leader Blackflame, it is all thanks to you that Blue and her forces were able to escape tragedy this time. At the same time, you also saved my life. I hope that you can accept one of these 2 slots, Phoenix Rain said sincerely as she looked at Sherfong. While having allies was a good thing, not all allies would be willing to lend a helping hand during critical moments. Most of them would take action only after weighing their potential gains and losses. The fact that Zero Wing stepped forward when she faced danger was invaluable. Phoenix Pavilion Master, you are making too much of it. I only helped out as an ally. However, I am indeed very interested in this Divine Tome entry slot. While I will be accepting your goodwill, I cannot just take it for free, Sherfong said. He immediately took out 6 bronze speedboats and traded them to Phoenix Rain. Each entry slot to the Divine Library was worth roughly 1 fragmented legendary item. Definitely far more than the help he provided this time. As for the bronze speedboats, these things currently weren't of much use to Zero Wing, as the guild was not particularly active in the Sea of Death right now. However, they were worth a lot to Phoenix Rain, who operated mainly in the Sea of Death. With a look at the trade window, Phoenix Rain understood that, like herself, Sherfong did not like owing favors. Hence, she simply nodded and accepted the 6 bronze speedboats. Using the Divine Tome, Phoenix Rain left a mark on Sherfeng's palm. With this, he could either use the mark himself or transfer it to someone else. However, it could be used only once. Once the transaction was completed, Phoenix Rain decided against lingering on Savage God Island, as she still had a lot of work awaiting her. After instructing Blue Phoenix's group to continue guiding Sherfong to Kama Island, Phoenix Rain herself returned to Thunder Island. Sherfong headed deeper into the Sea of Death on the one-horned sailboat. While resting inside a cabin in the sailboat, Sherfong fell into deep thought as he looked at the mark on his palm. In the end, he decided to be the one to use this mark. Although there were other lifestyle masters in the Candlelight trading firm, acquiring a recipe or design from the Divine Library required one to possess sufficient combat power as well. Otherwise, one would not gain anything. Meanwhile, if he waited until Melancholic Smile or Cream Cocoa became combat experts, it would be months or years before he could reap the benefits of the Divine Library. Following which, Sherfong activated the mark on his palm. Suddenly, the mana inside the cabin stirred. Shortly after, a spatial tear appeared behind Sherfong and sucked him into it. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the room, leaving behind only a silver magic array on the floor where he had been standing. Chapter 1932, Divine Library. Chapter 1932, Divine Library. After getting sucked into the spatial tear, Sherfong arrived in a dark and chaotic space. Standing at the center of this space was a majestic shrine that gave off such pressure that even the chaotic airflow actively avoided it. The moment Sherfong appeared before the shrine, he could feel a stifling suppression of his strength. The frightening divine might the shrine exuded also made his movements extremely sluggish. This pressure really is amazing. It's no wonder they said that players couldn't enter the Divine Library without having a certain degree of strength. Sherfong felt a little surprised as he moved his body tentatively. Right now, his body's physique and basic attributes weren't even at the standard of a Tier 1 player. His perception of his surroundings had also become non-existent. If he were to fight in such a state, he might have difficulty going up against a chieftain of the same level. If any other Tier 2 player were in his position right now, one could easily imagine how much weaker they would become, not to mention lifestyle players. After familiarizing himself with the environment, Shifeng approached the shrine, which was over a kilometer tall. Countless divine runes and magic arrays were engraved into the shrine's exterior, radiating a golden glow that gave the shrine a sacred ambience. Meanwhile, standing before the main entrance, was a stalwart statue wearing leather armor and a helmet made out of dragon bones, the helmet exposing only a set of eyes. The statue also held an axe in each hand. The pressure the statue gave off was so powerful that Shifeng had extreme difficulty approaching it. When he got within 100 yards of the statue, his body refused to move even a step closer. What kind of statue is this? It's clearly an inanimate object, yet it still has such a powerful pressure. Most likely, even Tier 4 players can't walk up to its feet looking at this 10-meter-tall statue. Shifeng could feel that the pressure it gave off would increase exponentially the closer one got to it. After bypassing the statue, Shifeng quickly arrived at the shrine's main entrance. The entrance was so massive that even monsters over 10 meters tall could walk through it easily. As Shifeng approached the golden set of doors, the doors slowly parted, a blinding glow escaping through the gap between the doors. By the time the golden doors were fully opened and the intense light had dissipated, a sea of books appeared before Shifeng. Rows of bookshelves filled the hall before him with patrol squads of stone guards wandering all around the chamber. Similar to Shifeng, these stone guards were all level 69. As for their ranks, there were elites, special elites, and chieftains. Although the HPs of these stone guards were not as high as that of ordinary monsters of the same rank and level, the elites still had over 1 million HP, while the chieftain-ranked squad captains had 5 million HP. If Shifeng were to come across these monsters in the outside world, he wouldn't even have paid attention to them. However, in his current state, he had no choice but to take the many stone guards in the hall seriously. The chieftain-ranked stone guards were especially dangerous to him. While Shifeng was carefully observing the movements and habits of the stone guards, an armored, middle-aged man whose body was translucent like a ghost suddenly appeared at the center of the hall. Even when Shifeng tried using omniscient eyes on him, aside from finding out that the man was named Bernard, he did not get any other information. Adventurer of the human race, I am Bernard, the manager of the Divine Library. Since you have gained an entry slot from a divine tome, you may pick out one book from the Divine Library. However, the books here are not easy to acquire. They will not be given to people who lack ability, Bernard said after appearing before Shifeng. Like an emotionless machine, Bernard continued indifferently. There are a total of 5 floors in the Divine Library, and the higher you go, the fewer the books available. In return, however, their value will also increase. Even ancient gods would covet the books found on the top floor. There are a large number of guards on every floor. Your task will be to obtain the book you want from these guards. Once you get a book, I will send you back immediately. If you are killed by the guards, you will similarly be sent away. If you wish to reap a harvest in the Divine Library, you must not be greedy. Tread within the limit of your abilities. After saying so, Bernard vanished. Sure enough, this place is the same as the rumors made it out to be. Shifeng possessed a certain degree of understanding of the Divine Library due to its great fame in God's domain. Countless superpowers had fought desperately to acquire a divine tome in the past. Stored inside the Divine Library were various recipes and designs for lifestyle classes. There were even designs for powerful war weapons, defensive constructions, and magic arrays. Just like Bernard had said, even after reaching Tier 6, players would still lust for the Divine Library's contents. In the past, the most famous story involving the Divine Library had a Tier 6 God-ranked player obtaining a design for a war fortress from the Divine Library's 4th floor. The war fortress built using this design could resist even Tier 6 gods. Its deterrent force easily surpassed that of a Tier 6 player. The guild that acquired this war fortress also gained great assistance from it. God's domain had many forbidden lands that were so inhospitable that guild towns couldn't be set up within them no matter what. However, the war fortress could. Due to this reason, countless superpowers had tried desperately to obtain a divine tome so that they could acquire an amazing war fortress design themselves. With such a war fortress, they, too, could develop in the various forbidden regions and reap the bountiful resources and treasures there. Of course, while Shifeng also wished to obtain a war fortress design right now, with his current strength, reaching the 4th floor was utterly impossible. The difficulty of each floor in the Divine Library increased exponentially. A Tier 2 player would be fortunate to obtain a book from the 1st floor. Even the best among Tier 2 players would get only as far as the 2nd floor. However, although the books on the 1st and 2nd floor were not as valuable as a war fortress design, they were already precious. Let's try out these guards, Shifeng thought as he looked at the patrolling guards. He then used Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger test the waters. He had not been given a time limit for picking a book. Although his doppelganger was not as strong as his main body, even if it died, he wouldn't lose anything. At most, he would just have to wait a few minutes for the skill's cooldown to end. As Shifeng controlled his doppelganger to approach one of the patrol squads, the guards in the entire hall went into a frenzy, all of them surging toward his doppelganger. Although this situation surprised Shifeng a little, he still managed to have his doppelganger charge forward and cut at one of the squad captains. Pum! Before the doppelganger could even land a hit, however, Shifeng suddenly saw a flash stabbing at his doppelganger's body. The doppelganger went flying, its HP decreasing by 1/9. So strong! Shifeng could not help his surprise as he looked at the squad captain. Not only did the squad captain's attack contain great strength, but the way it moved its spear was absolutely flawless, without any excess action whatsoever. The squad captain's combat standard was already very close to rivaling refinement realm experts. All the captain lacked was a little bit of intellect. Before Shifeng's doppelganger could stand up, several squad captains nearby had already arrived before it, their spears stabbing the doppelganger one time after another. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, the squad captains had the upper hand. Despite activating its life-saving skills, Shifeng's doppelganger still did not last more than 10 seconds before getting killed. It did not even get to touch the first row of bookshelves. Chapter 1933, Book Acquired. Chapter 1933, Book Acquired. The 1st floor's difficulty is already so high? Astonishment flashed across Shifeng's eyes as he watched his doppelganger's body dissipate into nothingness. Although he did not focus on getting his doppelganger to reach the bookshelves and simply had it fight, from the moment the doppelganger attacked the first stone guard until it died, less than 10 seconds had passed in total. If an ordinary Tier 2 expert had attempted the same thing, they most likely would have died an even more miserable death. At this moment, Shifeng felt very fortunate that he had not sent one of the other lifestyle masters of the Candlelight trading firm to the Divine Library. Otherwise, this entry slot would have been wasted. After waiting for several minutes, Shifeng summoned his doppelganger again for another experiment. This time, instead of fighting the stone guards, Shifeng had his doppelganger focus on moving as far as possible into the hall. However, when Shifeng's doppelganger was still 30 yards away from the first row of bookshelves, the patrolling guards noticed his doppelganger. By the time the doppelganger was 20 yards away from the bookshelves, more than 30 stone guards had already surrounded it, blocking off its path forward completely. What a rapid response! Shifeng was surprised as he watched the stone guards rushing toward his doppelganger. However, while the movement speed of the stone guards was indeed very fast, the doppelganger was not slow either. Immediately, Shifeng had his doppelganger use Wind Blade, its movement speed skyrocketing. The The doppelganger then skirted the blockade and dashed for the bookshelves. Whenever the stone guards launched an attack at his doppelganger, Sher Fong would have the doppelganger deflect the attack using its two swords. While it barely managed with the chieftain's attacks, it had no problem with the elites and special elites attacks. Leveraging this knowledge, Sher Fong controlled his doppelganger to surround itself with elites and special elites, using them as shields to hinder the chieftains as much as possible. A short moment later, Sher Feng's doppelganger arrived before the first row of bookshelves. The first row of bookshelves contained advanced recipes and designs, all of which came from ancient times, so they could be considered unique in the current god's domain. The sight of these recipes and designs tempted Sher Fong greatly. However, he also understood very clearly that the deeper the bookshelves were located, the more valuable the books they held. Hence, he had his doppelganger continue deeper without hesitation. Second row. Third row. The deeper Sher Fong traveled into the hall, the more effort he had to expend to get even further. The first reason for this was the continuous increase in the number of stone guards. The second reason was the elites and special elites taking the initiative to give way to allow the chieftain-ranked squad captains to attack. After Sher Fong expended every skill his doppelganger possessed, the doppelganger ended up dying in the middle of the first floor hall. So that's how it is. It's no wonder so many experts failed to obtain anything from the Divine Library in the past. Sher Fong took in a deep breath as he mentally replayed the scenes of his doppelganger's attempt. There were several hundred stone guards on the first floor hall, including over 50 chieftains. The deeper one traveled into the hall, the more chieftains one would encounter. Moreover, if players took the initiative to attack even one of the stone guards, every stone guard in the hall would swarm over to attack them, making it almost impossible for players to locate a book of their preference. In addition, the combat standard of the chieftain-ranked squad captains bordered on the refinement realm. A Tier 2 refinement realm expert would be fortunate to obtain a book from the first row of bookshelves. Experts that hadn't reached the refinement realm wouldn't even be able to touch the bookshelves. Moreover, players' greed would also play an important role when selecting a book. The further one proceeded into the library, the more valuable the books they would see. Hence, players that visited the Divine Library would definitely try to push themselves to their very limits. However, after they truly reached their limits, they would not have any opportunities to reach for a book on the shelves, as the patrol guards would have already surrounded them. Even if they did still have some energy left to grab a book, it would be nearly impossible to accurately grab a book suited to their own needs. Now that I've already grasped the basic movement patterns of the guards, it's about time I made a move myself. After Sher Fong simulated the battle on the first floor hall in his mind several times, he focused his gaze on the closest patrol squad. If he tried to advance into the hall by sneaking through the gaps between patrol squads, once he got discovered, multiple patrol squads would charge at him and quickly surround him. However, if he were to charge straight at the nearest patrol squad, it would take the other patrol squads some more time to reach him. In other words, for a certain period, he would have to deal with only one patrol squad. He wouldn't have to deal with the encirclement of multiple patrol squads right off the bat, which would, in turn, slow down his advance and allow more patrol squads to gather around him. After Sher Fong was done planning, he immediately charged at the nearest patrol squad. Intruder die. After noticing Sher Feng's approach, the 10-man patrol squad quickly moved to surround him. Upon seeing this, Sher Fong executed Purgatory Pentaslash without hesitation. In terms of basic attributes, he was significantly superior to his doppelganger. Moreover, unlike his doppelganger, he had the assistance of the 7 Luminaries' Rings Aura of Wind to increase his movement speed by a significant margin. After sending 5 elite stone guards flying, Sher Fong used Wind Blade and rushed past the squad captain, bolting for the depths of the hall. In the middle section of the hall, more than 10 patrol squads managed to surround Sher Fong. Faced with such a situation, even Sher Fong felt that he was close to reaching his limits. his HP rapidly decreasing. He immediately activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength skyrocketing, then executed Sword's orbit to send the approaching stone guards flying. The boost in strength allowed Shi Feng to advance with great ease. Only after he neared the staircase leading to the second floor hall did he start feeling some pressure. Currently, dozens of squad captains surrounded him. Even though he had an advantage in strength, the squad captains charged at him without fear. Unlike before, when squad captains only tried to hinder his movements and buy time, they now recklessly traded blow for blow, fully intent on reaping his life at all costs. Hence, even though he had superior strength, advancing still took him a lot of effort. In the end, Shi Feng decided to use 9 dragons slash against the overwhelming number of attacks. With the help of the 16 Abyssal Blade Phantoms, he finally managed to get through the first floor and reach the second floor. Unlike the first floor, the guards on the second floor did not give Shi Feng any time to prepare at all. The moment he appeared on the floor, the guards were already swarming toward him. Meanwhile, the guards on the second floor had clearly received a qualitative improvement, as even the weakest guards were chieftains, while the squad captains were high lords whose combat standard was at the refinement realm. Compared to the guards on the first floor, the guards here also coordinated much better with each other. To make matters worse, even with Heavenly Dragon's power activated, Shi Feng was actually inferior to the High Lords in strength. By the time Shi Feng arrived at the first row of bookshelves, he already felt himself close to reaching his limits. Right now, he didn't even have any energy to spare for grabbing a book. Sure enough, the second floor isn't a place Tier 2 players can casually visit. Shi Feng could not help but reveal a bitter smile when he noticed 3 more patrol squads approaching. It seems I have no choice but to give it my all. He activated Blade Liberation, allowing his strength to skyrocket once more. With the activation of Twofold Berserk, his strength rivaled that of the High Lord ranked squad captains, following which he stabbed the Abyssal Blade into the ground. Shadows then spread out from the magic weapon. Abyssal Curse. All the guards within a 50-yard radius were instantly immobilized. Next, Shi Feng activated Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger transform into a black dragon. He then split up with his doppelganger and took independent action. After Shi Feng left, the pressure on him decreased visibly. Even after he reached the second floor's middle section, only 6 patrol squads were chasing him. In comparison, the black dragon had attracted the attention of over a dozen patrol squads. Lightning Slash. Shadow Blade. Although he had repelled a few squad captains with his skills, even more squad captains quickly took their place, the High Lords launching attacks at his defensive blind spots. Even though Shi Feng perceived the attacks ahead of time, there were simply too many of them. There was a limit to the number of attacks he could deflect. As a result, he steadily incurred damage time after time. When he activated Void Shield, the shield's energy depleted rapidly. 80%, 50%, 20%. Just when his Void Shield was about to shatter, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and activated Divine Steps. Immediately, he and his 10 new doppelgangers scattered, dashing in different directions, forcing the patrol squads to split up. By constantly switching positions with his doppelgangers, he managed to advance a considerable distance into the hall. Is this my limit? When Shi Feng saw the 20-plus patrol squads charging at him from the hall's rear section, he understood that entering the rear section would be impossible. Moreover, his twofold berserk was about to lapse. Risking getting hit, he dashed for a dark gray bookshelf nearby. Just as he was about to look at the books there, however, an angry bellow entered his ears. Intruder die. When the squad captains saw Shi Feng approaching a bookshelf, they went berserk. Suddenly, over a dozen squad captains raised their spears and hurled their weapons at him. Shio! 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 The spears created sonic booms as they flew at Shi Feng. It was evident that the power contained within those spears was already at the Tier 3 standard. Seeing this scene, Sherfong no longer dared to inspect the books. Sensing the lethality of those spears, he grabbed one of the 3 books displayed on the bookshelf. The moment Sherfong took the book off the bookshelf, he disappeared from the hall. As for the dozen or so spears, they harmlessly passed through his former location and crashed into the magic barrier protecting the dark gray bookshelf, the magic barrier trembling slightly from the spear's might. Chapter 1934, Basic Combat Device. Chapter 1934, Basic Combat Device. Sea of Death. In one of the one-horned sailboat's cabins, the silver magic array carved on the floorboards suddenly lit with a brilliant glow. Sherfang's figure then emerged from the array. That was close. Sherfong looked down at the tome in his hands, ecstatic. He had very nearly lost his life back there. He never thought that the stone guards could go berserk. The power of their spears had undoubtedly been at the Tier 3 standard, and if every one of those dozen or so spears had struck him, he would have died instantly. But despite his near-death experience, he couldn't help but excitedly inspect his new treasure. All of the Divine Library's books were precious treasures. First-rate guilds would even drool over the tomes on the first floor, not to mention those on the subsequent floors. Sherfong tapped to open the tome's attribute panel, and the system displayed its information before him. As expected of the Divine Library, even something like this was on the second floor. The corners of Sherfang's mouth twitched slightly when he saw the tome's name, awe flashing in his eyes. The tome he had obtained from the Divine Library was the production design for the basic combat device. The combat device was a special item that was similar to the strengthening device, which was a tool that increased equipment durability. The combat device, however, increased players' combat power. This increase to combat power was extraordinary. Rather than increasing its user's basic attributes, the combat device relied on powerful mana to improve its user's life rating forcibly. The ancient gods had created this magic tool, but since the combat device's production method had been lost to time, players could only find these devices in ancient ruins. Moreover, very few were generally hidden in such locations. The various large guilds in the past had treated the combat devices they had found like their own children. Now that he held the combat device's design, why wouldn't Sherfong be shocked? Even though it was only the basic combat device design, it was still enough to drive the various superpowers crazy. The basic combat device increased players' life ratings at Tier 3 and below by 1 rank. Although the improvement wouldn't boost normal players to the archaic species standard, it was still a formidable improvement, on par with upgrading a Lord to High Lord rank. When equipped, players would become boss-like existences among their peers. If an ordinary player equipped the combat device, their strength could rival an expert player of the same level and tier. If ordinary expert players used the device, although they would not be a match for peak experts, they would become slightly stronger than refinement realm experts. The combat device's only downside was that it couldn't be used in dungeons, even regional dungeons. In dungeons, equipping the device would have no effect. Even so, many players still dreamed of using the combat device. A basic combat device had sold for around 200 gold in the past, yet many players had fought over every device available on the market. If I can mass-produce these devices, I won't have to worry about a lack of experts in Zero Wing. Although the basic combat device design required precious materials, the total cost for producing each device was only around 60 gold. Unfortunately, the design required mana stones, which amounted to a large portion of the production cost. Fortunately, obtaining mana stones was no trouble for him, since he had a 100% success rate when synthesizing them with the Philosopher's Stone. Zero Wing wasn't far from having as many elite and expert players as a true first-rate guild. Some first-rate guilds even had fewer elites and experts than Zero Wing. Only the range of Zero Wing's influence was inferior to these guilds. but that couldn't be helped since Zero Wing had started in God's domain with nothing. However, if he could mass-produce the combat devices, Zero Wing could expand its influence quickly without worrying about a lack of sufficient manpower to manage the guild's additional territory. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng's desire to obtain Kama Island's Manatite Island grew. Despite Zero Wing's recent developmental achievements, its magic crystal income had seen very little improvement. After all, there was a limit to the magic crystals a single area could produce. If the guild wanted to increase this income significantly, it had to occupy an ore vein that generated magic crystals. Returning his focus to the tome in his hands, Shifeng clicked to learn the basic combat devices production method. Only the player that obtained a book from the Divine Library could learn from it. They could not be traded. Hence, the various large guilds in the past had generally sent lifestyle players to the library, since they could only put the books to good use by doing so. However, some guilds had dispatched powerful experts to retrieve the more valuable tomes. Those guilds had then invested a ton of resources in nurturing these expert players in the required subclass required to produce the book's items. Fortunately, Shifeng had gotten quite lucky, since the book he had claimed contained a forging design. Had he chosen an engineering design or alchemy recipe, he would have had to invest in developing a new subclass. After learning the production method, Shifeng began to practice the required magic arrays for the combat device while he waited for the one-horned sailboat to reach Kama Island. Time passed quickly. Under Blue Phoenix's lead, Zero Wing's fleet avoided many unnecessary fights with sea monsters. Finally, after more than 10 hours, the fleet arrived before an island enveloped in death energy. Kama Island's twin peaks were intertwined, and from afar, the island resembled some kind of massive, howling beast. From time to time, deafening roars rose from the island, echoing in the nearby players' minds. Even from afar, plenty of sea monsters were visible as they explored the island's surroundings. All of these sea monsters were level 60 or higher. Just docking on the island would be challenging. Guild leader Black Flame, we've reached Kama Island. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Blue Phoenix said. She couldn't help her confusion. Her gaze wandered to the island. She didn't understand why Shifeng wanted to visit an island doused in death energy and void of mana, but it wasn't her place to question him. God's domain had many secrets, after all, and for all she knew, Shifeng might have come here for some high-ranked quest. Thank you, Shifeng said sincerely. If not for Blue Phoenix's familiarity with the Sea of Death's inner area, Zero Wing's fleet would have seen a lot of trouble on the way to Kama Island. The one-horned sailboat had sustained considerable damage on the way here, even despite avoiding many battles. Without Blue Phoenix's guidance, Zero Wing's fleet might have been annihilated for carelessly entering a danger zone. Once Blue Phoenix and her subordinates had teleported away via return scrolls, Shifeng commanded his fleet to approach the island. Although many sea monsters surrounded Kama Island, Aqua Rose and the fleet's other players who wielded sea-based legacies easily removed the creatures from their path. In less than an hour, Zero Wing's ships docked on Kama Island shore. After seeing to the necessary preparations, an inexplicable fluctuation in space slammed into Shifeng as he set foot on the island. It had felt as if a sonic boom had radiated throughout the world. Just as suddenly, the sound of a system notification reached Shifeng's ears. God's Domain System announcement. Players have triggered the new expansion pack, Return of the Survivors. The system will undergo a 24-hour update. Please prepare to log out of the game. Chapter 1935. God's Domain Shaken. Chapter 1935. God's Domain Shaken. Upon hearing the system announcement, Shifeng was stunned. Why has this happened so soon? Shifeng's expression darkened slightly as he read the system announcement. The Return of the Survivors was a massive expansion pack that affected the entirety of God's domain. but as far as he could remember, this expansion pack shouldn't have triggered until mainstream players had reached level 70. Most mainstream players were only level 50 right now. Most of the various large guilds didn't even have many Tier 2 players, yet the return of Survivor's expansion pack had just triggered. While this expansion pack was good news for the various major powers, the same couldn't be said for Zero Wing. Once the return of the Survivor's expansion pack activated, the ancient humans that had split away from God's domain's main continent due to the ancient war would return. Unlike the current human population in God's domain, these ancient humans retained some of the combat techniques and lifestyle techniques from ancient times. The return of these beings also meant the return of lost technologies. One could easily imagine the impact this change would have on current players. In addition to the return of the ancient humans, the return of the Survivor's expansion pack also reduced the teleportation fees between the continent's various countries. The price of guild transfer scrolls would also drop. Once the expansion pack took effect, both independent players and guild players would have a much easier time traveling between countries. As a result, competition within the various countries would become far more intense. However, these changes were only the tip of the iceberg. The expansion pack's real impact lay in the real world. When the return of Survivor's expansion pack activated, the main god system would also activate the mental assistance system, incorporating players' habitual movements and nerve reactions from the real world in the game. Players' control of their virtual bodies would become more comfortable due to this change, removing the disparity between players' virtual bodies and their physical forms. This latest expansion pack also introduced the EXP potion, the effects of which lasted for 6 hours and disappeared upon death to the game. The potion would help low-level players level up quickly, doubling their EXP gain from monster kills. Of course, the EXP potion would only be effective for players below the mainstream level, which the main god system determined. To acquire the EXP potion, players had to increase their reputation with the Survivors until they were respected and complete a series of quests. Only then would players have the privilege of purchasing the EXP potions from the Survivor NPCs at the low price of 1 silver per bottle. Due to the EXP potion, new players had an easier time of quickly catching up to mainstream players. This also allowed experts to arise at a much faster rate, which in turn allowed the various major corporations to develop rapidly. Many major corporations had only invested in God's domain after they had realized the game's potential. However, the game's top players had reached a considerably high level by then. As a result, these corporations' experts hadn't been able to exhibit their true strength, even though so many powerful, real-world experts worked for these corporations. Fortunately for them, the EXP potion just so happened to mitigate this problem. In return, though, the EXP potion had increased the competition in God's domain by several times. Even the secret pavilion's God's domain experts list had changed so frequently that the experts in one edition would be gone in the next. Meanwhile, the return of the Survivor's expansion pack thoroughly eliminated the small advantages Zero Wing had accumulated over the game's various powers. Guild Leader, the forums are going crazy over this new expansion pack. The game's official website has even published some information about it. According to the game developers, once the new expansion pack takes effect, human survivors from ancient times will appear in the various NPC cities. These ancient survivors can teach players advanced combat methods for their classes, with each learning attempt only costing 3 silver, Aqua Rose said, surprised when she read the information on the official website. Before this, players had been forced to experiment on their own to learn the combat methods most suited to their classes. However, many elite players had only grasped a few basic combat methods. The various large guilds kept their advanced combat methods a secret, yet God's Domain was about to sell such combat methods to players directly. Advanced combat methods were nearly on par with basic combat techniques. With this new feature, players' combat standards in God's domain would drastically improve. This feature would bridge the gap between independent players and guild players by a significant margin, and when the various large guilds obtain these system-approved advanced combat methods, it would bridge the gap between their elite and expert members. The minimum requirements to be considered an expert in God's domain would also change. I'll need to accelerate my plans, Sherfong thought as he read the Sea of Death's official forums. The majority of independent players eagerly anticipated this new expansion pack, since it would undoubtedly bridge certain gaps between players. Sherfong needed to improve Zero Wing's nurturing system before the rest of God's domain benefited from this expansion pack, and soon. Only by doing so could he guarantee Zero Wing's advantage. Meanwhile, in the Or Empire's Crimson Flame Fortress, Vice Guild Leader, although we don't yet know who triggered the new expansion pack, it has assured our guilds rise to glory. Previously, those super first-rate guilds and super guilds have relied on their long-standing foundations in the virtual gaming world to suppress us. But now that advanced combat methods will be available to everyone, the Blackwater Corporation's support will allow us to nurture a large number of experts in a short time. Snow Scar, who wore silver scale armor, reported to Xuanwu Chisa as she sat in the guild leader's office. The new expansion pack was undoubtedly good news for the various major corporations, and the Blackwater Corporation would reap even greater benefits, since it had so many real-world experts under its command. Now that Blackwater had access to system-approved combat methods, nurturing a large group of expert players would be a piece of cake. How are things conning along in the capital's armory? Xuanwu Chisa asked the excited Snow Scar. Based on her indifferent expression, she didn't seem to think much of the new expansion pack. We have already moved past the outer area. Once we've prepared, we'll enter the armory's inner area. It would have taken us some time to secure the inner area, but with the expansion pack, I doubt it will be long, Snow Scar said. Good. Once we have secured the armory, formulate a plan to assault Silverwing Town, Xuanwu Chisa said. Looking at the map of the Or Empire before her, specifically Zero Wing's territory, disappointment flashed in her eyes as she muttered. I had thought that Zero Wing would be able to entertain me, but it seems that battle is over before it has even begun. What an uninteresting guild. Various large guilds and corporations also started to prepare to welcome the latest expansion pack. Meanwhile, on Kama Island, when it was almost time for the system update to begin, Sherfong ordered his team to log out to rest. The moment Sherfong logged out himself, he began to prepare for the return of the Survivors expansion pack. He had Blackie significantly increase Zero Wing Workshop's recruitment efforts and try to recruit as many talented players as possible. With the EXP potions, new players would have a much easier time catching up to mainstream players after all. Previously, he had been able to set recruitment aside, but with the latest expansion pack, other guilds would likely snatch up talented players before he got a chance if he didn't do so now. God's domain's various major powers had yet to learn about the EXP potions. Even after this new expansion pack released, they'd only learn about the potions once players had accumulated enough reputation. To become respected, players would have to quest for at least 2 weeks. Sherfong needed to secure as many opportunities as possible during the next 2 weeks. Meanwhile, while Sherfong was busy recruiting internal members for the guild, Gentle Snow contacted him. Guild leader, good news. We've dealt with the training ground. The 5 companies have finally caved in and sold their shares. From now on, that training ground belongs fully to Zero Wing, Gentle Snow reported, smiling. Good. Wonderful. Sherfong was ecstatic to hear this. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. Finally, Zero Wing had its own training ground. After disconnecting the call with Gentle Snow, Sherfong contacted Blackie and had him gather the Zero Wing Workshop's members in the workshop's main hall. Chapter 1936, Moving House. Chapter 1936, Moving House. Hundreds of Zero Wing members had gathered in the main hall of Zero Wing's workshop making the space feel a little cramped. "Boss Blackie, has something happened? Why have you suddenly gathered us here? Don't tell me the guild is trying to replace some of us." The Zero Wing members in the hall bombarded Blackie with questions. Some of them were curious, while others were worried. Zero Wing had developed quite a bit recently. Not only did the guild's member count continue to increase, but the guild also ranked its internal members in various aspects. Competition between internal members was incredibly intense, and a large number of players arrived for interviews each day. The guild's workshop was only so large. There was a limit to how many internal members the guild could house. Hence, it wasn't unusual for the guild to cut off some of its present members for new recruits. After all, unlike other members of the guild, internal members received a significant salary. "Stop making blind guesses. Even I don't know the meaning of this meeting," Blackie replied, "but it should be something good." When the crowd heard Blackie's words, they relaxed. Shortly after the crowd had begun its discussion, Sherfong entered the hall. The crowd fell silent the moment they saw him, turning towards him with respectful gazes. The majority of Zero Wing's internal members didn't know that Sherfong was actually the guild leader. Black Flame, very few of the upper echelons knew the secret. However, they were all aware that Sherfong was the Zero Wing Workshop's true manager. His position in the guild was the equivalent of first vice guild leader. "Since everyone's here, let me explain why we've gathered you all. From today on, our workshop will be located elsewhere. We'll be moving to Ouroboros's main headquarters. This will become Zero Wing's branch workshop, and it will be responsible for recruiting talented players in Jean High City. If no one has any questions, everyone should prepare for the move," Sherfong announced. "We're moving to Ouroboros's main headquarters." "What? Doesn't that mean our guild will have its own training ground like the other first-rate guilds?" "Amazing. I've heard that first-rate guilds generally use entire skyscrapers as their main headquarters. These skyscrapers are usually as large as a sports arena that can fit tens of thousands of people. We won't have to train in this cramped office anymore." "That's not all. First-rate guilds' main headquarters are usually near or in the center of first-tier cities, and a lot of them come equipped with the latest facilities. Their rooms can even rival four-star hotels. Some of the more impressive headquarters can even rival five-star hotels. Does that mean we get to live in a first-tier city center? I'm not dreaming, am I?" After listening to Sherfeng's announcement, the crowd was elated. Even Fire Dance, Blackie, Yiwumien, and Zero Wing's other upper echelons were stunned. Although they had known that Gentle Snow was working to acquire Ouroboros's training ground, the 5 companies that had supported the Annex Guild had refused to budge. They had expected the matter to take a lot more time to deal with. They hadn't expected to secure the training ground so soon. Moving from a third-rate city like Jean High City to a first-tier city was a matter worth celebrating for the guild's internal members. However, acquiring Ouroboros's main headquarters held a deeper meaning for the guild's upper echelons. Now that Zero Wing had its own training ground, the guild could nurture experts with more ease. Moreover, the guild would no longer be limited by the limited size of its workshop and could recruit more internal members. With this, Zero Wing's development speed would increase by several times. After Sherfong had informed his players of the move, he had Blackie arrange the group for the relocation. In reality, they didn't need to do a lot for the move since the facilities at Ouroboros's main headquarters were top-notch. Ouroboros's headquarters offered even more virtual gaming cabins and training facilities than Greenwater Villa, but first they needed to familiarize Zero Wing's internal members with the new training ground. As for the Greenwater Villa's facilities, they could transfer them at a later date. Naturally, the commotion at the Zero Wing workshop immediately attracted the Big Dipper group's attention. "They're finally leaving." Xiaoyu, who currently sat in his office, could not help his rueful sigh when he received Liang Jing's latest report. Although he knew how extraordinary the Zero Wing workshop which even had dealings with major corporations, was through Liang Jing's periodic reports. He hadn't expected the workshop to leave so soon. Moreover, the workshop had moved to a first-tier city, where talents gathered from throughout the country and competition was intense. He had dreamed of doing the same for many years, but even now, the Big Dipper Group was stuck in Jinhai City. The Big Dipper Group wasn't stuck in the third-rate city due to a lack of funding, but because of a lack of fame and connections. If he tried to set up a training center in a first-tier city, stronger competitors would quickly target the center, and it would be forced to close its doors very quickly. Chairman, head instructor Sher has said that Zero Wing is willing to partner with the Big Dipper Group. The Big Dipper Group can use Zero Wing's fame to recruit members for its dojo. Zero Wing will also assist in training the Big Dipper Dojo's members. However, in return, the dojo's talented members have to sign up to become internal members in Zero Wing, Liang Jing reported. Is that so? Xiao Yu could not help his growing excitement. He was no longer ignorant of God's domain. Through Liang Jing's reports and the game's growing popularity, he knew how famous Zero Wing had become. If he could utilize Zero Wing's fame to promote the Big Dipper Dojo, he'd be able to attract many martial artists to join. Chairman, my scheduled flight will soon board. I have to go, Liang Jing said. Go. Continue to work hard with Zero Wing, and you do not need to continue to report back to me. You're already one of Zero Wing's internal members. You'll have a much better future with Zero Wing than Big Dipper, Xiao Yu said, nodding. When he had first tasked Liang Jing to serve as Shifeng's assistant, he had done so to get a better understanding of the mysterious man. He had been confident in her capabilities, but he had never thought that Shifeng would poach such a talented employee. But the outcome wasn't so bad. After all, Liang Jing owed him a debt of gratitude. If she became one of Zero Wing's upper echelons in the future, the Big Dipper Group could benefit as well. Thank you, Chairman, Liang Jing said sincerely. Meanwhile, below Big Dipper Tower, as the dojo's many envious members watched, Zero Wing's internal members left for the airport on multiple high-class buses. After several hours of travel, Zero Wing's internal members finally arrived before the building that had previously served as Ouroboros's main headquarters. As they alighted from the buses, the towering skyscraper drew their gazes upward, over 100 stories tall, leaving them astounded. Welcome! Gentle Snow greeted as she and her assistant emerged from the building. The rooms and facilities inside are ready for your use. We have also updated the virtual training system. Everyone can begin training right away. Let's forget about training for today and let everyone adapt first, Shifeng said, smiling as he glanced at the excited crowd behind him. We'll focus on recruitment today. I have already sent people to advertise the matter. I doubt it will be long before independent experts and workshops seek us out, Gentle Snow said, nodding. She understood that starting everyone on their work after arriving was a little rushed. Moreover, losing one day of training wouldn't affect Zero Wing's development significantly. When Zero Wing's internal members heard that Shifeng and Gentle Snow had given them a day off, they were elated. They dashed into the building to explore the new training ground. The building that had served as Ouroboros's main headquarters had 133 floors. It had been divided into multiple areas, covering offices, training areas, entertainment areas, and rest areas. Every internal member would receive their own living space, and they wouldn't be nearly as cramped as they had been in the Greenwater Villa, where they had shared a room with several others. When Liang Jing had finished touring the building, she had been stupefied. Every facility in the building was state-of-the-art. Even the simplest accommodation was as luxurious as a 4-star hotel, whereas the top-level rooms and suites were on par with 5-star hotels. Standing in the top-floor suite of the building, excitement bubbled up in Shifeng as he gazed at the night view from the French windows. He found it hard to believe that such a magnificent building officially belonged to Zero Wing, now the guild's main headquarters. Meanwhile, under Gentle Snow's management, it took only a day for Zero Wing's internal members to get back on track. Moreover, the Zero Wing workshop had recruited 500 new internal members in that single day. Every one of these internal members was extraordinarily talented, either with combat, management, or lifestyle classes. Once God's Domain system update had completed, these 500 people would be integrated in Zero Wing's operation. At 6 a.m. the next day, God's Domain system update had finished. Laying down in the newly installed virtual gaming cabin in his luxury suite, Sherfong logged into God's Domain. Chapter 1937, Rapid Expansion Sea of Death, Island. Chapter 1937, Rapid Expansion Sea of Death, Island. The mental assistance system has finally activated. As Sherfong stood on the death energy-saturated beach and stretched, he could feel a tangible change to his virtual body. Before this update, he had always felt as if he were moving in a body that wasn't his. Now, however, he felt as comfortable in his skin as he was in the real world. It felt as if he had been transported into another world, rather than enter a virtual world via a virtual body. When the other Zero Wing members logged into God's Domain and similarly immersed themselves in this new sensation, excitement welled within them. They had felt as if they had been casting spells and using skills from a third-person perspective, but now they felt as if they used their abilities personally. It felt as if they had gained superpowers in the real world. Looking at the level 60-plus demonic beasts on Island, the team eagerly charged at the monsters to test their new forms. Although the mana on Island was very thin, and the corrosive power of darkness lingered, with the help of the all-rounded device and darkness resistance potion, the team remained unaffected by the island's harsh environment. In just 8 minutes or so, the team had killed over 100 Lord-ranked demonic beasts. Guild Leader, we've just received a report. Due to the system update, many players have begun to learn advanced combat methods from the ancient survivors. As a result, far fewer players are interested in joining Zero Wing, Aqua Rose reported. Then, in a quieter tone, she continued, Moreover, the various large guilds have started mass recruiting members, and they've lowered their recruitment requirements significantly, especially Blackwater. Blackwater has improved the benefits it offers its elite members by a significant margin. Blackwater is now offering nearly 40% more than Zero Wing. Because of this, many of the players that had applied to join our guild at the Secret Stone Fortress and Silverwing Town have left to join Blackwater. Blackwater really is vicious. To think it would increase its benefit packages by so much. Aqua Rose's report astonished Sherfong a little, but once he gave the matter some thought, he wasn't overly surprised. The return of the Survivors expansion pack heralded a new area where every major power in the game would seek to recruit elite players. Currently, the Trial Tower was still used to determine players' combat standards. The higher a player climbed in the tower, the stronger combat standards they'd need to progress. Naturally, the fastest way to improve one's combat standards was by learning combat techniques. If players could grasp a single basic combat technique, they'd be almost guaranteed to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor, which would mean that the player had reached the realm of experts. With the ancient survivor's return, players only needed a small amount of money to learn advanced combat methods. Although these advanced combat methods might not be as helpful as a basic combat technique, they were close. In other words, elite players would have a high probability of reaching the Trial Tower's 5th floor as long as they learned these advanced combat techniques. After all, the various large guilds' elite members on average could reach the 4th floor. The only real between elite players was their progress on the 4th floor. Oftentimes, a guild's strength was based on the number of experts it had, since high-difficulty dungeons and quests had very high combat standard requirements. These challenges usually required expert players. Thus, expert players comprised a guild's key support pillar. Now that the return of the Survivors expansion pack had activated, it was only natural that all of God's domain had become so frantic. This expansion pack was particularly beneficial to wealthy guilds like Blackwater. Recruiting elite standard players was much cheaper than poaching experts, and now that elite standard independent players had a much easier time reaching the Trial Tower's 5th floor, it was only natural that Blackwater spared no effort in recruiting them. Guild leader, should we lower our recruitment standards a little? Blackwater might steal the Empire's independent elite players otherwise. If that happens, contesting Blackwater will be quite difficult in the future, Aqua Rose said worriedly. The Empire wasn't like Starmoon Kingdom. It had become a hub for multiple kingdoms and empires. A large number of elite and expert players had gathered in the Empire, so it was much easier to recruit players there than in other kingdoms and empires. Since Blackwater wants to claim the independent elite players, let it have them. Unlike Blackwater, we don't have the funds to play that game. Our recruitment standards will stay the same. Continue to prioritize the development of players with potential. We won't try to contest over the ready-made independent elite players, Sherfong said, smiling as he shook his head. While lowering the guild's recruitment standards would attract many elite players and increase the guild's overall strength, doing so without sufficient capital would yield the opposite effect. Most importantly, the standard of expert players would not stay the same forever. In the short term, mass recruiting independent elite players would boost a guild's expert count, but as more players learned advanced combat methods, the overall standard of God's Domain's players would rise, as would the benchmark for expert players. Nowadays, one was considered an expert as long as they reached the early stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor, but in the future they would have to reach the 5th floor's middle stage or beyond. One day, players would have to reach the 6th floor to qualify as an expert. Rather than targeting the current elite players, Zero Wing would profit by setting its sights on low-level players with great talent. It wouldn't be long before leveling up was no longer a problem for newcomers. We're not going to compete with Blackwater. Aqua Rose was a little disappointed after hearing Sherfeng's reply. However, when she thought about how Zero Wing had just acquired Ouroboros's main headquarters, which had drastically increased the guild's expenditures, she realized that Zero Wing didn't have much capital to spare. Hence, she had no choice but to give up on this opportunity and focus on recruiting players with strong potential. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's lack of action during this chaotic time confused the various powers and players that watched the guild. None of them understood what Zero Wing intended. The guild was dismissing such a golden opportunity to grow stronger. Are you kidding me? The various large guilds have clearly lowered their recruitment standards. Why hasn't Zero Wing? And I thought that I'd finally get to join the guild. In the end, I still can't meet their recruitment requirements. Why do you insist on joining Zero Wing? Blackwater is the best choice right now. Not only does it have full control of the Iron Empire, but the guild also controls the Crimson Flame Fortress, a vital path to the Ore capital city. Moreover, Blackwater has announced that it is increasing its internal member count and that it will fill some of the slots with the guild's elite players. Now is the best time to join Blackwater. Sure enough, Zero Wing simply isn't a match for a superpower like Blackwater in terms of capital. The majority of the Ore Empire's independent players sneered at Zero Wing's lack of response. For a time, applications to join Blackwater flooded the guild. However, Zero Wing hadn't fallen too far behind. Due to the increase in Zero Wing's internal member count, the guild's operating speed had skyrocketed. Because of this, the guild's management personnel, such as Gentle Snow, had a chance to relax and found more free time to tend to their own interests. In addition, Zero Wing's ability to investigate and recruit players with potential had improved substantially. For a time, the guild recruited many low-level players that lacked renown. Meanwhile, while God's Domain's various large guilds frantically snatched up elite players, Sherfeng's group had arrived before a bottomless pit. Gray smoke filled the pit, robbing all life from the earth around it. Moreover, Zero Wing's team heard daunting roars from within, deterring any demonic creatures from approaching the pit. And yet, as if he hadn't heard the roaring, Shifeng approached the pit and descended the spiral pathway at its edge. As they ventured deeper into the pit, the team felt an intense pressure weighing them down. By the time the team reached the pit's lowest area, even experts like Shadow Sword felt stifled. As these Zero Wing players began to fear the pressure that filled the pit, they noticed a colossal cave in a corner, leaving them stunned. A manatite vein. Aqua Rose stared with wide eyes at the numerous, dark silver, or deposits along the cave's walls. Chapter 1938, Magic-Breaking Crossbow. Chapter 1938, Magic-Breaking Crossbow. The faint metallic luster and mana fluctuations in the dark cave stunned Zero Wing's team. Once they realized what they were looking at, they couldn't help their excitement, their breathing becoming a little hurried. Dark silver, and this mana fluctuation. There's no mistake. This is a manatite vein. Blackie's eyes glowed as he gazed at the dark silver ore. Guild leader, we're rich. Ordinary players might not know much about ores, but all of these players were guild experts. They had access to far more information than ordinary players on the subject, especially on precious ores that generated magic crystals as a byproduct, like manatite. Such veins had already been the cause of plenty of struggles between gods, domains, various superpowers. Based on Blackie's knowledge, for major guild wars had been fought between superpowers over the discovery of an ore vein that generated magic crystals. Each war had involved multiple superpowers, with at least 4 involved in the smaller struggles, and up to 6 superpowers participating in the larger wars. These various superpowers had spared no effort while competing for the vein. The most impressive war had involved over 1 million players and nearly a full day of combat. By the time the war had ended, more than 600,000 players had been slain. The participating superpowers had suffered severe losses. Considering these wars, or veins that generated magic crystals, were akin to a war horn, signaling the start of another mass battle. However, despite the extreme costs, the superpowers that eventually secured the veins had judged the benefits worth the cost. Magic crystals were a guild's foundation and an important resource for nurturing experts, which were essential in protecting a guild town. Moreover, as players reached higher levels, magic crystals would become even more important. Currently, players needed magic crystals to use the Divine Colosseum, trade with special NPC merchants, and fuel powerful magic tools. Zero Wing's teleportation arrays, magic towers, and defensive magic arrays were a few examples, all of which required a ton of magic crystals each day to maintain. Yet, while the various superpowers fought to obtain veins that generated magic crystals, Zero Wing had discovered one without attracting attention. Now, the guild simply needed to occupy the ore vein and send people to mine it in secret. It would be able to avoid paying a bloody cost. If Zero Wing had a stable magic crystal income, the guild could reach new heights in a short time. Blackie wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Aqua Rose was also ecstatic over the discovery of this manatite vein. Although the manatite vein wasn't as valuable as the attributed or vein in the Flame Demon's Valley, the valley's environment was simply too harsh for players. Conducting a large-scale mining operation there was impossible. Fortunately, Karna Island was different. The thin mana here would not affect mining players overmuch. The only problem was the darkness corrosion, but that could be easily solved with darkness resistance potions. With the Candlelight trading firm's current strength, mass-producing darkness resistance potions would be a piece of cake. Dispatching a large number of players to mine this manatite vein was definitely possible for Zero Wing. Once Zero Wing harvested enough magic crystals and nurtured a large number of experts, the guild wouldn't have to remain passive in the Orc Empire. It could take the initiative to face Beast Emperor and Blackwater head-on. As the team celebrated the manatite vein before them, nearly 100 dark-skinned, armed demonkin. The demonkin were all level 65 and above, and the weakest among them was a lord. The strongest demonkin was even a level 66 Grand Lord. The group radiated a chilling aura and moved like a well-trained army. What startled the players the most was the demonkin patrol squad's heavy crossbows. The weapons were covered in runes, which gathered the surrounding mana to them. Even from some distance away, Zero Wings members could sense how dangerous those crossbows were. Magic-breaking crossbows? When Shurfong saw the demonkin's weapons, he was astonished. Shurfong had known that the Manatite vein was a demonkin nest, and Pantheon had paid a high price to secure the vein in his previous life. However, he hadn't expected these demonkin to be so powerful. A single patrol squad even wielded multiple magic-breaking crossbows. Magic-breaking crossbows were lightweight war weapons that individual players could control. They were similar to expendable tools, such as engineered bombs. Not only did the magic-breaking crossbows' attacks carry Tier 3 power, but they were also incredibly fast. Even Tier 2 assassins would struggle to dodge the crossbow's bolts. Meanwhile, with this demonkin patrol squad strength, annihilating a team of 100 Tier 2 players wouldn't be much of a problem. It was no wonder why Pantheon had paid so dearly. Everyone, prepare for battle. This is a demonkin nest. Don't let a single one escape. If any do, they'll notify their companions, Shurfong instructed as he watched the patrolling demonkin. Fire. Sneak over to the patrol squad with the assassin unit. Once the fight begins, focus on keeping the demonkin with the crossbows under control. Do not give them any opportunities to use those heavy crossbows. Leave it to us. We'll make sure that they don't fire a single bolt. Fire Dance said, nodding as she eyed the crossbow-wielding lords. Shurfong then assigned tasks to the rest of his team. Once Fire Dance's assassin unit was in position, Shurfong sent Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian to start the fight according to plan. Go! The 3 MTs charged at the demonkin patrol squad without hesitation. When the demonkin noticed the MT trio, they responded by launching their own attacks, but Kola and his companions ignored them. Relying on their powerful defense and strength, the trio bulldozed through the demonkin formation and straight toward the cave entrance, sealing off the demonkin's path of retreat. It was then that Fire Dance's unit ambushed the crossbow-wielding demonkin, while the rest of Zero Wings members surrounded the monsters and prevented their escape, ensuring that the demonkin couldn't flee to single their allies. Meanwhile, while Zero Wings members cleared out the demonkin, a party of 6 assassins discovered the massive pit. Leader, I've checked their path with my advanced tracking skill. Zero Wings members should be inside this pit. Good. Let's head inside. The level 58, Tier 2 assassin clad in gray nodded before entering the pit. Zero Wings' actions thus far had rendered the assassin party speechless. The guild team had ventured through dangerous sea zones infested with sea monsters. Initially, their tracking fleet had consisted of multiple speedboats, but only a single party of players still lived by the time they had reached Karna Island. Sea monsters had killed the rest. Fortunately, they hadn't lost track of their prey and could continue their mission. Running along the narrow, winding path, the assassin party soon reached the bottom of the pit. Leader, look. Zero Wings members are fighting demonkin. These demonkin are so powerful. Even the weakest is a lord. It really makes you wonder what Zero Wings members are thinking. Did they really have to come this far just to grind and level up? Wait a minute. The ore at the cave entrance looks like Manatite, Oregon. There are so many Manatite deposits here. Is this a Manatite vein? Chapter 1939. Secret exposed. I'm not hallucinating, am I? Chapter 1939. Secret exposed. I'm not hallucinating, am I? Leader, we're rich. Miracle's 6 assassins gazed at the Manatite deposits around the cave entrance with sparkling eyes. They were very familiar with manatite veins, and they knew how valuable such veins were. Miracle had fought other superpowers over such a vein before. Magic crystals were becoming increasingly important to the various large guilds, and having a stable source had become the foundation for a guild's development. Hence, the various superpowers offered massive rewards to players for providing the coordinates of unclaimed manatite and other or veins that generated magic crystals. If a player provided proof of an unoccupied or vein, they would earn 10,000 gold and a single epic weapon. When the various superpowers had announced the reward, players had frantically searched for or veins. For the majority of the game's players, 10,000 gold was an astronomical sum. If converted into credits, an ordinary person wouldn't have to worry about shelter or food for the rest of their life. Naturally, an epic weapon was fatally attractive to expert players as well. Epic weapons were even rare among the various superpowers. They were god-tiered weapons to ordinary experts. As long as they wielded an epic weapon, their combat power would skyrocket. They might even be able to stand alongside peak experts. Players could only hunt for more resources with sufficient strength, after all, and as long as an ordinary expert had enough resources, becoming a peak expert wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Because of this, a large number of players had joined the hunt for veins. Unfortunately, even though a long time had passed since the superpowers had announced their offer, not a single player had claimed the reward. Of course, they had never thought that they would find a rumored manatite vein by simply following Zero Wings members. If one of Miracle's members discovered an unclaimed manatite vein, not only would they receive the 10,000 gold and an epic weapon, but their rank in the guild would also increase by one level, bypassing the normal restrictions. Thinking up to this point, the gray-clad assassin serving as the party leader contacted Thousand Miles and reported on Zero Wings' current situation and the manatite vein. Many of the guild's upper echelons had gathered in a meeting room in Miracle's residence on Thunder Island to discuss the Savage God's legacy. It was, after all, of the utmost importance as it concerned the guild's development. Meanwhile, when Thousand Miles received the report regarding Kama Island, he displayed an ecstatic expression. He had never thought that he'd gained such an unexpected harvest by sending some of his assassins to follow Zero Wing. First, the Savage God's legacy, and now the manatite vein. Thousand Miles chuckled at this double blessing. He then instructed the assassin party, "You have done well. Keep an eye on the manatite vein. I'll send the army to meet you immediately." He had already witnessed Zero Wing's naval strength, so he knew that if it really came down to an out fight between their guilds, they would likely suffer mutual destruction. However, it was a different story if the battle took place on an island. Players with sea-based legacies wouldn't receive a combat power boost on an island. Moreover, Kama Island happened to be within Miracle's range of influence. Zero Wing had only dispatched a 500-man team to the island, and annihilating such a small team would be a piece of cake. Following which, Thousand Miles gathered Miracle's fleet in the Sea of Death in preparation to secure Kama Island's manatite vein. Meanwhile, inside the Demunkin's nest, Zero Wing's members continued to clear out the patrol squads under Shurfeng's command. While these Demonkin patrol squads might be difficult for any other expert team, but they were no challenge for Zero Wing's members. Ordinary MTs would not even be able to stop the first volley from the magic-breaking crossbows without breaking their stances. However, Kola could block 5 crossbow bolts at one time without issues. At most, he would lose around half of his HP, but by the time the Demonkin launched their second volley, Fire Dance's assassin unit suppressed the monsters. Kola then tanked the Grand Lord ranked Demonkin that led the patrol squad, while Turtle Dove and Yi Wumian tanked the Great Lord ranked Demonkin. The rest of the team systematically dealt with the remaining Demonkin. The Demonkin granted more EXP than ordinary monsters of the same rank and level, and they dropped relatively good weapons and equipment, all of which were level 60 and 65 bronze and mysterious iron rank. Occasionally, the Grand Lord ranked Demonkin even dropped level 60 secret silver equipment. When the team had defeated the 4th patrol squad, a tattered piece of parchment dropped from one of the demonkin. This actually drops here. Sher Feng was stunned as he inspected the tattered parchment piece. This leaf of parchment was a fragment of the magic-breaking crossbow design. If he could gather 6 fragments, he'd be able to form the complete design. Although the various large guilds were ignorant of the magic-breaking crossbow, Sher Feng wasn't. In the past, small guilds had commonly used the weapons. Small guilds teams had even considered it necessary for grinding in the fields. At the end of the day, only a small portion of God's Domain's player base would reach the realm of expert players. Very few would reach Tier 3, and even less would climb beyond that to Tier 4 and 5. Having Tier 4 and 5 players would be practically impossible for the various large guilds. So, what were these guilds supposed to do if they encountered hostile Tier 4 or 5 experts? The answer to that question was reliance on lightweight war weapons and tools like the magic-breaking crossbow. The magic-breaking crossbow's attacks carried Tier 3 power, and while that might not seem impressive, the weapon's attack speed was so high that even Tier 4 players struggled to evade its attacks. If a group of players fired magic-breaking crossbows simultaneously, even Tier 4 players would be at risk of dying. However, the magic-breaking crossbow design was extremely rare, generally only available in ancient ruins. Now that he knew that the demonkin here dropped fragments of the design, why wouldn't he be surprised? Even in the hands of a Tier 0 player, the magic-breaking crossbow would exhibit Tier 3 power and threaten Tier 4 players. If he could mass-produce these weapons, even dealing with an army of Tier 2 experts would be child's play. Thinking up to this point, Sher Feng inspired his team to grind the demonkin with far greater fervor. Unfortunately, after nearly 4 hours and constantly using divine providence, the team had only collected 3 fragments. They were still far from completing the design. As Sher Feng prepared to lead his guildmates further into the demonkin nest, Phoenix Rain called him. "Guild leader Black Flame, just what are you doing on Kama Island?" Phoenix Rain demanded with a serious expression. "I've just received a report stating that Miracle is gathering a force of more than 30,000 players to head for the island. Over 7,000 of them are Tier 1 experts, and more than 400 are Tier 2 experts." She found it truly unbelievable that Miracle was mobilizing such a large force just to deal with Zero Wing's 500-man team. Miracle's gathering more than 30,000 players to take us out? The news confused Sher Feng. Suddenly he realized something. Has information on the manatite vein leaked? "You should hurry and retreat from Kama Island now. Once Miracle's forces arrive, they won't let you simply walk away." Phoenix Rain advised. A 30,000-man army for Miracle was no laughing matter. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would have to take the force seriously, not to mention Zero Wing. "Thank you for informing me, but Miracle will have to think twice if it wants to force Zero Wing to flee," Sher Feng said, smiling before disconnecting the call. Although he hadn't expected this development, Zero Wing wasn't as weak as it had been in the past. If Miracle wanted to plunder Zero Wing's riches, he would make sure they lost a limb or 2 in the process. Chapter 1940, Sher Feng's Decision. Chapter 1940, Sher Feng's Decision. Big Sis Rain, how are things on Zero Wing's side? Based on the latest update, Miracle's forces should arrive on Kama Island in 10 minutes or so. Blue Phoenix asked anxiously as she read the most recent report she had received from her subordinate. It might be fine if Miracle had simply sent 30,000 elite players, but a considerable portion of its army was expert players. This wasn't a trivial matter. If such a powerful team trapped Zero Wing's team, it would be annihilated. Aqua Rose's sea-based peak legacy couldn't help them, either. The battle would take place on land, and Aqua Rose wouldn't receive a boost to her combat power. Based on Black Flame's attitude, I doubt that Zero Wing will leave Kama Island without a fight, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. She felt that Sherfong was simply too reckless. She then ordered, Blue, relay my commands. Have all nearby guild members gather on Kama Island. We'll hurry and reinforce Zero Wing immediately. I'll get it done. Blue Phoenix nodded. Meanwhile, in the Demunkin's nest on Kama Island, Zero Wing's members were horrified when they heard about Miracle's mobilization. They had never thought that the guild would be so ruthless as to dispatch an army of 30,000 players. This was the army of a super first-rate guild, not a first-rate guild. Moreover, Miracle had only dispatched slightly fewer Tier 2 experts than the number Zero Wing currently had on the island. If they tried to stand their ground against Miracle's army, the battle would definitely end with their deaths. Guild leader, are we going to retaliate? Aqua Rose asked Sherfong. No. With our current strength, fighting Miracle would be suicide, Sherfong said, shaking his head. They might have had a chance if Miracle had merely dispatched ordinary and elite players. With Zero Wing's team of Tier 2 experts, they could use guerrilla tactics and have a chance of surviving Miracle's 30,000-strong army. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. The expert players Miracle had dispatched were far stronger than ordinary expert players, and if they tried to take these experts on while so drastically outnumbered, not even guerrilla tactics would save them from a miserable death. Miracle was a veteran, super first-rate guild that could rival veteran super guilds in terms of overall strength. It simply hadn't earned the title of super guild due to lacking a legacy. Miracle's Tier 2 experts were of a far higher quality than those from first-rate guilds or recently risen superpowers. The quality difference wasn't a result of a gap in basic attributes, but due to a difference in combat standards. Refinement Realm experts were considered top-ranked players in first-rate guilds, but to superpowers, Refinement Realm experts ranked nowhere near the top. Naturally, the difference between a Refinement Realm expert and one who hadn't reached that realm wasn't easy to make up. Zero Wing had been able to stand against super first-rate guilds and super guilds because these powers had only dispatched a small number of their Refinement Realm experts, or by relying on its players' overwhelming advantage in basic attributes. However, this situation was different. In an era where weapons and equipment drop rates had decreased, Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts no longer had as much of a basic attribute advantage. In a one-on-one fight, Miracle's Tier 2 experts would stomp on most of Zero Wing's. Unfortunately, it couldn't be helped. Miracle had secured its foundation after many years of hard work and investment. This was also why the various large guilds tried so hard to nurture experts. In God's domain, experts were a guild's true support pillar. Weapons, equipment, and tools were only one of the many means used to improve a guild's strength. Then, are we going to retreat? Aqua Rose asked. No, we cannot afford to do that. This is a manatite vein. We are talking about finding another one won't be easy, Sherfong said, shaking his head. Aqua Rose was speechless. If they weren't going to fight or retreat, what were they going to do? For now, you'll continue to lead the team and clear out the Demonkin next. Leave Miracle to me. No matter what happens, don't leave the cave, Sherfong said, chuckling in response to Aqua Rose's confusion. Guild leader, you're not planning on dealing with Miracle by yourself, are you? That's too dangerous. I'll go with you. Aqua Rose anxiously insisted after realizing that Sherfong intended to act solo. He might be all right if he were surrounded by dozens or hundreds of Tier 2 experts, but if Miracle used magic arrays or traps to suppress him, the army would even whittle his HP down to 0, regardless of how extraordinarily strong Sherfong was. The various superpowers were even capable of killing mythic monsters, much less a Tier 2 player like Sherfong. Do I look that stupid? Sherfong laughed when he noticed Aqua Rose's nervous reaction. Relax. I know what I am doing. After saying so, Sherfong left the Demonkin nest alone. Meanwhile, a large fraction of Miracle's members had gathered on Kama Island's beach. Even Thousand Miles had arrived to command the battle personally. Miracle's 30,000-strong army occupied more than half of the island's beach. Even the lowest-leveled player present was level 56, and they were all well-equipped. As for Refinement Realm experts, just the ones participating in the expedition this time numbered more than 150, and every one of them was a Tier 2 player. Vice Guild Leader, the Manatite Vein, is located in a massive pit in the island's valley. The leader of the assassin party that had tracked Zero Wing's team reported from Thousand Miles aside. I've already stationed my party outside the cave entrance to deal with Zero Wing's members. Thus far, the guild hasn't shown any signs of retreating. Zero Wing must be suicidal. They still haven't fled. Thousand Miles laughed. Haven't they made peace with losing their Manatite Vein? Miracle had not tried to hide its large-scale mobilization. With Zero Wing's connection with Phoenix Rain, how could the guild have possibly missed Miracle's movements? The only explanation was that Zero Wing was being stubborn. But it didn't matter. The difference between the two guild strength was already massive, and the Sea of Death's inner region was Miracle's territory. Zero Wing didn't stand a chance. Suddenly, the gray-clad assassin's expression darkened as he reported to Thousand Miles. Sensing the change, Thousand Miles demanded, "What happened?" A moment ago, Black Flame abruptly charged out of the cave. Moreover, he discovered the 5 players I left to guard the entrance and killed them all, the assassin muttered softly. Interesting. He dares to emerge alone? Does he plan to use guerrilla tactics with the power of a single player? Thousand Miles's lips curled into a smile. Perhaps we should play along. Relay my orders. Have every team prepare a magic array and use it the moment they spot Black Flame. I want to see what he is capable of in the face of Miracle's army. After Thousand Miles issued the command, Miracle's members swarmed Kama Island in 100-man teams, sweeping across the island like a fine-toothed comb in their search for sure foam. With how closely the various teams operated, if one of them discovered their quarry, reinforcements would reach the scene quickly. Meanwhile, roughly 2,000 yards away from Miracle's army, Sherfone grinned as he watched Miracle's approaching army from the top of the island's valley. He then pulled a tome that radiated demonic energy from his bag. This tome was none other than the ancient Abyssal Book, an abyssal treasure that he could use to open an abyss passage. Dark Abyss, Descend. Chapter 1941, Abyss Descends. Chapter 1941, Abyss Descends. Within Kama Island's shriveled forest, Miracle's members advanced on the valley near the island center. Vice Guild Leader, I found Black Flame's tracks. By the looks of it, he has traveled past here before. It's very likely that he is ahead of us in the valley. Although the terrain here is complex, it is also a dead end. As long as we surround the valley's exit, he won't get away, the gray-clad assassin said, grinning at the tracks on the ground before gesturing to the valley ahead. Miracle had already sealed the island with magic arrays, so players couldn't use return scrolls or instantaneous movement magic scrolls to flee. In other words, the only way to leave Kama Island was on foot. While Sherfone would have the ability to employ guerrilla tactics from within the valley's complex terrain, he had also sealed off his own path of retreat. It might not have been a disadvantage if Sherfone were merely facing several thousand players, but what awaited him was an army of 30,000. Such a large force was more than enough to search every inch of the valley. Sherfone wouldn't have room for guerrilla warfare. As long as he revealed himself, he'd be surrounded and killed. Good. Since Black Flame is so eager to die, we'll grant his wish. Leave 50 Tier 2 players to guard the exit. Everyone else, search the valley. Leave no stone unturned. Thousand Miles barked as he watched the dark, distant valley. Remember, start recording the moment you spot him. I want everyone to know what happens when you make an enemy of Miracle. I will also reward a piece of epic equipment to anyone who kills Black Flame. Miracle had suffered significant losses in the battle on Savage God Island, and although they had achieved their goal, securing the savage god's legacy, the various large guilds had learned of the Water Ghost Legion's miserable defeat and the loss of dozens of ships. This had wounded Miracle's prestige among the guilds. Now that Sherfong was trying to cause trouble for his guild, 1,000 Miles was more than willing to slay the man, using the opportunity to restore some of the guild's lost reputation. When Miracle's members heard 1,000 Miles' orders, they bubbled with excitement. Although a lot of epic weapons and equipment had been found in God's domain thus far, even the various superpowers considered such items a luxury. Aside from the various superpowers' upper echelons and peak experts, guild players had no chance of wielding an epic ranked item. Now that they had the opportunity to obtain a piece of epic equipment by killing Sherfong, why wouldn't they be excited? Under 1,000 Miles' command, Miracle's members swiftly entered the valley and searched through the island like a fine-toothed comb. Everyone hoped that Sherfong would appear before them. Shortly after Miracle's members began their search, a powerful storm brewed above them. Countless spatial tears ripped apart the dusky sky. Seeing this, Miracle's members slowed to a halt, watching the scene above them. As they all wondered what was happening, the numerous spatial tears merged into one massive black hole, nearly half as large as Kama Island. Darkness energy then poured out, making the space around the black hole muddy and violent. A spatial passage. 1,000 Miles, who was quite knowledgeable about God's domain, found the black hole similar to spatial passages he had seen before. Only the one above Kama Island was on a much larger scale. As 1,000 Miles wondered about the spatial passage that had appeared above the island, deafening roaring drifted out of the pathway. A winged monster, covered in pitch-black scales, then pulled itself from the spatial passage. The moment this scaled monster appeared, Miracle's members felt the threat of death looming over them. When some of the players used their identification skills on the scaled monster, they could not help but gasp. This monster was actually a level 160 lord. How is this possible? Why has such a powerful monster appeared? These players' thoughts became chaotic when they learned the scaled monster's identity. A lord-ranked monster might not be a tough opponent since it was only the equivalent of a Tier 2 player, but a level 160 monster was basically invincible to current players. While the army was stunned by the sudden development, another scaled monster emerged from the black hole. Not only was the second monster much larger than the first, but its aura was also leaps and bounds more powerful. To make matters worse, more scaled monsters followed, swarming out of the spatial passage. 1, 2, 3. By the time these monsters covered half of the sky above Kama Island, Miracle's members had gone from panicked to full-on despair. One level 160 lord was enough to wipe out their 30,000-man army, much less an entire force of such monsters. Retreat! Everyone retreat immediately! 1,000 Miles shouted as he snapped out of his daze. Unfortunately, by the time 1,000 Miles had issued the command, the scaled monsters had descended on the players in the valley. They gave Miracle's members no chance for escape. Not only did the level 160 lords attack with unrivaled strength, but their speed was just as overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, several hundred Miracle members had transformed into streaks of light and vanished from the island. Several thousand players had died by the time Miracle's army had fled the valley, and plenty of Tier 2 experts had been among the slain. While Miracle's members ran for their lives, 1,000 Miles noticed a figure at the top of the mountain. He was very familiar with this figure. It was none other than Sherfong. Like an uninvolved passerby, Sherfong casually admired the massacre below. Damn it, it must be him. He must be responsible for opening that spatial passage. There's no way these monsters' arrival was a coincidence. Confusion and fury overwhelmed 1,000 Miles as he watched Sherfong. He actually summoned these monsters just to prevent Miracle from stealing the manatite vein, to prevent anyone from obtaining it? Insane. He is definitely insane. Chapter 1942. So what if I am? Chapter 1942. So what if I am? A flood of monsters still surged out of the spatial passage above Kama Island. Moreover, as the swarm grew, stronger monsters emerged from the black hole. At first, only lords had come forth, but then great lords and grand lords had begun to arrive. Now, even mythic monsters appeared from the passage. Like hungry wolves spotting fresh meat, these monsters descended on the fleeing miracle members the moment they emerged. Level 160 lords were enough to instant kill Miracle's members, not to mention the higher-leveled Great Lord, Grand Lord, and Mythic ranked monsters. Although Miracle's members had scattered and run the moment they received 1,000 Miles' command, the flying monsters were too fast to outrun. In the seconds after Miracle had initiated its retreat, over 3,000 members had transformed into streaks of light and vanished. Vice Guild Leader, these monsters are even chasing the members that have left the valley. They have no regional restrictions. With how fast the monster force is growing, I'm afraid that they'll annihilate us before we reach the shore. Silent March said, watching the monster-filled sky with a grim expression. An endless number of monsters flew out of the black hole above, and even though their forces had split up, the monsters wouldn't need long to eliminate them all. If the 30,000 players had only consisted of elite members, Miracle's losses wouldn't have been so severe, significantly harming the guild's operations if they all died, but over 400 of these players were Tier 2 experts. If these players were slain as well, we can't break through? It seems that we have no choice but to use the magic breaker scroll to remove the seal on the island. 1,000 Miles gritted his teeth as he watched his guild mates die, one after another. March, instruct our elite members to do everything they can to attract the monster's attention. Once I remove the seal, have our guild experts use return scrolls to get out of here as soon as possible. Very few magic scrolls in God's domain were capable of removing regional seals. Even a super first-rate guild like Miracle had only managed to obtain 6 thus far. Normally, these scrolls were reserved as life-saving tools to prevent other superpowers from ambushing their key forces. Since he was one of Miracle's vice guild leaders, he had been allocated one of these scrolls. If he used it now, he'd have to wait a long time before he'd receive another. However, he couldn't hold anything back with so many of his guild's Tier 2 experts at risk. Understood. Silent March nodded. Following which, 1,000 Miles took an ancient, golden magic scroll from his bag and began to activate it. In response, a golden light pillar flew from the unfurled scroll and pierced the invisible magic barrier that enveloped Kama Island. The magic barrier shattered, and players on the island could once again use teleportation spells and tools. As the magic seal faded, Miracle's members breathed sighs of relief. With the barrier gone, they would not have to rely on their own feet to escape the island. Once they found a safe location, they could use a return scroll and leave this nightmare. However, just as Miracle's many experts activated their return scrolls to flee this godforsaken island, the scroll's loading bars were interrupted. What's going on? Why can't I teleport? No, we're still under the magic seal's effects. But didn't we remove the barrier? The development left Miracle's fleeing experts confused. Even 1,000 Miles, who had just used the magic breaker scroll, was bewildered. Vice Guild Leader, look at Black Flame. I think he just used a magic seal. A ranger with sharp eyesight announced as he pointed to the mountain and Sherfong. Hearing this, 1,000 Miles spun toward Sherfong. Multiple magic arrays hovered around the swordsman, all of which manifested to seal off Kama Island. Black Flame, you're courting death. 1,000 Miles' gaze was frosty as he glared at Sherfong, his enraged bellow echoing throughout the valley. Every Miracle member in the valley stared at Sherfong with hatred and killing intent. They had already used their only magic breaker scroll, so only death awaited them if another magic seal enclosed the island. Courting death? Seeing 1,000 Miles' wrathful expression, Sherfong couldn't help but laugh as he replied, "So what if I am?" In truth, Sherfong hadn't wanted to open an abyss passage on Kama Island. Once it opened, it would affect the region, and with the exception of himself, the ancient Abyssal Book's owner, the Abyssal monsters would hunt down every player within range. Activating the Abyssal Passage had greatly affected his plans for the Manatite Vein. Although Sherfong had expected information on the Manatite Vein to leak and had prepared certain countermeasures, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Moreover, Miracle had intended to take the vein for itself, rather than negotiate. He couldn't afford to be courteous with the enemy guild. He would teach Miracle the price for trying to steal Zero Wing's Manatite Vein. Black Flame, do you truly think Miracle will let you off the hook for this? 1,000 Miles threatened as he watched the sealing magic array complete. Your entire guild will face Miracle's wrath, not just you. Guild leader Black Flame, many of Miracle's experts are on Kama Island. Our guild leader isn't exaggerating. If you complete the seal on Kama Island, Miracle will do everything it can to destroy Zero Wing. Silent March attempted to persuade Sherfong. Since you have developed Zero Wing to its current power, you should understand the various superpower strength. You should know how powerful our guild is. Do you really want to make an enemy of Miracle? Zero Wing had already become a noteworthy force in God's domain, but to a top-ranked, super first-rate guild like Miracle, it was still a trivial opponent. The only reason Miracle had not turned against Zero Wing thus far, despite the guild's multiple transgressions, was that it had much better things to do with its time and resources. However, if Miracle concentrated its strength against Zero Wing, removing the guild from God's domain wouldn't be difficult. You people really are interesting. You clearly came looking for trouble, yet you're making Zero Wing look like the bad guy here, claiming that our guild is trying to make an enemy of ours? Miracle's members sure are skilled with one-sided plays. Sherfong laughed. I'll repeat myself once again. So what if I am? Chapter 1943, Zero Wing's Wrath. Chapter 1943, Zero Wing's Wrath. Black Flame, you're going too far. 1,000 Miles shouted hurriedly when he realized that Sherfong showed no intentions of canceling the magic array. We no longer have the power to take the Manatite Vein. We have even lost several thousand elites. If you complete the barrier around Kama Island, you might be able to use these monsters to kill us, but only once. However, Zero Wing will have to face Miracle's full wrath in return. Wrath. Sherfong could not help but laugh at 1,000 Miles. I don't know how terrifying Miracle's wrath is, but you should have a taste of Zero Wing's first. Sherfang's voice echoed throughout the valley, and Miracle's members felt a chill crawl down their spines from the indifference and killing intent Histone contained. They had never thought that Sherfong was so ruthless. He actually ignored his guild's safety to ensure their deaths. Insane. He must be insane. He wants to drag us down with him. How can a guild leader like this exist in God's domain? Miracle's members were bewildered as they stared at Sherfong. The various large guilds' guild leaders would do almost anything they could to ensure their guild's survival in God's domain. They often set aside their personal feelings for the bigger picture. Sherfong, on the other hand, didn't seem to care about Zero Wing's survival in the least, acting entirely on his emotions. However, Sherfong hadn't lied. While they weren't sure how Miracle would retaliate, they were certain that they'd face Zero Wing's wrath right now. Good. Very good. Since you want to duke it out, show me what you're capable of. 1,000 Miles shouted, his eyes turning bloodshot. Everyone heed my command. Attack Black Flame with everything you've got. The magic seal has a long activation time. If we can interrupt his channeling, he can't seal off the island. I will personally gift anyone who kills Black Flame a piece of epic equipment. The Vice Guild leader is right. Our deaths are not certain yet. As long as we can interrupt Black Flame, we still have hope of surviving. If we kill Black Flame, we'll even get a piece of epic equipment. Right. This battle's outcome isn't set in stone. We still have a fighting chance. Kill Black Flame. Hearing Thousand Miles' orders, Miracle's members knew that their only hope of survival hinged on striking Sherfong with everything they had. Otherwise, none of them should think of leaving Kama Island alive. Fortunately, the magic seal needed 2 minutes to complete. They weren't completely out of luck. As their morale recovered, Miracle's members charged toward Sherfong while ignoring the abyssal monsters around them. The only thing on their minds was Sherfang's death. Like wild beasts that had awakened from their slumber, the auras of the remaining 20,000-plus players flared as they bared their teeth at their adversary, retaliating even in the face of death. Sherfong sneered at the approaching mob. He stood just below the spatial passage, and as Miracle's members approached, they would encounter more abyssal monsters. With current player strength, charging at these monsters was suicidal. But Miracle's players were in a frenzy. They disregarded all costs while charging at Sherfong, and even when their comrades fell beside them, they didn't pull their gazes from their target. Everyone, keep it up. Black Flame is still channeling the magic array and can't move. If even one of us reaches him, victory will be ours. Silent March cried, rallying his troops. While a magic seal was powerful, it had an obvious flaw. The player activating it had to remain in a safe place. If the caster moved in the slightest, the channeling process would be interrupted and would fail. Although there were indeed a lot of abyssal monsters between them and Sherfong, Miracle's players on Kama Island greatly outnumbered the monsters. Although the price of distracting the abyssal monsters was considerably high, it was possible, and it would allow a few players to slip by, reaching their target. Sure enough, 7 players managed to break through the abyssal monsters' encirclement after a short moment, arriving within 60 yards of Zero Wing's guild leader. Even if I can't move, I can still use my skills and spells. Seeing the approaching enemies, Sherfong promptly activated Chilling Field. The moment Chilling Field activated, the 7 Miracle members immediately felt a chill envelop their flesh. Both their movement speed and attack speed significantly decreased. Before the Miracle members could move within 40 yards of Sherfong, icicles exploded from the ground, striking the 7 players as damages in the tens of thousands appeared above their heads. The mana on Kama Island was extremely thin, which limited the combat power players could exert, and with Chilling Field's movement speed reduction, dodging the icicle's attacks became impossible for the 7 Miracle players. In the blink of an eye, the attacks killed 2 players. Only the 5 Refinement Realm experts managed to avoid death. However, while the 5 Refinement Realm experts had dodged the first wave of Sherfang's attacks, the swordsman was far from finished. As a constant stream of attacks bombarded them, the Refinement Realm experts were forced to halt their advance, focusing on defense. Unfortunately, they still took hits from time to time, continuing to lose HP. In the end, all 5 died before they could move within 20 yards of their target. Although Refinement Realm experts were frightening existences in first-rate guilds, their evasive and defensive maneuvers were unrefined before Sherfong. Die. Following which, Sherfong struck one group of Miracle's members after another, mercilessly slaying every player that came within his attack range. None of them could get within 10 yards of Sherfong. Seeing this, Miracle's surviving members were dumbfounded. While Silent Mars came within 50 yards of the swordsman, she stopped her advance and took out a single target, Tier 4 offensive magic scroll. Numerous spiraling wind blades then formed around Sherfong. Under Silent March's control, these wind blades bombarded the immobile guild leader. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in succession, the resulting shockwaves throwing dust and dirt into the air. He's finally dead? Silent March could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief as she watched the dust clouds surround Shifeng's location. She had used a large number of guildmates as bait to get within 50 yards of the swordsman and find an opportunity to use the magic scroll without her opponent noticing. But once the dust settled, it revealed Shifeng's unharmed figure. Golden divine runes circled his body, isolating him from the outside world. These runes were the result of the 7 luminaries' ring's absolute defense. However, rather than the runic barrier, everyone's attention was on the pitch-black magic arrays around Shifeng. The arrays had completed and sealed off Kama Island,